Gaelic Ossian. Internal evidence, etc. The list will shew that the Irish claim to all genuine Old Gaelic poetry is unfounded. But I have little doubt that versions of anything which has ever been extensively known amongst the Scotch Gael has been equally well known to their Irish brethren. The best course is to make peace, share this common Celtic property. Make the best possible use of it, and preserve what is left. But this long race was for Ossian's poems, and the prize is not yet awarded. There is no direct evidence as to who compounded the famous work. And unless the poems will tell us, I know not where to seek for a reply to the questions which remain. Who wrote the Gaelic of 1807? And which was the first written, that Gaelic or the English? The first question I cannot answer. But it seems highly improbable that Macpherson wrote it himself. Ewan MacLachlan, one of the best of modern scholars, wrote to MacCallum, see page 224 of the Gaelic book. If the works of Ossian are a forgery, we have sufficient grounds to believe that the imposition cannot be charged on modern times. Antiquity has ascribed the contents of your work to Ossian. But MacCallum's work consists of traditional ballads, not of the large poems, so the sentence of Ewan MacLachlan, which at first seems all for the Gaelic of 1807, is really for the Gaelic of 1813. As he truly says, most of that Gaelic rests upon manuscripts and traditions. I am not aware that any Scotch Highlander of this day has given his opinion of the published Ossian. So it may be of some interest to read what men, who have studied it, really think of it. And, first, I will give the opinion which I bad formed for myself from reading the controversy, and from a knowledge of vernacular Gaelic, which passes unquestioned everywhere, and was acquired in childhood. But which does not include any critical knowledge of the niceties of the written language. When the Gaelic Fingal, published in 1807, is compared with any one of the translations which purport to have been made from it, it seems to me incomparably superior. It is far simpler in diction. It has a peculiar rhythm and assonance which seem to repel the notion of a mere translation from English as something almost absurd. It is impossible that it can be a translation from Macpherson's English, unless there was some clever Gaelic poet then alive, able and willing to write what Eton schoolboys call, full-sense verses. It is scarcely credible that such a man would conceal his name, unless he were both poet and translator, and all who have written on the subject deny that Macpherson had any great knowledge of Gaelic or power of versification. Great part of Fingal might, with propriety, be divided into stanzas of 4 lines, having much of the peculiar assonance of poems of undoubted authenticity, which are still recited. The whole clinks and hangs together in such a way that no one but a poet could have so jointed words to express ideas. The words also are often chosen for their appropriate sound, as well as for their meaning and rhythm. Freegar and son mar thon air craig. Answered the brave like wave on a crag. Has 2 long deep vowel sounds, something like moan, tone. Combined with other broad vowels. Suggestive of the deep thunder of dashing waves, and of a grand deep voice, as the famous line in Milton is of the harsh grating of the gates of hell, Paradise Lost, Book 2. And on a sudden, open fly. With impetuous recoil and jarring sound. The infernal doors, and on their hinges great. Harsh thunder. Nothing is more probable than that a poet should choose the Gaelic words if his ears were familiar with the loud deep roar of the Atlantic on a still evening. Nothing more improbable than that they should happen to be chosen by one who was not a poet, who was translating prose ideas from another language. It is probable that the Gaelic in this case was first composed, though it cannot be proved. Again, a mere translator would surely have taken the model before him, or some other. He would have written prose like Macpherson's, or he would have copied some known metre. The Gaelic is wholly unlike the English, and is not prose, and to the best of my knowledge the irregular metre has no exact counterpart, while the nearest resemblance to it is in the genuine Gaelic traditional ballads, which treat of the same people, and often describe the same incidents. I saw the chieftain, said Moran. Like to a crag was the noble. His spear like a pine on the steep hill. Like the moon in its rising his shield. Is the meter and meaning without the assonance of 4 lines in Fingal of 1807, and the passage savours of originality, or a genuine model? Macpherson's fragments, published 1760, which are the least suspected of all his works, contain the following as a translation, page 60, I saw their chief, says Morven, tall as a rock of ice. His spear is like that fir. His shield is like the rising moon. There is nothing about ice in the Gaelic of 1807. In the same page is the English equivalent for the Gaelic line, quoted above. He answered like a wave on the rock. Now either the word son, the hero which gives the assonance, was loosely translated by the pronoun he, or someone in translating the English prose, changed he into the hero. Kennedy gives a traditional equivalent for the line. Bha nert a ger mar bar twin. Which means, the might of his shout was as billows crest. And this was rendered by the reporters of the Highland Society literally. Thus, he spoke with the force of a breaking wave. But if this English line were translated back into Gaelic, it would lose all its force. Lab her e lu nert thuin a bristed. Is English Gaelic, and prosaic prose, and so would be a similar translation of Macpherson's English line. And so we must assume that 2 able Gaelic poets had freely translated one English line in 2 different ways so as to please the ear. Or that the line in the fragments was translated from a line in Gaelic older than 1760, and different from that of 1807. Again, the meter in this book of Fingal often varies to suit the meaning, and that is another argument for the originality of the Gaelic. When the warriors are running together, the rhythm is rapid, and names are strung together in the same fashion as they are in ballads and similar compositions. It is slow when the meaning requires it, while every here and there a single line stands alone, and seems to end a passage. Some passages, such as the famous description of Cuchulainn in his car, are not in the same meter as the rest, and resemble the measured prose of the tales. Similar passages are in Old MSS. Other passages seem to be made up. Take, for example, the address to the sun in Caricthra. It is given in Liebhar nan Nach, by Dr. MacLeod in 1834, by McCallum in 1816, published in part by the Highland Society in their report, 1805, by Stewart, 1804, got by the Reverend Mr. MacDermott from the dictation of an old man in Glen Lyon, about 30 years before 1801, say 1770. The old man had learned this and other poems in his youth from people in the same glen, so that this, at least, must be far older than Macpherson's first publications, 1760. It was repeated to my grand-aunts when they were girls, with other Ossianic pieces, by people who lived in cottages far up in the hills above Loch Tarbert, and these were translated for them by a clergyman. As they could not speak Gaelic to the people themselves. It is still repeated in Skye. As got from the people by McCallum, in 1816, the first 10 lines are connected in meaning. The sun sets and sinks down to his resting place, the waves come slowly about him, and timidly raise their heads to gaze on the beautiful sleeping son of the skies, with his golden hair. As waves might seem to do when the setting sun was watched by a poet from a west country hill. The words follow each other harmoniously, they have the clink or assonance of Gaelic poetry, they make 2.5 stanzas, and each line is complete in sense, which accords with other Gaelic poetry. So far the poem might be sung, and so far it is like other traditional poetry still extant, and so far Macpherson's translation agrees closely with the Gaelic. The 11th line is of a different length, and does not clink with the others, and stands alone. It joins the next 2 lines which belong to each other, and make up another stanza. This stanza, the 5th, is weak where it compares the sun to a sunbeam, but it would be a noble metaphor if it likened a warrior to a sunbeam rushing over a level sword, and I suspect that it was originally composed with that intention. The last 8 lines make 2 complete stanzas, but the last is in a different meter. The main idea, again, is different from that of the first 10 lines, for the last 12 are not applicable to the quiet summer evening, whose picture was so well drawn in the first 10. These describe a winter day, not a summer evening. On the whole, I should argue that the first 10 lines were composed in Gaelic by someone who had great command of the language and poetical feeling, and who meant to describe a summer sunset. The last 12 by the same or by some other Gaelic poet, whose head was then full of the picture of a winter's day. And that the 11th line is cement, composed to join these two fragments, or picked up and thrust in between them, or the final line of a piece. It is the final line of the passage in Coricthera. I am convinced that these 23 lines never were composed by any one poet at one and the same time, but I am satisfied that the poet or poets who made the Gaelic verses composed poetry of no mean order. And MacCallum got them all together from a certain Mr. J. A&T Sower in Arichasteel. I do not assert that the poet's name was Ossian. I deny on good grounds that it was James Macpherson. I maintain that a poet, and a Scotch Highlander, composed all those Gaelic lines separately, if not together. And judging from my own knowledge of the people, and their ways, it is possible that these may be fragments of sentimental poetry different from the popular ballads, more modern, but certainly older than 1730. Grian is feminine, but the son is here addressed as a male. The confusion is something like, Sa Majest le Royal, etc. The following translation is almost literal, and gives the musical rhythm without the assonance. The Song of Olin, in Coricthera, arranged in lines. 1. Hast thou left thy blue course in heaven? Golden-haired son of the sky. The west has opened its gates. The bed of thy repose is there. 2. The waves come to behold thy beauty. They lift their trembling heads. They see thee lovely in thy sleep. 3. They shrink away with fear. Rest in thy shadowy cave, O sun. 4. Let thy return be in joy. Ossian to the setting sun. Close translation of Gaelic, assumed to be older than 1730. 1. Hast left the blue distance of heaven? Sorrowless son of the gold-yellow hair. Night's doorways are ready for thee. Thy pavilion of peace in the west. 2. The billows came slowly around. To behold him of brightest hair. Timidly raising their heads. To gaze on thee, beauteous asleep. 3. They witless have fled from thy side. 10. Take thy sleep within thy cave. 4. 11. O sun, and come back from sleep rejoicing. 5. Assume to be joined to the first. Like a sun gleam in the winter tide. Rushing with might down the plain greensward. Such like were the days of the Fiend. As a sun between shower squalls fading. 6. Burst the dusky black clouds of the skies. And snatched the loved beam from the hunter. The forest's bare twigs are mourning. And the moorland's soft plants are withering. 7. But the sun will return again. To the beautiful woods of the fresh buds. And in the spring each stem will smile. 23. Gazing aloft to the sun of the skies. Take another example. At page 226, appendix to the H.S. report, is a Gaelic passage collected by MacDonald of Staffa about the end of last century. It is not in the language, or style, or metre of popular ballads generally, but it is good Gaelic, and a sort of cantering blank verse. The following is a close translation, and imitates the metre. Oscar, quell the strong-armed. Give help to the weak-handed needful. Be as springtide winter flood stream. To combat the foes of the fain. But as summer mild still weak wind. Be to those that seek thine aiding. Such like was Trunmer of victories. Such traffle of routs was after him. And Finn was a prop to the weak. To shield him from tyrant's power. For his succor stretched my hand. With welcome I'd go to meet him. And he'd find shelter and kindness. Under shade of the gleam of my blade. It will be seen that each of these lines is complete in sense. The passage might be finished at the end of each line, without making the rest nonsense, which is peculiarity of Gaelic poetry. Whatever the merits or demerits of this passage may be, its imagery is taken from nature, as seen on the tide-washed shores of the western coast, and the words of art are those used by boatmen. Bin Sruth is gaining tide, the flood stream, when it begins to make strongly, Reabhert is the height of springs, when the tides are strongest. And to anyone who has danced over the spring-tide flood stream, in a fishing boat on a winter's day, off the west of Scotland, near the whirlpool of Corryabreckan, the line conveys the idea of irresistible power, which it is intended to give. Macpherson's English loses all this, and he was a Badenoch man, who was not familiar with such scenes. O Oscar! Bend the strong in arm, but spare the feeble hand. Be thou a stream of many tides against the foes of thy people, but like the gale that moves the grass to those who ask thine aid. So Trunmer lived. Such Traffel was. And such has Fingal been. My arm was the support of the injured. The weak rested behind the lightning of my steel. Fingal, Book 3, 1763. The Gaelic of 1807 is something quite different from either of these passages. pp. 148, 149, Gratis edition 1818. 3 versions therefore exist, 2 printed in Gaelic, and Macpherson's English. And of these I prefer Staffa's West Country Gaelic, with which Macpherson had nothing to do, and which is not a translation of the published English, but a far better version of a similar passage. The Gaelic must surely be the original in this case. Again, passages composed on the following principle must belong to the language in which the assonance exists, rather than to that which gives the meaning less forcibly, and nothing more. Then out sprang the warrior's blade. And gaily he waved the flashing sword. Let us meet the foeman, he cried. Let us ride and decide the award. There are numerous passages in Gaelic which have a structure as complicated as the above nonsense verse. For example, Dh Iric gu espiernich na swayanen. Bu trum. No tuin. Quilgan cos. Sroinich and quin cluint cian. Snfhin. Gu cien. Ail fui spracht. Bas choi rail. Here surely the Gaelic was the original. Such a passage as Fingal, Duan I, line 413 to 437, the most difficult of critics must admit to be very fine Gaelic, infinitely better than its English equivalent, though that passage will not scan at all. In short, when I read parts of Ossian in Gaelic, I often feel that this is poetry of high order, of which no translation can give any just idea. Some poet might express the same ideas as well in another language, but no faithful translator can render the meaning and imitate the original. When I read Fingal in the original, I feel that this is poetry, that these are grand ideas clothed in magnificent sonorous language. On reading it in English, I often feel that there is something in it akin to bombast. In the one case I am drawn to the side of those who maintain that these are genuine ancient poems, in the other I feel driven to admit that they are not. And when all is done, I return to my first opinion, that Fingal is a fiction founded upon a broad basis of fact, a book of Gaelic poetry of high order, but not poetry composed by Ossian about the time of the Romans. I hold that it is manifest, from a consideration of the Gaelic poems themselves, that they were the work of one or of many able Gaelic poets. The question now is, when did they live? And who were they? It has been argued that the language is modern, and, therefore, that the poems are modern, and to hold that the language spoken in the days of Caracalla was the language of the last version of the modern Gaelic Bible appears sufficiently absurd. The modern air of the language may, however, be accounted for. Traditional poems alter with the age. I have already shown how rapidly they alter, and in what manner. At page 92 of Sir John Sinclair's dissertation, it is stated that the Reverend Mr. Thos Ross, of Edinburgh, was employed to transcribe the whole work as left by Macpherson at his death in 1796, agreeably to the orthography of the Gaelic Bible, that is, to modern orthography. Mr. Ross found fault with the English translation, but he had no quarrel with the Gaelic. Macpherson had tried to simplify Gaelic spelling, and having found some classical authority for the use of the Greek character by ancient Celts, he had begun to print Gaelic in Greek letters. Sir Roderick Murchison tells me that he has meteorological registers written in Gaelic, and in the Greek character, by his father. When a man, whose standard of orthography was the modern Gaelic Bible, got hold of such a work as Macpherson's Gaelic MS, he would have small scruple in making it suit his standard. And so, between popular changes, Macpherson's interpolations, simplifications, and restorations, and Greek letters, and his successor's modern standard, the ancient form of the language, if it was ancient, could hardly survive. What would become of Chaucer so maltreated, and finally spelt according to modern rules of grammar and orthography? I have found by experience that an alteration in spelling may mean an entire change of construction and meaning, and a substitution of whole words. I know that a change in the pronunciation of a single vowel sound will suggest such a change as this. The geese would swim through thy waist. The winds might float through thy breast. The passage refers to a man thrust through with a spear. The first is the translation of the line as repeated now and in 1786, and has no meaning, unless it be a ludicrous measure of the size of the wound. The second conveys the image of the breath swimming painfully through the blood of a wounded man, whose breast and lungs have been pierced, and the only change necessary to suggest these opposite ideas is from geoid, geese, to gaoitich, winds. The dh and the being silent letters. Macpherson would have made the change, I did not, though I believe it ought to be made. I have compared versions of the same poem lately written down by different men, from different reciters, in different districts, at long intervals of time, with each other, with older MS, and with still older printed versions. And I find all manner of strange variations, in which rhythm and sounds often remain, while sense and words are altered, and I find that even the printed Gaelic of 1807 varies from that of 1763. It has also been argued that because there is no mythology in Ossian, therefore it is a forgery. But it has been shown, that the collectors of former days carefully weeded out all the mythology, because it was not quite reasonable. I have left all that I found, and it savours of pagan sun worship. To me, therefore, the modern language and English idioms of the Gaelic of the edition of 1807 appear to be no valid argument against the general antiquity of the poems. Take one example from Smith's Sean Dana, and the same thing appears, the Gaelic is better than the English. In Tyamna Gil, page 57, is this line. Scaeth Yunlaith ere stood a saily. And it is translated by the English line. A flight of birds on the briny billows. As it seems to me, the beauty of the line is thus lost by a free translation, whereas a close rendering would preserve its meaning better. A skiff of birds upon steeds of brine. The passage describes a play of fish, and the Gaelic line conveys to me the idea of a mass of sea birds clustered together, and riding over the long smooth waves of the salt ocean. It is a true picture in 5 short words, which every one must recognize who has ever watched a clump of dark razorbills huddled together under a cliff on a summer's day. As each long Atlantic wave comes rolling in, the birds rise on the crest, and sink into the hollow trough, and the wave slips under and curls over, and thunders in against the rocks beyond a mass of broken white water. But the clump of birds are on their briny steeds, and they know how to ride them. A stroke or two, and they paddle out into the glassy water at the edge of the surf, and tuck their heads under their wings once more, and sleep. And there they will rest on the waves for hours, beneath a cliff, riding like skiffs, scoff, at anchor till fishing time comes again, and then they are up and off, to ride their steeds to battle with the Herring King. Then comes a sight which must be seen to be appreciated. The birds gather on the surface in masses. Great whales dash up, and spout, and turn over, and dive down again, leaving the sea all glittering with scales, and foaming and surging about their sides. The diving birds scatter and flap along the surface, and scream as they go. Great green coalfish leap high into the air, gulls and terns hang overhead, and clatter and yell, and dart down, and the whole do their best to gobble up the king of the seas as fast as they can. And all this was in the mind of the man who composed the passage, in which the rushing of Gaul to battle is compared to the rushing of the whale, and his foes to the scattered birds. And to my mind the Gaelic tells the story infinitely better than the English, though this is not the most popular ballad poetry now most commonly recited. This is my own opinion, but no one is fit to judge whose earliest thoughts were not framed and expressed in Gaelic. One who has been accustomed to hear and speak, and to read all sorts of jargons, and jump at meaning without regard to grammar or spelling, is no fair judge of a written language, in which he does not think. So I prefer the opinion of a shoemaker who reads his Gaelic Bible, and has a multitude of Gaelic stories in his head, and knows very little about anything else beyond his last. He says, "This is not the old stuff." I also prefer the opinion of a man who began life in a Highland cottage, and lives near the place where he was born, who has worked at Gaelic books and traditions, and studied that language, and has taught himself to read half a dozen more. In which he reads poetry. Besides acquiring the whole of Euclid, and the differential calculus, and a good many ologies, to boot, a man who thinks for himself, and is free from national prejudice at all events. On the Gaelic poetry of known and unknown bards, published and traditional. H. Maclean. The Gaelic poems which were published in 1807, from a manuscript in the handwriting of James Macpherson, differ very widely indeed from those which are handed down by tradition. Very widely indeed from all known traditions about the Fenian heroes current in the Highlands. The kingdom of Morven is unknown either in traditional poems or stories. These do not represent the Fenian heroes drinking on all occasions out of shells, they frequently drink out of vessels of gold or silver, as the case may be. The traditional Finn is not that grave, stately, solemn, ostentatious, old monarch which he is in the Ossian published by Macpherson. But a being of more human sympathies, possessed of strong feelings and passions, a hero that might have been a brave, generous, chieftain, who was not entirely free from the frailties that flesh is heir to. Popular poetry or tradition never describes him as a venerable old monarch, with hoary locks, nor does it allude to his being aged, or weakened by old age. The death of all the other Fenian heroes is recorded, but there is not the least hint given of Finn's death. He is said to have been occasionally seen in Eilean na Choig, the island of youth, also called in Eilean Ewan, the Green Island which Hebrideans believe to be located somewhere west, and which many of them believe to have seen. The people of Islay believe it to be situated west of Islay, of course, the people of Barra, west of Barra, the people of Uist, west of Uist, and the people of Harris, west of Harris. Many are they who have had the good fortune to see this blessed island. I conversed in youth myself with old people, who did see it off from Portnahaven, in Islay, on a fine evening. But I have never yet had the good fortune to see it myself, though I have often seen the evening clouds piled up like hills on the horizon. It is told that a Jura man, who owned a small vessel, once met a man on the pier at Greenock, who engaged the ship at a certain freight, to carry him and a cargo to the westward of Islay. The bargain was struck, and the cargo put on board, and they sailed round the Mull of Cantyre, and through the Sound of Islay, where a thick fog came on. They got through the Sound and bore away to the westward, and, after a few days, they found themselves one morning close to land. They cast anchor and went to sleep, and when they awoke the man and his cargo were gone. The Jura skipper did not like to lose his freight, landed, and walked up to a large house, where he found Sean Duin More Crossgack, a large, big-boned old man seated in an armchair, who offered him a drink. The drinking vessels were so large that the skipper could not lift them, so the big man called his daughter to give him a draught, and a girl came in and raised the vessel, Soithich, and he took a long drink of beer. He told his story, and the big man asked him if he could recognize the man who had engaged the ship. He said he could, and a number of people were sent for, and passed in review before him. At last the delinquent appeared, and was recognized, and made to pay the freight, upon which he thrust his finger into the skipper's eye, and put it out, saying, "If I had done that to thee before, thou wouldst not have known me." 408. The inhabitants then made the Jura men brush every particle of the dust of the island from their feet, and sent them away with their money, and when they sailed, the island seemed to disappear in a mist. This Jura man, it is said, was well known afterwards, and was blind of an eye, and the big man is supposed to be Finn. In Berneray, near Harris, a similar story is told of men still alive, but it wants much of the marvelous element. The men, as it is said, took a cargo from Stornoway to an island, supposed to be Eilean Ewan, the Green Isle. They sailed westwards, and left the cargo, part of which was salt, got their money, and returned, after being required by the inhabitants to shake off every particle of the dust of the island which stuck to them. There are many other stories current relative to these islands, Eilean na Choig, and T Eilean Ewan, the Island of Youth, and the Green Island, wherein Finn is supposed still to dwell with his warriors. 409. Blessed were they who could get to this Celtic paradise, for were they to land they would become as young as they were at 20, fresh and blooming, and without grey hairs, or wrinkles, or ailments. A more comfortable and cheery habitation certainly this would be than the Macpherson, Ossians, cloud palaces and mist promenades. His railways of moonshine rivaling Mahomet's narrow bridge across the gulf to paradise, which, though not broader than a needle, the faithful trip over safely. Although the ancient Hebrideans, subsequent to Norwegian sway, were very good sailors, and sometimes very good pirates also, as ransacked towns and villages on the mainland could well testify. They do not seem to have been over fond of aerial voyages, but preferred to stick to saltwater sailing, and chose rather to hope for a retreat in some pretty green mythical western island than for lofty habitations in the cold frosty regions of the upper air. The traditional Fenian poems consist of pieces of various length, interspersed through prose narration, both poems and narration constituting what is usually called Eachdraid na Fane, the history of the Fane. The prose narrative is varied, and consists, at one time, of common conversational language, at another of measured prose, a species of composition midway between prose and verse. Explanations and genealogies are given in ordinary conversational language, as well as other minor details. Exciting circumstances are delineated in a more rhetorical style, while the most momentous events, such as are mainly connected with a great and important action, are given in verse. The verse itself varies widely, and as the subject is more elevated, it becomes more musical and metrical. The terms duan, dan, and laoid are employed to distinguish the various kinds from each other. The laoid, lay, is the most musical, and is generally sung to a simple, plaintive air. In the greatest number of cases it describes a tragic event, the death of a hero, or some other serious calamity. These poems are connected with each other by prose narrative, and stories, so as to make something like one united whole of the Fenian traditions. All these poems are of a narrative character, dwelling almost entirely either on human or superhuman action, and never referring either to animal or inanimate nature further than it is connected with human passion, sympathy, or interest. There are no long addresses to inanimate objects of nature, neither are there any refined speculations on human life and existence, there are no sentimental speeches on fame or glory. The men of the ballads fight not for glory, but in defense of some disputed right, or to avenge an insult, or to resist oppression, or to protect a woman in distress. In these lays, similes and metaphors are very sparingly used. But this appears to result more from the intensity of interest belonging to the subject, than the want of power on the part of the poet, as similes and metaphors are very plentiful in these long epic tales which treat of like subjects. This will appear readily on looking over The Knight of the Red Shield, No. I, and The Slim Swarthy Champion, No. 17, c. in the West Highland Tales. The language of the old ballads is exceeding choice Gaelic, pure, idiomatic, chaste. There is no trace of Anglicism, or of classic idiom, it is the Gaelic of the people, but still purer and more elevated than that of common conversation, and with obsolete words interspersed. Clearness and conciseness distinguish these from the great mass of published Gaelic poems and songs, which bear evident marks of belonging to more modern periods, both in language and matter, and whose authors are known. Very few of the more modern poems being at all comparable to the ballads in these qualities. These later compositions are frequently tautological, and profuse in epithets, abounding sometimes in long tedious lists of adjectives or adverbs, which make them look more like a vocabulary than a regular poem. This is the case with regard to the war song of the Battle of Harlaw, composed about 1411. Much of Cuaran Esain, composed by the P.O. Dall, or Blind Piper, some of MacDonald's Song to Summer, a large portion of his Molad Morag, much of Cuar Cheathake by MacIntyre, and a large portion of his Bain Dorain. In these poems there are scarcely any words to be found borrowed from English. And in this respect they form a strong contrast to all that has been published of the works of Scoto-Gaelic poets who flourished from the 15th century down to the present day. We find the word puthar, power, in the songs of Mac Murich, Clanranald's bard, who lived in the 17th century. In the songs of Mari, Nagian Alastair Ruaid, Mary, daughter of Alexander Roy, MacLeod of MacLeod's bard, we find the English corruptions, purpose, subsaint, substance. And yet her songs are, and justly, allowed to be written in very pure Gaelic. The peacock figures as a simile also in one of her songs. In the poems of John MacDonald, usually styled Ian Lam, Barefaced John, from his beardless face and impudence, who lived in the time of Montrose in the 17th century, we meet with the words lieutenant, Lady Murray, Whitehall, ad pansa. Advance. Gird, guard. In the songs of Mac Maestir Alastair, who took an active part on the side of Prince Charles in 1745, we find the word standard motion, canine, cannon. In MacIntyre, who lived at the same time with MacDonald, we meet with the words coitsichin, coaches, despot, dispute, ferdi, party. Such words are not to be found in the traditional poems ascribed to Ossian, or in those other pieces which belong to the same class. But yet in everyday conversation nowadays, we find such words as chorner, corner, gig, disturbad, disturbing, fortinanto, trunk, steamboat, railroad, story, confounded, drainad, chadesaged, catching, and hundreds of other distorted English words which hardly ever find their way into the old ballads, though constantly used by the people who repeat them. Here then is a strong contrast between these ancient poems, and the works of those who have been considered the best bards of the Highlands for the last 3 centuries. 410. In comparing these ballads with the compositions of the more modern bards, the dignified simplicity of the language of the former becomes quickly apparent. Although their language, so far as regards inflection and structure, is modern, yet there are words and phrases which appear to be more ancient, and which are now obsolete, and these, as well as the absence of English corruptions, distinguish them from all other Scoto-Gaelic poetry. And with regard to peculiar phrases, and curious antiquated words and expressions, they strongly resemble the popular Gaelic tales. The offensive weapons described are spears, crantaphale, swords, and darts. There is hardly an allusion to bows and arrows, few to agriculture, to bread, corn, or to any kind of food, connected with an agricultural life. The food described is the produce of the chase. Deer and boars, and some species of deer which does not now exist, and which is supposed to be the elk, lawn, are the animals generally hunted, and dogs are the only domestic animals frequently mentioned. 411. These are mentioned with as much affection as Byron's dog, that animal, so faithful and so true to man, which has never been convicted either of treachery, insincerity, or ingratitude. Byron, Campbell, and the traditional Ossian agree in this. The events related are at times probable, at others improbable or impossible. At times superhuman, at others human, which evidently tends to shew that these poems unite many periods, and that probably they have embodied the substance of more ancient poems. At times huge giants and weapons are mentioned, such as Bha siecht Troidhian arm liad. S oct Troidi diagram fad n. 7 feet was he in breadth. And in length he was 18 feet. A remarkable feature in these poems is the magnanimity and gallantry which distinguish their heroes, though mixed with much barbarism and fierceness. There is fair play given to the enemy. And when he is not fighting with them, he is invited to their feast. If he falls in battle he is honorably buried, and receives credit for his bravery, his memory is cherished, esteemed, and loved, for his valorous deeds. Women are always protected and treated with courtesy, nor is there the least hint given that they were either kept in bondage or doomed to slavery. On the contrary, their wishes seem to have been considered as something to be gratified, but never to be contradicted, and yet some of the women who repeat such poems work hard as field laborers, and the men are of the poorest classes. In their ballads the incidents are few, but elevated, and the narration flows along in an easy, simple, but dignified strain. No tedious verbosity mars or interrupts the vigorous character of the poetic stream. Rapidity seems to have been the chief aim of the ancient bards, and the action rolls along like the impetuous torrents of their own mountain country. There is no vagueness, no mistiness, no obscurity. The action is as vividly clear to the mind's eye as the landscape is to the eye itself on a bright summer day. The introduction is always abrupt and simple, and this is the character of mostly all Scoto-Gaelic poetry. For in this manner all known Gaelic bards, learned and unlearned, begin their songs and lays. They invoke neither spirits or muses, but begin at once. If these ballads do not abound in long sentimental speeches, still genuine touches of true feeling are to be found most exquisitely and tersely expressed. In a warlike age the passions are strong, and not often under proper restraint. Strong attachments and resentments belong to the men of such an age. They are by turns fiercely cruel and nobly generous, but both their cruelty and their generosity are manifested in acts rather than in words. That sentimentalism which is rich in words and poor in deeds was but little known in those days. There is a sentimentalism which is after all but a poor shadowy substitute for genuine feeling. It showers oceans of tears on distress, but will not move a hand to relieve it. It gives soft and commiserating words to the needful, but clings firmly to its gold and silver. It pities in sighs, but not in sovereigns. Sterne wrote The Sentimental Journey, and lamented in dolorous strain over a dead ass, but he allowed his poor old mother to pine away in prison, and advanced not a stiver to procure her liberty. Though these lays are void of this tinsel, they possess what is really more valuable truthful delineation of human nature, of lofty bravery, and of true and real feeling. Popular poetry has no morbid sentiment, and the people are kind to each other. Besides the ballads, which form part of what is usually called Eichtrade na Féin, the history of the Fiend, there are numerous traditional ballads and scraps of poetry similar to them in character, which treat of giants, enchantments, and supernatural deeds. Some which treat of fairies, and fairy lovers, some of the loves of men and women. Short passages, stanzas, and lines of poetry, ascribed to Ossian, are even still recited through a great many parts of the Highlands, and tales about the Fiend, interspersed with verse, are yet to be heard in many districts from old men. There are very few old Highlanders that cannot even now say something about Finn and his heroes, how they fought and died. Proverbs, old sayings, and puzzles, are connected with their names. A proverb, which is heard at almost all convivial Highland meetings, is, Cha du daichumnich fin fira dias lame Ryam, Finn never forgot his right-hand man. Rocks, hills, streams, and places are called after the Féin. Surnames are derived from them, such as Mac Diarmaid, the son of Dermot, Mac Gil Phelan, the son of the servant of Phelan, Maclean, Mac Gil Irrigain, the son of the servant of Irregan, Mac Lurgan, Mac Oisian, the son of Oisian. Mac Quinn, the son of Conn, Maclean, and generally the Féin and their exploits pervade all Celtic Scotland and all Gaelic tradition. If these poems be not ancient in substance, how is it that they differ so widely from the works of the best of the modern Scoto-Gaelic bards? How is it that they have not mixed up with other songs and poems? How is it that guns, powder, and modern dresses have not crept in? How is it that we have no lieutenants, captains, and colonels, dukes, marquises, and earls amongst the Féin? How is it that we have none of the scriptural allusions and quotations which are scattered so plentifully through the works of Gaelic poets in general? How is it that we have nothing new in the ballads, while prose tales have altered with the age? We might expect that modern poets would have armed Finn with a musket, or culverin, or even have made him and his followers use cannon. I heard a story told of Fergus I, King of Scotland, in Barra, in which that ancient monarch was armed with a gun. Strange that the Barra people never thought of arming Finn and Dermot with one apiece, more especially as these warriors are much more popular in that island than Fergus I. Much of the groundwork of these ballads, as well as the substance of many Fenian tales and traditions, are embodied in the Gaelic Ossian published from Macpherson's manuscript, but there everything has undergone an entire change. We have no longer the simplicity of the traditional poems, smoothness of versification is almost entirely wanting, and the idiom of the language is every now and then violated. Inversions abound, such as we find in learned English poetry, and words are so wrenched out of their general meaning, as to be unintelligible to the generality of Highlanders, but while this is the case, there are but few ancient or obsolete words. In this respect this Gaelic contrasts with that of traditional ballads. The difficulty of understanding the epic poems does not lie in ancient forms of speech, or in old obsolete words, but in the strange liberty that is taken with words by using them in quite a new way, and in arranging them in a manner that is incomprehensible to those whose native language the Gaelic is, unless they happen to know English or some classical tongue. In many lines the words only are Gaelic, the structure has nothing to do with that language. The sentences may be English, or Latin, or Greek, may, in fact, be specimens of a new universal language, but they are not Gaelic. Vagueness and obscurity abound everywhere, and like the darkness of night which makes hills and dales appear like lofty mountains and deep ravines, these poems impress a person, before he has examined what he has been reading, with something akin to sublimity. Some lines prove to be nonsense when closely examined. Bad grammar and violated idiom abound everywhere. Adjectives of more than one syllable are placed before substantives, which is much the same as if we were to say in English, there is a horse beautiful, oh what a house elegant. Heroes always drink out of shells, lead a hunting life, and address one another more like modern sages than barbarians. A teacher of ethics could not be more sententious or moralizing than they are. Male for male is a frequent term, but it is a mere English corruption. Louis Reach is the Gaelic word. On reading a line, containing this word, to an acquaintance, he understood it to mean mal, the bag of the bagpipes. This word does not occur in the popular poems, and is hardly known to Highlanders in general, in the sense in which it is used here. Endless passages might be quoted to illustrate the preceding statements. In Carthan, page 55, occurs the line, Tri jubhais ag amad on tor. This is exactly what might occur to a person translating the English expression, 3 furs, but no name of any species of wood is ever used in Gaelic to designate a tree. We must say, Tri crauba jubhais, 3 fir trees, and so with other trees. It is bad Gaelic to say, An cluaran glas air chrome. Nan carn. The green thistle on the bend of the cairns. For crom is never used as a substantive, and means bent. Mol ag aamad mu way and tcoid. Slow inclining about the grave of the hero, is bad Gaelic. Mol in this line would require gu before it to make it an adverb, and good Gaelic. The mo claidhem crith mosglad gu chayan. My sword is shaking waking to its hilt. This line, as printed, is nonsense, but the idea of a sword quivering and awaking is good, and a small change would make the line Gaelic. In Jael nan Daoin, page 75, the following line occurs. Gu selma nan lonbroilich oik. Lonbroilich is here placed before the substantive, which is incorrect, and very bad Gaelic. The term is altogether very awkward, for were we to say, nan oik lonbroilich, it might convey the meaning of a maiden full of breasts, instead of full-breasted, but there is a Gaelic expression commonly used to convey the idea intended. Dham a shli ri kareg nan kas is bad. Am implies motion into an inclined position, and this line means his spear toppled towards the rock of crannies, not his spear leant against a mossy rock, which the context shews was the intended meaning. In p. 108 of Fingal occurs the line. Cuchulin nan gormbalix jayath. Cuchulainn of the Shields blue spotted, which arrangement of words violates Gaelic idiom. Duan 4th, p. 264 of Timra. Thanig I lo sulib Kwan. A misk chiab a bha tomid gu tram. She came with mild eyes among locks that were pouring out heavily. These lines make no sense either in English or in Gaelic, but they are intended to describe mild eyes amongst flowing locks. Timra Duan 7, p. 507. The En Spur and Los Gadnan rule means. The sky is in the burning of the stars, but is probably intended to mean that the sky is in a blaze with stars. Carthan, page 63. Chunaikoik Dan Ucht Glana na Train means. The maiden of the clean chests saw the heroes. Theamayadsa Chile Sa Blar means, to a modern Highland ear, they poured themselves out into each other in the battle. These are a few examples of passages which seem to me obscure, improper, or nonsensical. They might be multiplied considerably. The language of the printed Ossian of 1807 differs entirely from that of the traditional ballads now ascribed to Ossian. It differs entirely from that of other published Scoto-Gaelic poetry, except Dr. Smith's Sean Dana, Mordub, and a few other pieces published by Gillies, Stewart, McCallum, etc. And the language appears to be more tinged with foreign idioms even than Sean Dana, or any other Gaelic publication which I have read, Mordub and some modern translations from English only excepted. It differs entirely from Gaelic as spoken at present in the Highlands, and it differs entirely from that of the Irish Ossianic poems which have been published by the Irish Ossianic Society. All these have a common bond, a common idiom, a common structure, though they differ in minutiae, and the common general idiom is seldom violated by any of these. Lastly, the Gaelic of 1807 differs from any specimens of ancient Gaelic which I have seen, but there are some passages in it which strike me as good specimens of Gaelic and of poetry. On examining other Gaelic poetry which has been published, it will be observed that it undergoes a gradual change in character from the more modern to the more ancient. The style and language alter as poems recede from the present day, and as it may be of some interest to the English reader to know something of this class of Gaelic poetry. It may not be out of place to give a short account of some few of the best-known bards, and of a few of their works which bear upon Ossian. We have Gaelic bards even in our own day, and these describe the life and manners which they observe around them, the dress, arms, food, drink and habits of the day. Peasant bards are by no means extinct in the Highlands, and if their composition be not poetry of any great merit, they generally contain good sense and sprightly humour couched in pretty smooth verse. Almost every Highland district has even yet a bard who enjoys a fair amount of renown in his own neighbourhood, and among his own class. Hector Boyd, who narrated to me so many tales, is reputed a bard in Barra. In North Uist, Christian MacDonald, of whom I received several tales, is highly esteemed as a poetess. I was recommended to call on a man near Stornoway who is rather famous in Lewis, and whose name reached me even in Barra. 100 miles away I know some even in my own neighbourhood in Islay, though I have been told somewhere that Islay never produced a bard. To this I replied, that probably that was because the calling was not now respected there, as a proverb current in the island would lead us to infer. Bard, a's seared, a's filled. A bard, a tinker, and a musician, which is the meaning of these words in Islay now. In examining the works of modern Gaelic bards, we find that figures and phrases, nay entire verses, have been considered common property. The same similes and phrases are used by all, and sometimes a new song is but an old one with new names and a few alterations. An old song seems to have been considered good material for a new one, exactly as the stones of an old house are taken to erect another, and druidical circles are broken up to make farmsteadings. It was quite a custom in the Highlands, and that not long ago, to meet for the purpose of composing verses. These were often satirical, and any one who happened not to be popular, was fixed upon for a subject. Each was to contribute his stanza, and whoever failed to do his part was fined. Whenever a verse happened to be composed that was pretty smooth and smart, it took well, as might be expected, and spread far and wide like ill-natured satire elsewhere. An exact counterpart of this custom prevailed among the ancient Icelanders, many of whom were descended from men, who emigrated from the islands where the custom still survives. The burning of Njal, whose name is now a common one in the Highlands, and is pronounced nearly according to the English value of these letters, took place in 1011. And many of the tragical events recorded in the Njal saga grew out of a ballad composed and sung at a meeting of neighbors in the house of Gunnar of Litherand. 412. Stanzas were at times added to old songs, and others were altered, but such alterations were not often successful, as old men and knowing critics objected. It was only when they possessed superior merit that they passed current. But as the Highlanders have a great veneration for their old ballads, any alterations made upon them gave offence, and were rejected with indignation. This spirit must have helped to preserve these. Recent Gaelic songs describe the manners of our own times, the dresses, arms, and professions of the day, but allude to past ages, and often mention the Fane as well-known heroes. Among the latest bards, some of whose work have been published in the Beauties of Gaelic Poetry, is Donald MacDonald, who was born in Strathmore, Ross-shire, in the year 1780, and who died of cholera in 1832. Two of his songs only are published, one to Napoleon Bonaparte, and another to his sweetheart. In the song to his sweetheart, figure the words parson and seasoin. It is full of amorous sentiment, he must die without his sweetheart. The silver of Europe and the gold of Egypt would not avail without her. The song to Bonaparte begins in rather a lofty strain. The bard stands on the pavement of Edinburgh and sees the banners flaming in the sun. He hears the guns, and he stays listening to them. He hears the echo of the rocks replying to them with joy, he hears music in every house, he sees bonfires on the hills. It is heard from the gazettes, read everywhere, that Bonaparte had to fly. Rye d'Orsa, Caesar and his legions, the most of the Highland clans, the 10 plagues of Egypt, Fontenoy, Morer Hundade, Diac Irigil, Diac Montrose, Hanover, command, retreat, are names and words that embellish this modern Gaelic lay. Alexander MacKinnon is another bard that was nearly contemporary with the preceding. He was born in Morar, Ariseg, in the year 1770, served in the 92D Regiment, and fought in the Battle of Alexandria, where he received 3 severe wounds, which disabled him for any future service. He died at Fort William in 1814, at the age of 44. His songs are composed on the army, and on the battles fought between the French and British. He is extremely fluent in language, and his verse is very smooth. He seems to have been desirous of writing pure Gaelic, and avoiding English words. For Sidney Smith is called Mac Agoba, Smith's son, but for all that we have commissary. He compares Abercrombie to Finnot Fingal. Mar Fian a Mosglad Slui. Like Finn arousing hosts. The names Alexandria, Abukir, Abercrombie, occur. Saeson, England, is mentioned as a place. Far am fay sin lian am paltes. Where we shall get ale in plenty. The poet describes the shock of battle with graphic vividness, and speaks like an eyewitness. The style of Ewan Maclean, though he was classically educated, and composed in 4 languages, does not differ much from that of the other Gaelic bards, whom he seems to imitate closely. Though he helped to prepare the Gaelic Ossian for the press, and transcribed many old manuscripts into the Roman hand, he has taken very good care, not to imitate the Gaelic of the Ossian of 1807, in the least, in his songs. These are composed in pure and beautiful Gaelic, though, like the most of the Gaelic bards, he indulges in excessive epithets, many of his lines consisting of strings of adjectives or adverbs. Phoebus, Venus and Aeolus lent their aid to the well-instructed classical Gaelic bards, as they do to the classical bards of other countries. Though the poet apparently has endeavored to keep English out as much as possible, still he has failed, for a few English words have entered, such as Pakar, will be packed, sign, for one of the signs of the zodiac. John Shaw, Loch Nell's bard, was born 1758, and died 1828. Among his songs is one to Fionn le Mar Santa, Finlay the Merchant, who seems to have had some antiquarian taste and who dug up some old druidical burying places, Carn nan Druidnich, the Druid's cairn. Of this act the poet expresses his disapprobation, and denounces Finlay for his conduct in very bitter words. There is a song to Bunapart, whom the bard defies in strong language, enumerating the brave soldiers that were to meet him on British ground, and telling the hero of Marengo how he was to be treated. By Na Shrakas Tiinchain Agus Tifioil. Those who will rend thy brain and thy flesh. A very pretty love song is also amongst his compositions. We have in the Song of Finlay a description of blasting rocks with gunpowder, which seems to have a double meaning. Be queer fudair ens na kriegen. Chwy red eagle air bocane. Begone talad lays and Torah. Begone spared lays na chorden. Putting powder into rocks. It would terrify the Bogles. To bore them with the jumper. To be driving them with hammers. Tobacco comes in also. The Dug Hall Trom Air and Tombaka. Dugald is heavy on the tobacco. The narrators of stories and reciters of verses in the Highlands are generally fond of the weed. One storyteller makes a raven chew tobacco, but no reciter of Fenian poetry ever makes Finn, Dermot, or Gaul use the weed in any shape. The following English corruptions occur in the songs of this bard: beggar, blasted, blasting, fudair, powder, ricamide, regiment, volunteers, and the dress of the volunteers of that period is concisely and graphically described. Boinadian, bonnets, cotation scarlade, scarlet coats, swakiantas and rye, the king's arms, cocard de dh ite and owen, cockade of the bird's feather, and this is a true description of the dress of that period. There is an allusion to a well-known weapon of a preceding age which had fallen into disuse, to the poet's regret. For he says, S na, biod aga in mar bu dual duin. Lon chin illich ar cruchain. A skoltad and seen gon gwalian. Ga bwalad los mwise nan dorn. Oh, had we as we ought to have. Illy hilted blades upon our thighs. Could cleave their heads down to the chin. To smite them with the pith of fists. Alan MacDougall, Elian Dall, was born 1750, and died 1829. One of his songs is to Glengarry, Lucht Brecon and Failed. Those of the tartan dresses, now called belted plaids, are mentioned as those that would rise with Glengarry their chief. Fwaim Fedden, the sound of chanters, and Binias Thud, the melody of strings, are mentioned as pleasing to the chief, who therefore enjoyed pipe music, and that of stringed instruments. In his songs to the shepherds, who were not favourites with the poet, he says of them that they have a lowland screech in their throats crying after their dogs, and earnestly desires to keep them out, and not let their nose in. The reason being given in the following lines. Bo nak cluinier aca story. Ach creasin agus cloim ga riak. Kuntad na a chamsir, s gach ware. Sinak nan ewan mu en tide embraith. Since no tale is heard with them. But of skins and wool to sell. Telling the seasons and every weather. Buying the lambs before they are born. This, then, was not an age of pastoral Gaelic poetry, and the poet seems to have foreseen what has happened. The poet has a song to whiskey also, in which he dwells on the wonderful virtues of that drink like a man who likes it. It is delightful music to hear its murmur coming out of the stoop, heaping the quatch, excellent to excite to dancing in the winter time. It would make an old man hold up his head, it will make a soldier of the coward. It will bring out conversation at meeting and assembling, it is an unblundering physician, the children of the Gael have no disease or ailment that it will not heal. But there is another song composed to drunkenness, in which the serious effects of the favourite cordial are very feelingly expressed. The whole drinking bout is delineated with great animation. The man loses his strength, his sight fails. Coming home in the dark he falls on his back in the midden. Morning brings disgrace, his breast is in flames, the rest carrying him home, believing all the time he was strong, till at last he had lost his wits. After this come reflections on the folly of drinking and of emptying the purse. So modern Gaelic bards have been given to moralizing, and jollity, war, and love-making, but so far there is nothing in their compositions like the Fenian ballads, or the sentimental poems concerning their heroes whose authors are unknown. William Ross was born in Broadford, parish of Strath, Isle of Skye, 1762, and died in 1790. He was grandson, by the mother's side, to another celebrated bard, known as the Blind Piper. At school he studied the classical languages, and in his songs the polish of the man of education may be traced, as his style is refined and cultivated, though remarkably natural and easy. The reader may perceive, without much difficulty, that he exerted his utmost endeavor to write his native language with purity and elegance. In his poetry we trace something like the gay, amorous strain of Moore, though not his richness of fancy. The spirit of the classical poets may be readily traced in his verses. Some passages in his love songs are real gems. The force of the following lines could not easily be rendered in translation. The Dirge es Gael. Comire Gleichtenaik. Na nuas gil iben. Rin sudden ertnilek. The following gives the idea, but the spirit is gone. In her fair blithesome face, which has made hundreds long and grieve for love, the red and white are sporting with each other, and gently struggling for mastery. The Gaelic diminutives, which make this verse so pretty, have no English equivalents. He composed an elegy on the death of Prince Charles, whom he calls An Swaithnius Ban, the White Badge. This elegy shows how deep the feeling of attachment to that unfortunate scion of an unfortunate house, had sunk into the hearts of the poet and his countrymen. The following are a couple of stanzas from this pathetic poem. Nis cromade na critieren grin. Am berabe dos fo sprachten sin. Gach bio byed and in strath na bane. A kaoid and kodosgain lane. The gach bane gach knock, s gach slyup. Faka shin Thursday trial. Nis call and dreach, s fiam. O knock tig Thursday kawid nan kian. Now the sweet lyrists will bow their heads on the treetops in woe. All that live on hill or plain, their common loss with us bewail. Every hill, and mount, and moor, upon which we saw thee move, now have lost their sheen and beauty, for thou wilt not come back for aye. This differs widely from the spirit and metre of Ossian, both traditional and published. The Highland dress is a favourite theme with Ross, as with other Gaelic bards. In a song, which fits the music of a reel, he rejoices over the Act of Parliament which repealed the Act forbidding the national costume, and gives a glimpse of Highland manufactures, which still survive in spite of spinning jennies. He says, Thanig phasen ans an act. A dh or daic pailt filid. The arid na brakenen. Lo ferum trun neolapanak. Bid oigian thapade sniam, sa dath. Gu a chiben 8 lo yul. Gach a on jo, g I dead a jail fine. Mar s raid lo ens gach where. A fashion has come with the act. That ordered kilts in plenty. There's raising of the tartan plaid. With dexterous busy noise. Smart maidens now will spin and dye. With mirth and fun and pride. Each one adorning her own true love. As always is her joy. This bard has also a song to whiskey, and another to Macnabraca, the son of malt. Whiskey is drink, par excellence, which would raise the mind to politeness, and not druib na frainga, the trash of France, by which he means wine. It will make the maiden speak, however modest, it will put gentleness in the boy. It will make the carle amorous. Antialia Maclean, Dr. Johnson, according to the bard, took a glass of it himself, notwithstanding his Greek and Latin, and thereby impaired the power of his tongue. Dh fag mac na braca e gun lied. Na amadan liatak dull. Mac malt has made him speechless. A thick-speaking blinded fool. Classical names are interspersed through all his compositions, while Greek and Roman deities are favorites. Phoebus gilds the mountains, Flora covers each hill and dale with flowers, his sweethearts have all the qualities of Diana. Cupid throws his arrows with a lavish hand, the flames excited by the love god are to be quenched only by yielding to Venus and Apollo, and the 9 play their part. But English corruptions are not to be found, and the Gaelic is very pure and correct. Ross is not so profuse in epithets as the other poets, but he has enough to be in character with them. Duncan MacIntyre was born in Glenorchy 1724, and died in Edinburgh in 1812. The first of his ballads is composed to the Battle of Falkirk, fought between the royal forces and the Highlanders who joined Prince Charles. The battle is described with very great graphic power, and though the bard fought upon the royal side, it is evident, from his song, that the prince, and those who followed him, had a warm corner in his heart. His own flight, and that of his party, is told so as to lead us to think that he was not at all displeased with the result. As a dog, he tells us, chases sheep while they are running down the face of a glen, for 13 so were they scattered on our side, the horse of the enemy were well shod, well bridled, and marked out for murder. Moreover, B tells us also. Bha ratred lucht na burla. S and Dabe fine a b eigen tyched. The outlandish speakers retreated. It was they who had to flee. Another song of his is composed to the musket, in which he personifies that weapon, calling it his sweetheart, and enumerating all its good qualities. Sinead, Janet, is her name, and George is her grandfather. In Gaelic there are but 2 genders, so that every inanimate object is personified in ordinary speech, hence formal personification is seldom found in the poetry of the language. The poet tells that he scours his musket himself, and puts oil on it. That he puts it to his eye, and that it will not miss fire, it will keep him in drink in the alehouses, and it will pay each stoop that he buys, it will keep him in clothes and linen, so that he may lay the cares of the world aside. One of the longest of his pieces is Bain do Rain, which is very much admired. It imitates a pibroch, and the stanzas vary exactly as the pibroch does, some of them being in a slow, and others in a quick measure. The poet is very happy in his verse, which is exceedingly smooth and fluent. This poem is entirely descriptive. Whatever is interesting about this mountain, which gained so much of his admiration, is given with great minuteness. The wood, the deer, the hunt, the wild flowers, and herbs, are portrayed with great vividness, still there is an excess of epithets, which is tedious. MacDonald composed a piece of the same kind previous to this, which MacIntyre has imitated. But, in fact, the measure is but a mere extension of the poetical parts of the long heroic tales which were in those days, and still are, so abundant in every district of the Highlands. The measured prose of those tales resembles a pibroch, as may be seen by glancing at the tale of The Slim Swarthy Champion, W. H. Tales, Volume 1. Cor Cheathake is a beautiful descriptive poem, full and circumstantial, but less tedious than Bain do Rain. The following specimen will give an idea of this species of poetry, though translation cannot convey the original vigor of the reader. The Bradan Teragil, S.A. Choir Garblake. The Tyen On Ferge Bu Gaelb Heach Ton. Luluinis Mhimnak a Sipad Mhimchwiliag. Gu Neochirbak Lo Chamgob Krom. Win Borb, is e Luem Gu Foirmile. Na Ided Colgale Bu Gormglass Druim. Lo Shoilseen Ergid, Gu Chidich, Miana Breek. Gu Lannak, Dirge Balak, Ir Geel Sliam. There's a white-bellied salmon in the rough grassy corrie. Coming from the sea of the wild raging waves. With stalwart leapings catching the little flies. Unfailingly, with his bent crooked nose. In the raging current as he leaps so cheerily. In his gallant array of the blue-grey back. With his silvery spangles well finned, and fine spotted. Scale ly, red-spotted, white-tailed, and slim. This is genuine Gaelic poetry of a man who could read nature, though he could not read books, and his countrymen have done well to erect a monument to Duncan MacIntyre near his favourite glens, at the head of Loch All. In one of his love songs is the expression, Dud Geel Iobraid, white ivory teeth. While his own occupation of huntsman is portrayed for us in the following lines. Marbhain de geoid. Aes roin, aes ela. Es na hon barabe nan gug. I'd kill for thee geese. And seals, and the swan. And the birds on the tops of the twigs. In his song to the Black Highland Watch, in which the bard beautifully delineates the exploits of that regiment, they are mentioned as dressed. Lu en osanen breaka. Es lu em breakana, en feel. With checkered hose and with belted plaids. Armed with glass lawn, grey blade. Es and dag, and the pistol. Gon tierman nan skeeth. Without protection of shields. Lu en ganacha glana. With their glancing guns. Spoir ur and tinad. Gu dangen nan gluz. New flints tightened firmly in their locks. Biotagak, daggered, futurak, supplied with powder, at harkak, supplied with powder horns, for 14 so he describes the dresses which he saw. But, yet, in a song composed in praise of the Marquis of Breadalbane, occur the lines. Es tu thog na Sayadin. A shlyak nam fiantin. It is thou who hast raised hundreds. Of the offspring of the Fenians. From which it appears that the poet considered his countrymen to be the descendants of the Ossianic heroes. He has a song to breeches, in which he complains sadly of being obliged to wear them. The tightness about the knees he considers extremely inconvenient. Putanen na gluinian. As bucalin gon dunid. Buttons in its knees. And buckles enclosing them. Like Ross, MacIntyre rejoiced at having the dress of his country restored, and at being no longer obliged to wear. Coda ruiged in T-sail. Cha tiged e dachil duin. A coat that would reach the heel. It would not become us well. Shrir shinna, brigus air lar. Es cha di, thig I gu bratha cool. We have laid down the breeges on earth. She will never come out of the nook. Then comes something more agreeable. Ozen knock singale arcm. Es knock ruiged mar rees and glun. Hose that bind not our stride. That reach not the knee by a span. The Highland dress is a principal theme with all the bards that flourished at the same period with MacIntyre. They grieve deeply for being deprived of it, praise it as the finest, the most becoming, and the most convenient of all garbs. Breeches, black hats, and long coats, are made the subjects of keen satire, and the bard taxes all his wits to make the lowland dress the most ludicrous and the most contemptible that can be conceived. Like other poets of the same period, MacIntyre composed bacchanalian songs, mostly in praise of whiskey, but there is one to brandy, from which it appears that the Gaelic poet by no means coincided with Burns in his opinion of this drink. For he does not call it burning trash, but praises it. In his Molad Dunaidian, the praise of Edinburgh, the appearance of the city, and the dress of the period, are described by the poet in his happiest manner. S. Iamad fleeskak nasal an. A bha gu swears, grin. Feudar Aaron Gruigan, etc. Of the ladies he says. Stois na Mirian. Gon tinakad gu hard. Bill Mays Udane Boyd Heach. Brog Byarak, Dianak, Cothramach. Sbu Korak Lee Masail. Many a gentle youth was there. That was polite and kind. Powder upon their hair, etc. Underscore 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 underscore. Stays upon the demoiselles. To tighten them above. Underscore 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 underscore. Beauty spots on pretty faces. Underscore 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 underscore. Shoe pointed, tight and elegant. And tottering seemed the heel. There is no gas mentioned, for there was none, but what there was the bard tells. Bid Lochrain and de Gloinichan. A s coin Neil and Scatch 8. There will be lanterns of glasses there. And a candle in every place. Clues na parliamade, the parliament close occurs. So MacIntyre described what he saw, in good Gaelic verse, which fits the music of his time, and alluded to the Ossianic heroes as to something well known to everything, though of a past age. Robert Mackay, a native of Sutherland, usually called Rob Don, brown-haired Robert, was born in the year 1714, and died 1778. His Gaelic is full of English words, but there is no trace of English idiom. Among his songs is one in praise of Prince Charles, in which the prince is compared to Solomon in wisdom, to Samson in strength of hands, and to Absalom in beauty. There is a song, but not one of praise, to long black coats, Oren nan Cosagan Dubba. Mackay is one of the keenest of Gaelic satirical poets. The following English corruptions are found in his songs line: Parliament, Parliament, Pension, Sergeant, Commission, Commission, Choi Lair, Collar, Gabharment, Government, Prize, Prize, Strainsiren, Strangers, Trick, Trick, Rank, Rank. Fine, Fine, Battalion, Battalion, Election, Comrade, Comrade. While all these English words have crept into this bard's composition, his Gaelic is, at the same time, strictly grammatical and idiomatic. The only allusion to the Fiend in his songs, is in the case of a servant whom he has nicknamed Phelan, but that is enough to shew that he knew about the Fane. Lachlan Macpherson of Strathmasi was born in the year 1723, and died in the latter end of the 18th century. Four songs of his are published in the Beauties of Gaelic Poetry, and some are in Gillies. One is a lament for Hugh Macpherson of Cluny, one is a coarse satire on drunkenness, another, called Benai's Bon, the White Wedding, is a very humorous song, in which a newly married couple, well advanced in years, are the subject. Another to breeches, is rather indelicate. The language of Macpherson is entirely free from English words or corruptions, it is pure, grammatical, and idiomatic, whatever the ideas may be. The character of his poetry is that of the other popular bards, and bears not the least resemblance to that of the Ossian of 1807. In his lament, to Cluny he introduces the 9 muses. The following is a specimen of his verse, from the White Wedding. Labhair fear na bains fine. The dath ergiad oirn gulir. Syed and cron the oirn fon grain. Mardine fear bura ran oirn. The bridegroom he spoke up himself. We are all of a silvery hue. What ails us beneath the sun? Unless a ribald rhyme us. It is said that a copy of the 7th book of Tamora, in Gaelic, still exists in the handwriting of this bard, with all manner of corrections written in. The Gaelic of the 7th book, as published, is very different indeed from Strathmasi's songs, and it is hard to believe that he was the author of Ossian. There is no peculiarity in the idiom of the songs to countenance this theory, which has been adopted by many. John Macodrum was noted in his day for his knowledge of the Fenian poems. Sir James MacDonald of Sleat, in a letter to Dr. Blair of Edinburgh, dated Isle of Skye, October 10, 1763, says of him, I have heard him repeat, for hours together, poems which seem to me to be the same with Macpherson's translations. Macpherson met him on his way to Benbecula, and asked him, Am Beal Dad Agad Aaron Fane? This mode of putting the question is fully as ambiguous as many passages of the Gaelic Ossian of 1807, for it may mean either, do the Fee know thee anything? Or, dost thou know anything about them? The bard considered it a fit subject for his humour, and replied, Chian, Heil, is ged du bithead charuajan elise irade nis. No, and though they did, owe me anything, it would be vain to ask it now. The poet's banter rather wounded Macpherson's dignity, so he cut short the conversation and proceeded. If the people of Uist were the same race then that they are now, a collector of Macpherson's temper would have very little chance of obtaining either poems or stories, though they were as plentiful as blackberries in August. For whoever expects to be successful in getting stories there, must cultivate patience and good humor, take a joke and make one. And, if he does that, he may be assured that he can get plenty of fun, as well as wit as brilliant and sparkling as he could meet with in Green Erin, provided he understands Gaelic. There is a lampoon composed by this bard to the bagpipe of one Domnolban, fair-haired Donald, which is exceedingly humorous, and in which he says, Shiarg I lu tabhun. Siecht Cathan nam fianton. It withered with yelping. The 7 Fenian battalions. But he says, that the Gael loved the pipes as Edinburgh people though this old and execrable pipe had weakened for the first time. Nert dire made a's gill. The strength of Dermot and of Gaul. Turkake, Turks, Girmaltich, Germans, Frangake, Frenchmen, figure in this bard's verses. Scripture names are frequent. The names, Rai Frussia, King of Prussia, Troidi, Troy, Roim, Rome, are also found. So this bard noticed the small circumstances which marked the manners of his own time, such as the tea-drinking of Edinburgh, and referred to the national music of the Highlands, and to the old heroes as equally well known. Alexander MacDonald was born in the beginning of the 18th century. He joined Prince Charles in 1745, and many of his songs are composed in praise of the prince and of his cause. His language is exceedingly vigorous, and his poetry is impassioned. Classical names, as well as English words, are freely used, but there is not the least trace of classical imitation in his style, which is as characteristically Gaelic as can be. His songs begin in the same abrupt, simple manner, as those of the most illiterate bards do, and, like the most illiterate of them, he is guilty of an excess of epithets. His pieces composed to nature are purely descriptive. There is one long poem, composed to a ship, remarkable for the manner in which it brings out the power of the poet, and the conspicuousness of the language. Much of this bears a strong resemblance to the description of the sailing of boats in Gaelic tales. The bagpipe he prefers to the harp, which he calls Sal Nyanag, maiden's music. Whiskey and the national garb have received his greatest attention. Phoebus does good work for the bard, Aeolus will send good strong winds, and Neptune will smooth the ocean. Mars is also busy. Venus and Dido are equalled by his beauties. Telescope, Sign Chancer, Sign Thoris, Tropic, Capricorn, Gemini, Mars, Pwimp, Pomp, are terms that occur. Bacchus does not pass without notice either, for mention is made of Altair Bacchus, the altar of Bacchus. Scripture names are frequent. In this respect this bard differs from those who composed the Ossianic poems. John Mackay, usually called Am Peobert Dall, the blind piper, native of Gairla, Rossshire, was born in the year 1666, and died in 1754. His versification differs considerably from that of the bards of the 18th century, being a good shade nearer to that of the Fenian poems. The language also seems to be a good deal older than that of MacDonald or his contemporaries. He makes several allusions to the Ossianic heroes. Mar Oisian and De Nam Fian. Like Oisian after the Fian. Mac Rai Sorka, Sgiath Nan Arm. Gur Heb Ain Dha Megerborb. King of Sorka's son, shield of the arms. That his name was Megerborb. Which is a quotation from an old ballad which is still repeated. Sdh image o Fian abin Fien. And his own wife went off from Fian. Which alludes to the story of Graydon. Scripture words abound, such as, Guem Bianakdia, may God bless, Binak Dhe, the blessing of God. The Gaelic of this bard is idiomatic, and not a single English word is to be found in his poems. In his Quarren Ezain are strings of epithets, which peculiarity, as has been already observed, pervades the compositions of all the known modern Gaelic bards. The drinking vessel mentioned is corn, a horn, and the drink, wine, not whiskey. Roderick Morrison, commonly called An Clarsair Dall, the blind harper, a native of Lewis, was born in the year 1646, and died at an advanced age. His Gaelic is altogether free from English words and idioms, but is less ancient in structure than that of Mackay, the blind piper. Drinking is mentioned, but the kind of drink is not named. The word stoop, occurs. The following terms relating to the Christian religion are found: La Caist, Easter Day, Seichtuan na Susda, the week of the crucifixion, Direta Charbais, the end of Lent, and these mark the existence of Catholicism. Lachlan McKinnon, native of Skye, flourished in the middle of the 17th century. His language is remarkably pure, and without the least trace of foreign idiom, nor is there an English word to be met with in his verses. In a song composed in praise of a young lady, Dermot is alluded to. Fuer Thursday en Iasad Bwade o Diremaid. The queer Syad in Geal Ort. Thou gotst in loan a gift from Dermot. That puts 100 in pledge to thee. This alludes to the beauty spot on Dermot's brow, which no woman could see without loving him. In a satirical song on a certain dagger, the following reference is made to the enchantment of the fiend, W.H. Tales, XXXVI. Bumath S.A. Bruthan Cairain I. Essen Conag Nam, Fear More. S.E. Finthug D.H. Ian Lata Sin. At T.H. Bwalad Na Dorn. Good was it in the Rowan Burg. And in the big men's strife. It was Finn who gave it on that day. The next stroke in his fist. The next stanza tells how many men Finn slew on the occasion, so the poet implies that the dirk in question was a weapon of the time of the Fane. Breacan and Fail, tartan plaid and kilt, are mentioned as the dress worn by the Highland chiefs of the poet's time. Neil Currie, native of South Uist, was born in the beginning of the 17th century, and was an old man in the year 1717. In the few pieces of his which are published, we have an insight into the manners of the time. There is the word puthar from the English word power. Brandy, French wines, and wax candles, are spoken of as luxuries with which the bard was familiar at the house of his chief. Among the musical instruments mentioned, are the bagpipes and the fiddle. No allusion is made to beer or whiskey. John MacDonald, usually called Ian Lom, lived in the reigns of Charles I and II. And died at an advanced age, about the year 1710. His language is full of English corruptions, but is fairly grammatical. Yet, upon the whole, in smoothness and elegance of expression falls far short of a great number of the other bards. As a satirist he has no rival. Scripture names are very frequent in his pieces. Mary MacLeod, native of Harris, was born in the year 1569, and died at the advanced age of 105. Her language and verse are remarkably fluent and easy. English words abound, but the idiom is very pure. The harp, chess, and the tales of the Fane, are mentioned as amusements common in MacLeod's castle. The bow is spoken of as an offensive weapon then in use, while firearms, targets, and swords, meet with their due meed of praise. Scripture names abound. Many old songs, by known and unknown authors, describe battle-axes and bows, and these may be referred to a period later than the Fenian period, and earlier than that of the bow. Bows and spears are mentioned together in some ballads, spears drop out, and bows are named along with battle-axes, in others, and further on, bows, battle-axes, and firearms, are mixed up together. The following are lines recited in Islay, and assigned by tradition to the time of the Battle of Tre Gruniart, fought between Maclean and MacDonald in the reign of James VI. Fur na fusage ruade. Gertram du Beal, Hes ger Croade e. Bris Thursday Lyth Chenek emo Thway. S Gad Rin Thursday Sin, S Math Leam Buin Thursday. Man of the russet beard. Heavy is thy blow and hard. Thou hast broken the broad side of my axe. And though thou hast, long mayst thou live. How the old Highlanders fought with axes we learn from Barber's Bruce, Book 2, in which the following expressive lines occur. But the folk of the other party fought with axes fellily. For tie on feut war ever ill came. Fate fail off their horse has slain. And till some gift they wounds wid. An old war song exists, styled, Prasnacha Catha Cloyne Domno Lula Chun, More Macmuric Albanake, La Catha Harla, Battle Incitement of the Macdonalds, by Big La Chun, son of Albanian Murich. Macmuric or Curry was Clanranald's bard, and this song is said to have been sung by him at the Battle of Harlaw. It consists of 17 stanzas of unequal length, and every word in each stanza begins with the same letter of the Gaelic alphabet, which has but 17 letters. The particle gu is prefixed to every word, which makes them all adverbs, and so every line of the song begins with G. The Roman order of the letters is followed, that is, A, B, C, etc., which is not the same as the Ogham, or Old Gaelic alphabet. The whole is a list of adverbs, excepting 2 lines at the beginning, and 11 at the end, expressive of various military virtues, all set to a lively quick measure. 415. The number of lines is 336. The following is the last stanza of this curious old song. Gu Erlamhak, Gu Hazich. Gu Aranta, Gu Uraluan. Gu Urchliasak, Gu Yubrich. Gu Yulfargak, Gu Yulfartak. Gu Urkoidich, Gu Wabasak. Gu Urasak, Gu Uramak. Gu Erloisjak, Gu Yumshlagdik. Gu Waktarak, Gu Wallach. Gu Ulam, Gu Uskarak. Gu Halich, Gu Uchterdak. Gu Uadernikt, Gu Ugdarak. Gu Upagak, Gu Ulaford Harkak. Gu Upernich, Gu Urglasak. Gu Urbwiyuch, Gu Urspialak. Gu Erlobrak, Erlamhak, Ernerdmor. Gu Koisnid na Cathlarak. Re Bruideni Ur Bugi. A Clana Chuin Chuchathake. CNIS where URN Eighth Nietzsche. A Twilianan Confidhack. A Byrikian Bunanta. A Liaguanan Langasta. Onkane by Orgwilich. Du Leacrade Crota, Sharanta. Du Clanab Chuin Chuchathake. A Clanab Chuin Quimnichib. Croas and am na a Chirgwil. So dexterously, so gracefully. Intrepidly, audaciously. So actively, so haughtily. All wrathfully, so yellingly. So hurtfully, so dreadfully. Trustworthily, honorably. So zealously, so grave pit ly. Superiorly, cheerfully. So readily, so jeweled. Well-mailed ly, high-breasted ly. Preparedly, authoritatively. Pushingly, all-seeing ly. Bustlingly, right-trimmed ly. Well-striking ly, well-mowing ly. Eloquently, dexterously, all-powerfully. To win the field of battle. For the telling of your glory. Children of Khan of 100 fights. This now is the hour to know you. Ye furious whelps. Ye stout dragons. Ye splendid lions. Ye standards of stout battle. Of brave gallant warriors. Of the children of Khan of the 100 fights. Children of Khan remember. In the time of battle hardihood. The arms used at the battle are indicated in various lines throughout the piece. It is worth remark that no firearms are mentioned in the owl, which is supposed to be still older than the battle ode. Gu Quilberich, Gu Cruadlanic. Gu Skabalak, Gu Srolbradak. Gu Riamail, Gu Uf Heinich. Gu Swilfuricare, Gu Sayed Gur. Gu Cyanak, Gu Spyanak. Gu Skatich, Gu Syathak. Gu Twadbiliak Gu Tarbhak. So culverind, so steel-bladed. So scabbard, so silk-bannered. So powerfully, so fain king-like. So knife-armed, so pullingly. So choppingly, so shieldly. So axe-blow ly, so bow-like. So eye-watchingly, so arrow-sharp ly. A Comhakag, the Owl, is an ancient piece, published in Gillies, and also in the Beauties of Gaelic Poetry. It is attributed to one Donald MacDonald, a celebrated hunter, who lived before the invention of firearms. This piece approaches nearer to the Fenian poems in character than anything to be found in the compositions of the above-mentioned bards. In one of the stanzas, there is an allusion to the confessional. Diansa ti feased ris and tishagart. Make thy confession to the priest. The erection of a mill is spoken of as something notable. S. Rin e Mwillian air Altlarach. And he made a mill on Altlarach. The hunting life is delineated with glowing enthusiasm, and the various animals of the chase, as well as domestic animals, are enumerated: eyelid, the hind, feed, deer, lao, calf, mean, kid, herb, roe, loch, duck, gadhare, hounds. Boga, bow, is frequently named, but no other offensive weapon. The Fenians are introduced in one line. Chi mi strath Oisian nam Fian. I see the strath of Oisian of the Fian. Though there is a reference to drinking, no special drink is named. Among the animals, there is no mention of lawn, which so frequently occurs in the Fenian ballads, and which is supposed to be the elk. In this poem we meet with much of the poetry of nature, but it is very different from that which is found in the Ossian of 1807, or in Dr. Smith's Sean Dana, Old Poems, but it is similar in kind to that which is found in the compositions of the bards already quoted, to that of the Blind Piper, of MacDonald, and of MacIntyre. It is descriptive, but neither philosophical nor contemplative. Natural objects are not so much matter of speculation as of feeling. The poet speaks of them as something that he strongly loves, something to which he is strongly attached, and which he praises as he does his friends, his home, or his country. When this Gaelic bard speaks of inanimate objects, he does it like those above named. He speaks as if they were his familiar friends. We think they live, and that they are in his mind by the fireside along with him. He enumerates every beauty and excellency connected with them, not so much because he admires the beauties that he finds in them, but because he loves them. This is the species of poetry which proceeds from the Celt's strong attachment to home and country, from that feeling which makes him sigh for his native home in a foreign land, though successful in life. And surrounded with comforts, that feeling which inclines him to prefer the barren heaths, foaming cataracts, and rugged mountains of the Highlands to the fairest lands on which the sun shines. In following the long list of Scoto-Gaelic bards from the present day to the author of A Comhackag, the Owl, we find the spirit of this poetry uniform and unaltered. From MacIntyre's Quar Cheathake, the Corrie of Mist, to A Comhackag, the Owl, it is very much the same in character. The following quotation from The Owl will illustrate what has been said. Krieg imo crith, sa, Krieg guanach. Krieg d, fuermi gris de Iraq. Krieg nan aegean s nan dam siablak. A, Krieg urail, aegiarak, Ianic. Krieg muen iathad and feaghate. Bu mayan lim a bga taghal. Nwer bu bin goose gauline geadbear. A, Ker grade gu gabhail chumhain. S bin na a chilarian mu, bruakan. S bin aquachan, S bin a achila. A's bin na sin amblayagan. Ni and layagan mianabrik, balak. Crag of my heart, the lightsome rock. The rock where I was partly reared. Rock of the hinds and roving stags. Rock that is verdant, and gay with birds. The rock which the hunting shout encircles. To haunt it would be my joy. When the voice of the baying hounds was sweet, urging the herds to a narrow pass. Sweet sound the eagles in its braes. Sweet are its cuckoos, and sweet its swan. Sweeter than all is the bleating of the spotted, fine speckled fawn. How different is this from the address to the sun and similar poetry in Ossian. Yet it will be found to be the same in character with MacDonald's, MacIntyre's, and all other modern Gaelic bards. The germ of it is to be found in the Fenian ballads, as, for instance, that line in the Lay of Dermot. Esker tru agade re bain gulban. From the traces of this style to be found in these old poems, it has expanded into its more modern form. In the works of all these bards, which extend over a period of several centuries. For one piece, composed as a war song for the Highlanders who fought at Harlaw, is referred to the same date, 1411, the manners of each age are delineated. There is a difference in the language corresponding to each period, but that difference is inconsiderable. The bards belong to different parts of the Highlands, but no marked difference of dialect appears in their compositions, and this agrees with the prevalent opinion among Highlanders that good Gaelic is something definite. Though they are not unanimous with regard to the district where good Gaelic is to be found. The difference in spoken dialects is more in pronunciation, accent, and the use of certain words in one place rather than another, than in grammatical structure or idiom. In reviewing the compositions of these known bards, we observe that, as a rule, the earlier the period the purer is the language, and the freer from English words. The idiom of the language found in this poetry is very far removed from English, and, on that account, it is very difficult to transfer the meaning of a passage accurately into English, and much more so to give its force and spirit. Though the works of these modern bards differ in language from the Fenian ballads, they vary in words rather than in idiom. The versification differs, but the songs approach the ballads nearer, the older they are. Almost all these modern poems contain allusions to Christianity and scripture names. No superhuman deeds are mentioned, nor anything out of the range of probability. But when we look at Mordub, and the other poems of the same class, we perceive a style that stands far apart from all these, and from the Fenian ballads. Between the language of the Fenian poems, that of the works of the known bards, and that of spoken Gaelic, there is a common bond of union that is easily discovered, the others are something apart. The preservation of these Fenian ballads for many ages may, at first sight, appear incredible, more especially when successive generations of poetry relating to historical events have died out. And when we have so little concerning the chiefs and warriors that flourished in Scotland during the 7th, 8th, 9th, and successive centuries, down to the 15th. We have no traditional ballads that refer to the wars of Wallace and Bruce, hardly a tradition relating to them. All these great men have passed away from the Highland popular mind as if they had no existence, and yet these prehistoric traditions remain. How is it that no succeeding poetry, no national history, has been able to supplant them? If they kept their ground in the midst of the compositions of successive ages, we must surely admit that they possessed a peculiar merit suiting those times, that they were superior to anything new that was produced. Or at least that they were more fitted to take hold of the feelings of all periods. It may be asked, were they not the compositions of modern bards? Those bards, so far as we know their history, quote them as something older than their own times. Granting that they are not the compositions of any known bard, may they not have been the compositions of bards previous to those, but still of a period not very remote of the monks of a certain period? Had they been the compositions and inventions of such men, was it likely that there should be so little reference to religion, and to known general history, in the ballads which give the history of the Fane? As told by Ossian amongst his dialogues with St. Patrick on religious matters, or as they are more commonly now sung, without these pagan polemics. In monkish compositions, Greek and Roman history are often present, and there is much in these poems which we can hardly think monks would be inclined to encourage. When then was this poetry composed? Was it in the 10th century? If so, what was the poetry of the Gael previous to that century? Had they any? Roman writers answer the Caledonians went to fight the Romans singing war songs, but we are not informed what they sang, though we may surmise. Did Fenians or Fenian traditions exist in the time of the Caledonians? If so, probably there were Fenian ballads then also, and these may be the old ballads of the Caledonians modified, developed, and altered, but preserved from undergoing any radical change by popular veneration down to our own day. Why these have been so well preserved, and have outlived so many historical periods, may be accounted for by their universality. Highland chiefs were at war with each other, and lasting animosities subsisted between them. A song in praise of a certain chief was not likely to be acceptable to an inimical clan. A ballad in praise of Clan Chadden would not please the Clan K. A poem that extolled the exploits of Robert Bruce, would meet with but a cold reception among the MacDougals of Lorne, or among the dependents of the Comyns of Badenoch. The bard that would run the risk of praising the merits of James I among the Grahams, or among the dependents of those relatives of his own whom he had so cruelly executed, might risk having his tongue cut out. But the Fenian ballads could be sung anywhere. They were not likely to excite any feud, or awaken any old grudge, or recall any former disgrace. They were not calculated to wound either a reigning dynasty, or the partisans of a fallen one. And, indeed, during those wild times, when every man's hand was against his brother, what better code of honor could have existed among such fiery elements? When chiefs violated the principles of chivalry, and honor, and fair play, what better check could we conceive as a moral restraint upon their wild passions from the traditions of the Fane, whose name is still the watchword for fair play. Cothram na Fane, Fenian's advantage, a fair field and no favour. Underscore 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 underscore. To the list of modern bards who refer to the Fane, may be added the name of Evan MacColl, the Loch Fyneside bard, who published a volume of very creditable English and Gaelic poetry in 1836. At page 94 is a Gaelic stanza, which may be thus closely translated. And thou there standing all lonely, as Ossian after the Fane. Small time, and thou followest kindred. O done! Death's strong hand is upon thee. The dun meant is, Castale Donine, in Loch Dubhaig in Rossshire. Other references also occur, and it may be generally said that there is hardly a Gaelic book that does not contain such references. William Livingstone, the Islay bard, who published clever poems in 1858, often mentions the Fane, J. F. C. To this let me add the letter of a labourer, who has a good head and small learning, but knows his own language well. Dutchlies, October 28, 1861. Sir, I received your letter of the 24th Saturday last. There is a good many words in Ossian's poems that is not common in modern Gaelic. I have Dar. Smith's Gaelic book, and I got it from a man because that there was so many words in it which he did not know the meaning of, and I understand them. The poem, that I heard repeated corresponds with those that is in the book. I am quite convinced that the English was taken from the Gaelic, and not the Gaelic from the English. It would be quite absurd to think that a man would spend his time studying Old Gaelic for to translate English prose, and put it in Gaelic verse. And choose the words as they were spoken about 1700 years ago, it would be a very laborious task. And if the publication was printed, the publisher would be a great loser by it, as so few would buy it, because they did not understand it, and none would be able to do it, unless he was a first-class Gaelic scholar, and a good poet. And also he would have to read some other poems, as old as Ossian's for to find the measure of the metre, as some of them is composed to a measure that is not used in modern poetry. I understand the Gaelic of the published books. I understand the words separately. Yours truly. John Dewar. 416. To this let me add a letter from Mr. Torrey, now a student at Edinburgh College, who has collected stories for me, and lives in Benbecula. Benbecula, South Uist. October 19, 1861. My dear Sir, as I have conversed with almost all those from whom poems have been collected in this quarter, I flatter myself that I am now in a position to furnish you with my quota of information on this interesting subject. Besides these poems which have been collected, the proof sheets of which I have perused, a great variety of other poems, which go under the name of Ossian's poems, are commonly recited by the people. A few of these I have already sent you. And I have still in my possession two long ones, called respectively Teentak Mor na Fane, and Cath Mac Rai na Sorka. Leoid Diarmid, Leoid Froich, Leoid and Amadane Moir, Mwiliartak Buidi, and Leoid a Choin Duib, are, however, the most common. Fragmentary pieces of these I have heard recited by some of our highest class. But those who have them most entire, are, comparatively speaking, the poorest and most illiterate in the land, those from whom they might be the least expected, so circumstanced that they have had no access to books, and even should they have, the most of them could not make any use of them. Neither were they in a position to mingle among those who could read, and had books. Books, however, which contain collections of Ossian's poems, are not so common here as might be expected. None of the reciters that I have met, ever heard of Gillies, MacCallums, or Stewarts. I have never seen any of these in the islands. And if they are to be found at all, it is with those who prize them too much to lend to such of the poorer classes as could read, to run the risk of being disfigured with black drops, and sure to have the not very agreeable odour of petrique. Donald MacIntyre, Aird, Benbecula, the best reciter of poems that I have met, and who can read Gaelic well, never saw any book of the kind until I shewed him Dr. Smith's collection. I have traced out another copy of Dr. Smith's at Iachdar, which was presented to one Peter Macpherson, a bit of a poet, by the Reverend Duncan Lean, now Free Church minister at Glenorchy, when missionary here about 35 years ago. Every person with whom I have conversed about Ossian's poems, and who knows anything about them, admires them very much, and believes them to be the genuine composition of Ossian, as pure as might be expected. Considering that they were handed down by tradition, and consequently lost a great deal of their pristine splendor, and received additions which, instead of adding, detracted considerably from their original merit. I believe there are very few in the Highlands, especially adults, but know something of Ossian's poems. Like the popular tales, which are universally found throughout the Highlands, Ossian's poems have formed a very important part of the Highlanders' pastime through the long winter nights. When on my way home from Edinburgh last spring, I read Leoid Diarmid to a few in Skye. They remembered to have heard it before. And some old men remarked that, when they were young, tales and poems were very common, and regretted very much that they were so much out of vogue with the present generation. I never met with any of Ossian books there but one, the Reverend Mr. Maclauchlan's Gleanings, presented to a guide by an English tourist. I never heard of any Irish book containing these pieces in the islands, nor have I ever seen any myself. As I have not Macpherson's, which is the best known of them all, nor Gillies, nor Stewart's, I cannot say whether those who recite passages a la Macpherson, a la Stewart, or a la Gillies. Donald MacIntyre recited to me a poem entitled Cath Macrai na Sorca, which I find in Dr. Smith's collection, note page 176. They resemble each other very much, in some passages the language is the same. MacIntyre's version, however, is longer, though Dr. Smith's, upon the whole, is more beautiful. In the course of a conversation lately with a gentleman of no mean authority, on the Ossianic controversy, B expressed his surprise that the anti-Ossianics would use such futile arguments as that Macpherson was the author of these poems, or that the people get them from books, while he himself had a distinct recollection of bearing one Roaring Queen, commonly called Ruairi Road, who was a catechist in this parish, recite poems which can be found in Macpherson's. This Queen died about 30 years ago at the advanced age of 80. He had a great many of Ossian's poems which he learned when a boy by hearsay, and with which he afterwards used to entertain his hosts when travelling from village to village on his catechetical visits. A niece of his, who now resides at Payable, North Uist, has the same hereditary talent which procured her uncle more celebrity than his catechetical acumen. This Macqueen was no less than 50 years of age when Macpherson's Gaelic was published, and 57 before Stewart's, Ormcalames appeared. In whatever way, therefore, people came to have these poems, it is a well-known fact that they never got them from books, for nothing can be more patent than the fact that these poems existed long before Macpherson's, or Stewart's, Ormcalames, or Gillies, or Miss Brooks came into existence. Nor is it consistent to suppose that Macpherson, were he really the author of the poems, would give them unto the world as the composition of Ossian, while they were of themselves sufficient to raise him to the pinnacle of fame, and establish his name as the greatest poet that Scotland ever produced. I do not believe, however, that these minor pieces are the composition of Ossian. They differ as much from them as schoolboy's attempts at painting do from the sublime efforts of Raphael or Michelangelo. As to the question whether these are Irish or Scotch, I cannot give a definite answer. After some reflection, however, my opinion preponderates to the latter, for though there are some words and phrases which to me were unintelligible until the reciters explained them, and which they considered Irish, still I would not be justified in calling such ballads as contain them Irish, on the slender ground of this more ipse dixit, for they may have retained that much of the language in which they were originally composed, and which may have been the dialect common in Scotland at that time. They are apparently very old, and it is possible at the time they were composed the language of both countries was the same, considering they had one common origin. By whom they were composed, or at what time they were composed, cannot, with any degree of certainty be determined, they stretch back into a period of whose history I know very little, and, consequently I am precluded from adding more. Meanwhile, I remain, yours very faithfully. D. K. Torrey. J. F. Campbell, Esq., etc., etc. To this let me add the opinion of a Highlander, who had had much to do with the publication of Gaelic books, and lives in a city. 62, Argyle Street, Glasgow. November 9, 1861. My dear Sir, in compliance with your request, I will now proceed briefly to give you my opinion of the poems attributed to Ossian and other ancient Celtic bards. Although a doubt never crossed my mind regarding the genuineness of these productions, yet after a careful investigation of the subject, I have now a more definite and satisfactory impression of the matter than I had heretofore. I believe that Fingal fought, and that Ossian sang, as firmly as I believe any other historical fact. I have now the same opinion of them that I had 30 years ago, when I first began to take an interest in these matters, namely, that such individuals lived many centuries ago, and composed poems that have been handed down from generation to generation by oral recitation, and that many of these fragments have been collected and translated into English, and published by Mr. James Macpherson of Badenoch, exactly 100 years ago, and by others since, such as Dr. John Smith of Campbellton, Duncan Kennedy, Hugh and John Callum, etc. I believe all that is truly poetical and ennobling in Macpherson's translation are the productions of Ossian and other great bards of the same era. But while I believe and maintain all this, I gave it as my humble conviction that Macpherson used unwarrantable liberties with his originals. Ossian never composed Fingal and Tamora, as they are given by him, and it would be much more to the credit of our country had he given these fragments just as he collected them, without linking them together as he has done, and called them epic poems. I also complain of Macpherson for excluding passages which accorded not with the theory which he wished to establish, and thus endeavored to fix the Fingalian era according to his own fancy. But this is not the worst. I have a graver charge than any of these to bring against him. I have no hesitation in affirming that a considerable portion of the Gaelic which is published as the original of his translation is actually translated back from the English. I have discovered this by the aid of fragments, no doubt genuine, published in the Highland Society's report. These fragments begin at page 192, and end at page 260. A literal translation is inserted on opposite pages, with Macpherson's translation in footnotes. Macpherson's translation is pretty faithful, with the exception of omitted passages, which under other circumstances might be supposed to have been translated from a different version. But when we are presented with the Gaelic, purporting to be the original, the deception is too transparent to pass undetected. I am aware that this assertion is detrimental to the honesty and veracity of Mr. Macpherson, and perhaps to the character of those who superintended the publishing of the Gaelic after his death, but I affirm this as my honest conviction of the matter. And any Highlander of ordinary intelligence may satisfy himself on this point by comparing the report and Macpherson's Gaelic. From this, and other circumstances, it is evident that Macpherson determined to appropriate to himself the literary glory of these productions. If not, why bequeath in his last will and testament £1,000 to defray the expenses of publishing Ossian's poems in Gaelic, English, and Latin? This fact, I think, ought to exonerate those superintending the Gaelic, as they were merely carrying out his request as his executors. But, notwithstanding all I have mentioned, we are indebted to Mr. Macpherson for what he had done. He was the first to draw the attention of foreigners to those wonderful compositions, and others following his example, matter has been collected and preserved that would have been forever lost. Mr. Macpherson's translation, in my opinion, is superior to the paraphrase of Dr. Smith, but the Gaelic of Dr. Smith is genuine, with the exception of his emendations and occasional interpolations, where he thought the sense required it, and which he candidly acknowledged. Dr. Smith, being a ready poet and a thorough Gaelic scholar, spared no pains in making his Sean Dana worthy of the patronage of his countrymen, and no wonder although he was disappointed when his labors were not sufficiently appreciated. There are other parties who have done some harm, alleging that they were the authors of some of the compositions which passed as Ossian's. Mr. Kennedy claimed some of his collection as his own. Mr. Maclean of Ariseg published a volume of Gaelic poems and songs in 1821, in which he gives a Sean Don under the designation of Calath, which in course of time was honoured by a place in the Beauties of Gaelic Poetry, the editor endorsing it as an ancient poem. But in 1840 Mr. Maclean published a new edition of his poems, and very coolly removes the deception, using his own words, and avows himself the author of Calath, and very modestly retains the fulsome notes which he himself appended to it on its first appearance. It is doubtful if the author would have been so ready to remove the deception had Calath not been so highly honoured by the editor of the Beauties. Mr. Maclean added a third part to Mordub, and 259 lines to the second part more than is given in Gillies' collection. He does not say that the supplement to Mordub is his, neither do I charge him with imposing on the reader by this. But I am not satisfied that either the first, or last, or any part of Mordub is genuine. I have mentioned these circumstances in order to remove, so far as I can, all that has the appearance of suspicion or doubt about the matter. But all the deceptions that have been practiced do not affect the sterling worth of the poems of Ossian any more than the base coin affects the value of the real one. It will only make those into whose hands it may come try it and make sure that it is genuine. It may be objected, how could so much matter be preserved on the memories of the people without the aid of letters? Those who have lived in the Highlands for any length of time know well how these productions have been preserved. In former times Highlanders bad very little else to remember, or, rather, they did not remember much else. Socially disposed, they spent much time together. On the long winter evenings they assembled in a certain house, rehearsed and listened to these records of Fingalian achievements which were thus interwoven with their mental development. Hence the continual opposition manifested by the religious instructors of the Highlanders to Scilactan and Ossianic poetry. These teachers had serious difficulties in getting the attention of the people, in consequence of their minds being preoccupied and absorbed by this ancient lore. Bishop Carswell, in 1567, complains of those who spent their time and intellect in perpetuating the records concerning Tuath de Danann, Finn Mac Cumhale and his heroes, rather than write and teach and maintain the faithful words of God, and of the perfect way of truth. But Mr. Robert Kirk, of Balquhidder, who published the first metrical Gaelic version of the Psalms in 1684, is more charitably disposed towards the Fingalians. See page 71. The assertions of Bishop Carswell are fully borne out by the well-known Christian poet, Peter Grant of Strathspey, who composed about 40 years ago. He says in Giran nan Gaidheal, "An ti sabade glormer bu choir a naim had. Estric chaith shin fawen I o chayan gu seen. Locaint aro diam hain mu thiamkial fiantabe. Esgach not hac tiomal abayad nar seen. Nuic s slidian, s na tigian kali. Biad mid luchila, tional n. Ach cha bem biobal abayad, ga lughat. Ach fawen skull nok tiged seen. The glorious Sabbath that should be hallowed. Oft spent we in trifling from end to end, with useless chattering about the fientane, and each timely matter that was in our mind. On knolls or hillsides, or in visiting houses, we would be together all gathering there. But 'twas not the Bible that was read there, but a silly tale told without an end." I think these quotations prove two things. First, that Ossian's poems are older than James Macpherson. And second, that it is not a matter of astonishment that Highlanders could preserve so much of the poetry of former ages, seeing that they applied all their mental powers in remembering and perpetuating it. I cannot, indeed, wonder at the clergy, teachers, and catechists opposing the conventicles, to use an ecclesiastical term, for rehearsing and hearing Fingalian lore, as the practice interfered so much with their usefulness. But these traditions served a purpose, and accomplished their mission, and like other dispensations of antiquity they passed away. They were the elementary schoolbooks of the Celts in bygone ages. They helped to strengthen and expand their memories, and to sharpen their intellects, and the morals inculcated by them were generally sound. Those who are familiar with our national proverbs and maxims, must acknowledge that the men who first uttered them, and those who gave them currency, studied human nature deeply. The Highlanders had also many problems and riddles, as you are well aware, that required much ingenuity and application to solve. I will refer you to one of these as a specimen. It goes under the designation of Erim Fur Dubhain. You will find it, I think, in Stewart's collection. There is much truth in what Dr. Mliad of St. Columba, Glasgow, uttered on one occasion, although he was laughed and sneered at by some for it. Even the superstition of the Highlanders, dark and wild as it may appear, had a happy tendency in forming the character of the Gael. Undoubtedly it had. And while I am anxious that my countrymen should possess knowledge that will be more serviceable to them in time, and shall make them happy in eternity, I am ready to pay my tribute of gratitude to the memories of the teachers of former generations. For inculcating a sense of the instability of everything in this world, and the folly of expecting much from creature comforts, for the love of country and kindred, and for the noble, generous, and hospitable spirit they infused into society, the fruit of which I, in common with my countrymen, am reaping in the latter half of the 19th century. It is evident that the learned pride of many of our Anglo-Saxon neighbours was roused on the appearance of the Ossianic fragments. They could not conceive how an unlettered people could produce such poetry. But they ought to have remembered that the knowledge of letters is but one avenue for conveying knowledge to the human mind. I have met and associated with individuals who had book knowledge in abundance, but yet had neither the sense or the wit of some who knew not the letters of the alphabet, and could not be consulted with equal advantage in a case of emergency. A knowledge of letters, and of the English language, is the essence of all knowledge and wisdom in the estimation of the Gaul. These two items are certainly requisites in our education. But it is doing the Celt great injustice to conclude that because he is ignorant of these he must be very stupid and ignorant of everything. Highlanders have serious difficulties to contend with, which require indomitable courage and perseverance to overcome. A young Celt leaves his native hills with scarcely a word of English in his head, and comes to the lowlands. In course of time he masters the language of the Gaul, competes with him, and often beats him on his own soil. There is no evidence of inferiority of intellect in this. Fearing that I have done more than what you wished me to do, I remain, my dear sir, yours faithfully, Archibald Sinclair. _______________________ To this let me add the opinion of a Highlander who has been stationed in many districts of the country as an excise officer. A gentleman of good education, and well able to write Gaelic and English, who has been kind enough to collect stories, etc. for me. It is well known that, in the absence of literature, men supply the deficiency by tales, which may be of their own creation, or that of ages long gone by. It were strange if the imaginative, the sensitive, the enthusiastic Gael were without his. Strange it were if the children of the mist themselves were without this poetic element in their constitution. But it is not so. In all ages the Celtic tribes have been noted for their tales, poetry, and music, and all these are characteristic. They breathe the same melancholy sadness, the same enthusiastic wildness, and the same daring chivalry. Their tales are pure and simple, their poetry is assuredly that of nature. It is wild and romantic, sensitive and sad, affectionate and kind. Their music is known and admired all over the world. There are all sorts of Highland tales, fabulous, and romantic, fairy tales, and tales of superstition, family tales, tales of gallant deeds, and, I regret to say, tales of deadly feud. The Highlanders distinguish between all these. To the fabulous tales they give no credence, but merely repeat them because they are curious. The romantic tales they do not exactly believe, but think they might possibly be true. Fairy and superstitious tales are not now generally believed. But family tales, feudal tales, and tales of other years form the history of the Highlanders. These they believe, and repeat with pride. A Highlander always takes pride and pleasure in the noble actions and gallant deeds of his country. His own clan is a special pride to him. It is his standard of honor, and he would as soon tell of anything disreputable to his own family as he would to his clan. His clan may be few now, its members may be scattered to all ends of the earth, but he speaks of it when it was a clan, and he recounts its fall with sorrow and regret. These tales are generally to be found amongst the poor and unlettered people. They cherish the memory of their fathers, they tell their tales, recite their poems, and sing their songs, they have the pride and generosity of their fathers, and, alas, the penury consequent on their fathers' misfortunes. These tales are to be found amongst the old. For obvious reasons, the young do not take the same interest in them. Consequently these relics of antiquity must necessarily be lost, and scarce a trace of them be found in another generation or two. These old men and women are, indeed, generally poor, but they have generally seen more comfortable circumstances. Their houses may not be perfect specimens of architecture, but they are of kindness and hospitality. Their furniture may not be comfortable, according to the modern acceptation of the term, but it suffices for their use, and every article is endeared by family associations. Their dress may be humble, but it can boast of having been teased, carded, and spun by a wife or a daughter. It may not be fine, but it is comfortable, and it is, notwithstanding, pleasant enough to look upon. Their fare may not be over plentiful, but the stranger is always welcome to a share of it. They are never rude, boorish, or vulgar, uncivil, disrespectful, or insolent. On the contrary, they are naturally civil and deferential, but they are naturally reserved. This I have experienced. I have often gone to old men, and although I was told they had the greatest stock of old lore of any in the place, yet they would either equivocate, or maintain the most provoking silence. They would much rather know who I was, if they did not know me, and why I was so desirous to get scillacht and fauen sheena bon old wives' silly tales. I had always to wait till I had gained their confidence. To shew them that I was interested in their tales, I have often told them one myself, perhaps one I had got a few days before. If they knew of any expressions belonging to the tale which I had not, they would repeat them at my request. Thus I have often got many valuable additions. Fabulous tales are the most difficult to get, not because they are the rarest, but because they are unwilling to tell them to strangers. Historical tales are the easiest to get. They are known everywhere, and, more or less, by every person. Scillacht na Fine, or the Fingalian tales, are very common. Clan or historical tales, and those of the Fingalians, are the most admired. These are believed in, and consequently talked of seriously. Many of these correspond to a nicety with Ossian's poems. But many more have no coincidence with them. I met an English tourist in summer, and we had occasion to speak of Fingal's cave in Staffa. He said very authoritatively that Fingal, Ossian, and his compeers must have been all fiction, in short, mere creations of Macpherson's own fancy. That no person ever heard of Ossian till Macpherson's days, that no misses of Ossian's poems were ever seen, and, finally, that they were never known to exist amongst the people. This was certainly a new theory to me, but, like many others, I saw that the gentleman who felt himself at liberty to speak thus freely of Ossian's poems, did not take the trouble to examine for himself. That he heard or read of this, and believed it. I told him that hundreds of years before Macpherson existed, the poems of Ossian were well known, and alluded to in writing. That Macpherson stood exactly in the same relation to Ossian as Pope did to Homer, or Dryden to Virgil, that misses of Ossian's poems were well known to exist in the Highlands long before Macpherson's time. That some of those MSS were to be seen at an eminent London publisher's at the very time Dr. Samuel Johnson was declaiming against the authenticity of Ossian's poems. And, lastly, I told him that, so far from it being at all true that Ossian's poems were not known amongst the people, if he would have the goodness to accompany me. And in less than 5 minutes' time I would bring him to a man who could repeat hundreds of lines of Ossian's poems. While speaking of Macpherson, I may state that many Gaelic scholars think he might have done greater justice to their darling Ossian. Without averring that Macpherson might not have rendered Ossian much more effective, I think he has done remarkably well. He has deserved the gratitude of every Highland heart, and of every man of taste. Ever since I remember myself I remember hearing of the Fingalians. Who that has lived in the Highlands but must necessarily have heard the same. Their exploits, bravery, and battles have been the theme and admiration of Highland Seanacadian from time immemorial. That these may have been exaggerated is possible, that they had a foundation in fact is unquestionable. I have frequently questioned old men concerning the Fingalians in almost all parts of the Highlands, from Cape Wrath to the Mull of Cantyre. If they had heard of them what they heard of them and if they believed in them. I have never in one single instance met a negative. All had heard of them, and all firmly believed in their existence. Some could give me anecdotes of them, some tales, some their poems, and all could give me something. I could mention scores, but I must necessarily confine myself to a few examples. 1. Dougald Bon Mac Chombake, i.e., Calhoun, Port Appin, is, I should think, somewhat over 70 years of age. He is a most decent old man. He could tell me lots about the Feen. He heard much about them when a boy. They were believed in, and their memory honored by his fathers, and he could see no reason why he should not do the same. I took down a few tales from him. One of them I had taken down previously from a decent old man in Islay, who lives at Cultersay. Another was about Diarmad, how he killed the wild boar, and how he was killed in turn. Diarmad was a nephew of Fingal, and one of the handsomest men amongst the Fingalians. He had a balsirk, or a gradsirk, a beauty spot on his forehead. To conceal this he was obliged to wear a visor. Otherwise he was in danger of committing sad havoc amongst the tender hearts of the Fingalian fair. This is alluded to by one of our Gaelic poets. The passage may be thus translated. Thou hast from Diarmad got a charm. And beauty rare, divine. 100 souls are bound to thee. 100 hearts are thine. This is a very common tradition that the Campbells are descended from Diarmad, and hence their crest the wild boar's bead. 2. Alexander MacDonald, Portray, Skye, is 84 years old. Heard a great deal about the Feen when young. Ossian's poems were quite common in his day. Had lots of them himself, and even yet can repeat a good deal. I took down some from him. Amongst other things, part of Laoid na Nyan. This old man was serving with the Reverend Mr. Stewart, who kept, he said, if I remember right, 2 clerks employed collecting the poems of Ossian throughout the country. 3. Donald Stewart, Ardfraic, Skye, is 92 years of age. He is still hale and cheerful, and his faculties quite unimpaired. He is a quiet unassuming man, and is altogether a fine specimen of a fine old Highlander. He remembers well the days of his youth. Great and sad changes have come over the country since then. He heard much about the Feen. Heard often the poems of Ossian. They were quite common in his day. Every person knew them, most could recite them, and all admired them. As long ago as he can remember anything, he remembers distinctly how the people used to collect to each other's houses in the long winter nights. They used to tell tales of all descriptions, sing the songs of their fathers, and recite the poetry of Ossian. The old men recited while the young listened. Those who were the best recited, and all endeavored to excel. They took a special pleasure in this, and in impressing the memory of the young with what they were reciting. Some of the men were very old. They said they got them from their fathers when they were young. That their fathers, that is, the old men of their day, told them they had those tales, traditions, and poems, from their own fathers. That Ossian's poems were then as well known and as much admired as anything at all could possibly be. Assuming, then, that some of these men were as old as Donald Stewart is today, when he was a boy, we have thus direct and truthful evidence of the authenticity of the poems of Ossian for the last 184 years. What more need be said? From Donald Stewart, of whom I have often heard, but whom I have only once seen, I got some curious old things. I shall endeavour to see him again ere long, when I have no doubt I shall get extracts from him of Ossian, in all his purity. 4. Kenneth Morrison, Trithian, Skye, is old and blind. I need scarcely mention that he heard much of Ossian in his young days. A very decent old man, John MacDonald, Lane Maclean, Talamskir, Skye, used to come to Kenneth Morrison's house. This John MacDonald died more than 20 years ago. He was about 80 when he died. He was a very good poet, as were his fathers before him, and so are his sons. One of his sons, who composed some very popular songs, died some years ago. For John MacDonald was a passionate admirer of Ossian. He had a great many of his poems, and could recite them most beautifully. Wherever he went he was welcome, and every person was delighted to get hold of him. He was a very pleasant old man, but his recitals of his darling Ossian fascinated all. His own house was full every night, and whenever he visited any of his friends he was literally besieged. He oftentimes came to see Kenneth Morrison, and when he did, Kenneth Morrison's house was sure to be crowded, literally crammed. From him he learned the most of what he has of Ossian's. He has forgotten the most, but he has a good many pieces yet. Amongst other pieces, I have got from him, The Death of Oscar, Ossian's address to the son, Fingal, the beginning of Duan 4. Also, The Arms, and Leoid and Amadane Moir, as in Smith's Sean Dana. I have got another piece from him, entitled Bos Caewiril, Caoriel's Death. Caoriel was a son of Fingal and brother of Ossian. He and Gaul, the son of Morni, disputed. They fought, and Caoriel fell. 417. 5. An old man, whose name I cannot just now recollect, and who is now dead, lived at Tote, opposite Erdilb, Localsh. He was very old, and died some years ago. He had known almost incredible quantities of Ossianic poetry. I have been assured by more than one who knew him intimately, that this old man had as much Ossianic poetry as would take him whole days in the recital. Yet he could recite for whole nights together without the slightest hesitation, with as much ease as he could pronounce his own name. Like all the rest of his class, he used to say that he heard Ossian's poems from old men when he was a boy. That they were perfectly common, and much admired in his day, that every person knew them, that most recited, and many sung them. This old man is understood to have given a great deal of Ossianic poetry to Macpherson's followers. 6. I have the pleasure of knowing a much respected, enthusiastic Highlander, a member of the Glasgow Ossianic Society, and a clergyman, who has many Fingalian airs. He is himself an accomplished musician, and a fond admirer of the airs and poems of Ossian. Although I have frequently heard the poems of Ossian half recited, half sung, I never heard them before set to music. I can, however, assure those who have not had this privilege of hearing them, that the Ossianic airs are wild, melodious, and altogether most beautiful. They are typical of the poems. 7. Mr. Donald Nicholson, parochial schoolmaster, Kilmere, Skye, had a great deal of Ossian's poems. His father, he assured me, had more Ossianic poetry than all ever Macpherson translated. And even he himself, when a boy, could repeat what would form a tolerable-sized volume. These he heard from old men in the long winter nights. He personally was acquainted with many old men who could repeat lots of Ossian's poetry. These old men declared that Ossian's poems, in their day, were known by every person, and by every person admired. Mr. Nicholson says that much, and deservedly, as Ossian's poems, as given to the world, are admired, they are much inferior to the versions he was in the habit of hearing in boyhood. That he is of opinion Macpherson must have got his versions, generally speaking, from different reciters. I have heard others say the same. I believe those collected by Smith and some others, are generally thought to be purer versions than those collected by Macpherson. Thus I have given the names of many unquestionable witnesses to the authenticity of Ossian's poems. Did necessity require it, I could easily give 10, 20 times more. 418. If the ancient Highlanders had not their gods and goddesses like the Greeks of old, they had what was much more natural, their heroes and heroines. If they had not an invulnerable Achilles, they bade their magnanimous Fingal; if not their bewitching Juno, they bade their Diarsagrina, whose resplendent beauty was like that of the sun. If they had not their Apollo, they had their venerable Ossian, the sweet voice of Kona, the darling of Highland hearts. If it should be said that Ossian exaggerates the gallantry, the bravery, the magnanimity of his heroes, why, Homer does the same. If there is poetic license, why should it be denied to those who knew no restraint but that of nature? Saul slew his thousands, and David his tens of thousands, and why should not their enemies fall before Ossian's heroes, like reeds of the lake of Lego, and their strength be terrible? We have not only their names accurately handed down to us, but the names of many places were derived from those of the Fingalian heroes. There is Glean Chonan, Conan's Vale, and Amhain Chonan, Conan's River, in Rossshire. And even Glean Brain, Bran's Vale, in honour of Fingal's celebrated dog Bran. There is a Dunfin, Fingal's height or hill, on Loch Lomond. There is Sliab Nam Ban Fin, the Fingalian fair women's hill, in Liasmore. Liasmore, it is said, was a favourite hunting place of the Fingalians, and there is even a tradition amongst the people, that here they had some of the very best sport they ever had. There is nothing improbable in this. Game must have been once very abundant in Liasmore. There are traces still to be found. Antlers of the deer, the bison, and the elk, have been found in the bogs. These were of immense size. There is in Liasmore a place called Lerrick Tai Nam Fian, the site of the Fingalians' house. It is a large circular mound, of perhaps 80 yards diameter, and surrounded by a deep fosse. There is a deep well inside. Possibly it may have been used for the purpose of entrapping game. Dr. Livingstone, Gordon Cumming, Mackenzie, all Highlanders by the by. And, if I remember right, Park, give a description of similarly constructed places amongst the Africans. Perthshire is replete with reminiscences of the Fingalians. There is Dil Fin, pronounced in Gaelic and written in English, Killen, Fingal's tomb. Here, tradition says, Fingal is buried. In the neighbourhood is Sornak Coir Fin, the concavity for Fingal's boiler. Sornak means thin oblong stones raised on end in the form of a triangle. A fire is placed between, and here the culinary operations are carried on. In Strathan is the village of Fiantac, of or belonging to the Fingalians. In the neighbourhood are numberless cairns raised to the memory of Fingalian heroes. These cairns are the grey mossy stones of Ossian. Carnchum Hale, Cuvel's cairn, was opened some years ago and found to contain an immense stone coffin. Near this was Ossian's tomb. In 1746, when General Wade formed the road through the county, it came across this spot. A deputation waited on the general, asking if he would take the road to a side so as not to disturb the last repose of the first bard of antiquity. The general, however, did not find it convenient to comply with this very reasonable desire. Perhaps the engineering would not admit of it, and perhaps he had a secret desire to put the merit of the tradition to the test. Certain it is that the inhabitants of the surrounding country collected. They opened the grave, and there, sure enough, found the mortal remains of their loved Ossian. The coffin was composed of 4 large flag stones set on edge, covered over by another large massy stone. They lifted all with religious care and veneration, and with pipers playing the wail of the Coronic they marched in solemn silence to the top of a neighbouring hill. There, on the top of that green heathery hill, they dug a grave, and there laid the last mortal remains of Ossian, the sweet voice of Cona, the first bard of antiquity, and there they are likely to rest. No rude hand will touch them, no desecration reach them there. There is a place in Glenelg called Iomer Nam Firmer, the tall or big men's ridge. Tradition says that 2 of the Fingalians were drowned whilst crossing Caelria Thane, and that they are interred here. A gentleman, an English gentleman I believe, who was travelling in the Highlands, heard of this tradition. He hinted that the tradition had no foundation, and, it is said, made many gratuitous remarks on Highland traditions in general, and those of the Fingalians in particular. To refute their idle tradition, as he chose to term it, he insisted that one of the supposed graves should be opened. The people have a religious veneration for the dead, and perhaps a latent superstition against disturbing the grave, and consequently they were very much averse to opening the mound. Rather, however, than that their venerated tradition should be termed a fable, they agreed to open one of the graves, and the grave was opened. It was very deep, first there was the gravelly soil common to the place, and then a thick layer of moss. After that the gravelly soil, when they came upon another bed of moss, in which was a skeleton. Moss preserves, and it was for that purpose the body was placed in it. The bones were found to be quite fresh and of an extraordinary size. No person ever saw anything to compare with them before, and it is said no person could at all credit or even imagine the size of them but those who saw them. One gentleman who was present, the late excellent Reverend Mr. McIver of Glenelg, and father of the much respected present minister of Kilmere, Skye, stood 6 feet 2 inches high. He was very stout ill proportion, and was altogether allowed to be one of the handsomest men of his day. Every one was wonderstruck at the immensity of the bones. He took the lower jawbone and easily put his head through it. It is added that it was a beautiful day. But all of a sudden there came on thunder and lightning, wind, and deluging rain, the like of which no man ever heard or saw. The people thought judgment had come upon them for desecrating the bones of the dead, and interfering with what they had no right, so they closed the grave and desisted. Possibly some may think this bordering on the marvelous. But let no one gainsay the truth of it. There are many yet living who were present, all of whom declare that they shall never forget the day and the scene till the day of their death. There were a number of people present, gentlemen from Skye, and many from the mainland. I have never heard who the gentleman was whose skepticism caused the opening of the grave, but the incident took place about 60 years ago. 419. Glen Common Glencoe, that is, the narrow glen is said by tradition to be the birthplace of Ossian. If there is in Scotland one spot more than another from which such magnificent creations as Ossian's poems could be expected to emanate, that spot is Glencoe. Nothing can be more terrifically sublime than Glencoe during a storm. Their sound was like 1,000 streams that meet in Cona's Vale, when after a stormy night they turn their dark eddies beneath the pale light of the morning. The gloomy ranks of Lachlan fell like banks of the roaring Cona. If he overcomes, I shall rush in my strength like the roaring stream of Cona. Ossian himself is frequently called the voice of Cona. Why bends the bard of Cona, said Fingal, over his secret stream? Is this a time for sorrow, father of low-laid Oscar? Such were the words of the bards in the days of song, when the king heard the music of harps, the tales of other times. The chiefs gathered from all the hills and heard the lovely sound. They heard and praised the voice of Cona, the first among 1,000 bards. In Eterloch, twixt lochs, Benderloch is the Selma of Ossian. It is still called Selma. It is also called Balanrai, the king's house or town. And Dun Maxanthi Chain Max Niacane's hill. Here also is the Baragonium of ancient writers. There are yet many traces that Selma was once the residence of regal splendor. There is a vitrified fort, in which are found swimming stones. There were found, some years ago, in a moss close by, some pieces of a wooden pipe. This pipe is supposed to have been used for the purpose of bringing water to the fort or castle from the hill hard by. It is said that Garb Mac Stern set Fingal's castle on fire, after which Fingal left the place, and resided at Fiantac, already alluded to. This tradition seems very probable. The marks of some great calamity are yet to be seen. In the neighborhood of Selma are a great number of those stones that are supposed by some to have been druidical temples. I think they are more likely to be stones erected to the memory of fallen warriors, the dark grey stones, of Ossian. The fall of Conall Ossian's, roaring Laura, is only about 3 miles from Selma. Not far from Conall is the Luth, one of Ossian's streams. Dwells there no joy in song, with hand of the harp of Luth. Opposite Selma, on the other side of Loch Etive, is Dunstaffnage Castle, the residence of Sir Angus Campbell, Bart, and the Dunlora of Ossian. The Laura Loch Etive washes its base. The Gaelic name for it is Dunestianis, but more properly Dundainis, from 2 islands nearby. The noise of the roaring Laura is certainly awful during flood tides. In a calm summer evening it is heard in the island of Liasmore, distant at least 10 or 12 miles. 420. After what has been said, I do not think it is necessary to say more. That there was a race of people called the Feen or Fingalians, I think no unprejudiced mind can question. That these Fingalians were traditionally remembered throughout the Highlands is perfectly certain, and that much of their poetry has been plentifully scattered and is well known there still, is equally true. I have given the names of some from whom I myself have got Ossianic poetry, and I could give the names of 10 times more from whom I could get it. I know where and with whom it is to be got in abundance, and, did necessity require it, I could easily procure it. Some, I believe, imagine, in the simplicity of their heart, that Macpherson, the translator, was the author of Ossian's poems. Perhaps it was Macpherson that also composed the 1001 Fingalian tales that are floating throughout the Highlands. And all the anecdotes of the Fingalians. Well, if so, I can only say that Macpherson must have been very busy in his day. Why should not Ossian's poetry be handed down from generation to generation like the rest of the Fingalian tales? I do not think that any can be found bold enough to question the authenticity of the tales. I do not believe that any person doubts the antiquity of the Celtic fables and romances. It is more than probable they were composed at least 3,000 years ago, and brought by the Celtic nations in their migrations from the east. If, therefore, the Celti have preserved their fabulous tales and romances for the long period of 3,000 years or more, and repeat them still, why not, on the same principle, preserve amongst them the magnificent creations of Ossian for, at least, half the time? Homer flourished more than 900 years BC, and his poems floated amongst the Greeks for more than 500 years, till the Greek historian collected them. Yet their authenticity was never questioned. Were the ancient Greeks more addicted to poetry, and consequently more capable of preserving the creations of Homer than the Celti those of Ossian? I can hardly believe so. There is a very strong resemblance betwixt Homer and Ossian. Both flourished in a primitive state of society, and both are equally the poets of nature and of nature's laws. If there is an analogy betwixt Homer and Ossian, why not betwixt the preservation of their works? That poetry of the most magnificent description has been common throughout the Highlands from ages immemorial is unquestionable, that much of that poetry has always been ascribed to Ossian is equally certain. And that he was the author of much of it is more than probable. The ancient Highlanders never for a single moment doubted the authenticity of Ossian's poems. The modern Highlanders believe in those which they know and repeat as certainly and as implicitly as they do in the Song of Solomon or the Psalms of David. This I can testify to from personal observation. I believe in them myself, fully believe. I am literally convinced that Fingal lived and that Ossian sang. Alexander A. Carmichael. Skye, November 28, 1861. Mr. Carmichael has also referred to many of the printed authorities quoted by me above, to prove that, shortly before Macpherson's time, collections of poetry attributed to Ossian had been made in the Highlands of Scotland. In a letter dated December 9, the writer of the above able paper gives an amusing account of a walk through rain and storm to visit an old dame, Katrina Nick Mathane, who is 76, and fully confirms what has been said above. She is a capital singer of Ossianic lays, and praises the singing of a certain catechist, Donald Maclean Ice again, of whom frequent mention is made, and who died many years ago. It was his wont to gather crowds of people by chanting these old lays. I have heard the same account of a Sutherland reciter. It seems that preachers and missionaries did not formerly condemn Gaelic poetry, and the minority who do so now are not of the best educated, so far as my experience goes. The old dame was asked if she had ever heard tell of Ossian. Who, my dear? She said in surprise. Ossian and the Fine, did you ever hear tell of them? Lord bless us, said the old lady, who has not heard tell of Ossian. Gentle Ossian, the son of Finosian after the Fane. I agree with Mr. Carmichael that this exclamation is worth volumes of argument. And now, having given all the evidence which I have, let me give my own opinion on this much vexed question. I hold that there is nothing to prove that Macpherson, Ossian, or any other individual composed the Gaelic poems of 1807, or that they are older than Macpherson's time as a whole, but there is a mass of evidence to prove that he had genuine materials, some of which we also have got for ourselves. And there is a strong presumption that he had something which we have not. Nothing was forthcoming after Macpherson's death except his manuscript which was published, so that is one fact, at all events. When it is considered how much old poetry rests upon the existence of single manuscripts in other languages, and that Macpherson certainly had a mass of materials. It is possible that there may have been some compounder of poems far older than the man who gets the credit and discredit of Ossian. Still there is nothing but Ossian's poems to prove that their composer lived anywhere at any time. It is certain that the heroes have been Celtic worthies for centuries, and that their exploits have been celebrated in Gaelic verse ever since the 9th century. If not the 7th, but of the published Gaelic Ossian as an entire work there is not a trace before Macpherson's time. I have no doubt that the work is founded upon genuine old popular materials, and I would rank it for originality with Tennyson's Idylls of the King, or Homer, if the Greek poems were floating ballads before they were made into epic poems. But till the author is discovered, Macpherson's name must be associated with his publication. That must rank as a Scoto-Gaelic work at least 100 years old, and till the contrary is proved, Ireland has not a ghost of a claim to it. Macpherson's Ossian is, as I conceive, without doubt a composite work, to be ranked in a class which I have numbered 5th or 6th, poetry made up of various materials, ancient and modern, like houses which I have seen in ancient Greece. There, an old Corinthian capital is placed upside down in one corner, its graceful acanthus leaves drooping upwards, and beside it lies a fluted shaft, with boulders and turf resting upon it. Sculptured white marble is mingled with ordinary stones of the roughest description, and the whole is bound together with lime and cement, overgrown with weeds, and, it may be, daubed with ignoble mud. But Macpherson's Ossian, like the Greek hut, is, in the main, composed of genuine materials, and a clever antiquary, or a good critic, might yet pick out all the old fragments, and mayhap arrange them more scientifically. To do so would be loss of labor, for we have a mass of similar materials, Scotch and Irish. The Greek hut, with all its incongruities, dirt, and discomfort, with its dress of shrubs and lichens, and utter disregard of the rules of architecture, is more likely to attract a painter's eye than the most symmetrical museum of antiquities, geology, and botany, or the most luxurious brick palace in London. And so Ossian has attracted the notice and the admiration of famous men, who would not have bestowed a thought upon popular tales and ballads separately arranged, and classed in due order, as I have striven to do with my stores. Ossian is a fiction, but a structure founded upon facts, a work built mainly of Scotch materials, worked by Scotch minds long ago, a very famous work a century old, which is known far and wide. While that of honest John Gillies is almost quite unknown. But the fame of the architect is not to be coveted, for the stigma of dishonesty rests upon his name. Macpherson undoubtedly tried to deceive, and especially when he denied to Ireland all share in the heroes of Ossian, or seemed to claim the entire work as his own invention. If this be correct, if such was the real nature of the work. When the author held his peace and refused any explanation, when party spirit ran high, and Scotch were rebels, there was room for controversy. Antiquaries might fall upon the traditional and genuine, because it seemed modern, and deny the antiquity of the whole. Irishmen might recognize bits of their property, and claim the entire work. Indignant Scotch men, knowing their own, might fret and fume and plead possession, and defend the right and the wrong. And that Gaul, the stranger, knowing nothing of the case, hearing the din, and called on to accept the whole as historically true, and a genuine work, complete and completely preserved by tradition alone, for some 15 centuries. Might well indignantly reject the whole as a set of impudent forgeries and fictions. John Bull is not going to be gulled, and he will not believe anything of a man who tries to do him once, and so everything Gaelic is suspected to this day. In this battle of the inky plumes all sides might well lose their tempers, or spoil them. But, for all that, truth may now be found amongst the relies of the strife, amongst wasted ink and spoilt paper, and the truth, as I imagine, lies as usual somewhere in the middle. She may be enticed out of her well by coaxing, patience, and perseverance, but she is only driven deeper, and far out of sight, by wrangling critics, who fight for her favors as men have fought, and are still fighting. For the truth of this Ossianic controversy. When Flossie, in the Njal saga, undertook to tell the story of the burning, he was fair to all, and therefore what he said was believed. I have tried to tell my story fairly, and if anyone holds a different opinion, let him not quarrel with mine. Cogad na sith, strife or peace, is an old Gaelic watchword. We have tried the first for a century, and made very little by it, except bad blood. Let Celts try a turn on the other road, and, at all events, let us give up fighting amongst ourselves. There is an old monkey of my acquaintance whose wont it is to hoist his hind leg over his shoulder, and lean his head confidingly on the sole of his foot, and caress his cars with his toes, till his toes, in some strange unaccountable manner, excite his wrath. Then he seizes the offending foot in both hands, and grins defiance at it, and cuffs it and bites it, till a new freak comes over him, and he sits down upon his heels, and goes to sleep again, at peace with himself and the rest of the world. I never see this venerable pug without thinking that he must be the embodied spirit of the Ossianic controversy, which it is my ambition to lull fast asleep for good and all. Proverbs. Gaelic proverbs mention the fane, and do not indicate the existence of a petty quarrelsome spirit in former days amongst them. 396.421 Clanna Nan Gael and Gwaelin a Chile. Gaelic clans at each other's shoulders. Shews at least an appreciation of the blessings of concord, and it is a great pity that they will not now act up to this, their favourite sentiment. 379, Cha be Ian and O'Brien is na Gael. O'Brien and the Gael were unlike. They certainly were once unlike those of the present day who quarrel with each other. These are rather like another worthy. 77, is Olc du Betha Conain. Bads thy bean Conan. 148, Cha di Fuer Conan Ryam Dorn Gun Dorn athwart Ga Cheen. Conan never got cuff without giving cuff back. Their treatment of each other is 154, Cerdis Conain Ris na Dianab. Conan's kindness to the demons, i.e., cuff for cuff, or claw for claw. 422. This quarrelsome spirit was not that of the Druids. 5. Ga Fogas Clatch du Lar is foist no sin copher choibhid. Though a stone be near earth, nearer than that is Coivi's aid. The arch-druid Coivi or Cepheus. See Bede. 147. Cho Tiamad re Coibi Druid. As clever as Coivi Druid. This was a wise helpful character. 24. Dsal er Gach and I. Sunwise, ready able, for everything. Finn was like him. 113, Cha di, Chum Fin Ryam Blar Gun Chume Chd, or Chumma. Finn never joined fight without might, or wailing. 229, Cha du Thrag Fin Ryam carried Elaine Diaz. Finn never forsook his right-hand friend. His was the character of a sagacious, successful military leader, who agreed with his friends, though he did not forgive one great injury till too late, and avenged it by subtlety. 178, Cho Comisac Lamh re Conlock. As powerful-handed as Conlock. There is a story which I have not yet got, about Conan going to the Isle of Cold and holding combat with its ghostly inhabitants. 336, Cho later re Cuchulain. As strong as Cuchulain. Are the characteristics of brave soldiers. 101. Cothram na fain doib. B. There's the fiend's advantage. Clean pith and fair play, Kelly's Perovi, is a soldier-like motto, but it is not quarrelsome. It does not indicate the life which modern writers have led each other on this subject. 32. Betha, Conana Misk Nan Dimhan, Ma Solc Dom Cha, En Fear Dabe. Conan's life amongst the demons. If bad for me no better for them. A sort of dog's life. 46, Mar e Bran is e Brathair. If not Bran, his brother. A life of strife which destroyed the Fenians long ago, when they took to it, and fought till there was but one left. 66, Mar Bha Ossian and De na Fianab. as Ossian was after the Fians. A miserable old man in the house of a stranger to his race. 2:13, Cha en fiac skol gun arain. A tale without warrant is worthless. 2. Mas brug uame is brug thugam. If lie from me it is, lie to me it was. The Gael fell out amongst themselves, and thereby lost the plain long ago, according to the Proverbs. 105, and lon dub spagach. Thug mice dha choil fasca furak, es thug esan domsa am monad dub fasaich. The black elk, the shambling black elk, I gave him the sheltered grassy wood, and he gave me the black desert mountain. For whether the word means elk or ozel, and the proverb applies to Romans or Scandinavians, or to something else, it is applicable to the present time. The Gael have fought till they have been driven to find other fields. Many an American backwoodsman may turn his thoughts to the old country and think of the old battle cry. 26. Is fad an eigh gu lokota, is cobhair o chlan odubhne. 'Tis a far cry to Lochaw, an aid from the clan of Oduibn. Whether the Fenians were Scotch or Irish it is the same. The most of their Gaelic descendants have left the hills and plains for which they fought, chiefly because they fought amongst themselves. Family history. About 1706, Mr. Alexander Campbell, second son of Campbell of Cranish, was employed by John Duke of Argyll to examine and sort his archives and charters, and he left what is called the Cranish manuscript. He mentions old manuscripts in the Irish character then extant, genealogical and historical, and tells that Irish historians had traced the Clan Dwin from the Dalruadinian colonists of Argyll. The Cranish manuscript is quoted in a history of the Campbells which was written about the beginning of this century, and is now in my possession in MS. The following passages bear upon the Ossianic controversy. When but a boy, I listened with a greedy ear to the traditions and poems of my country, of which there are very many. Ornate, flowery, and elegant as those of the ancient Greeks and Romans, and had they but as much art, might, for natural invention, stand in the roll of fame, and vie with the most celebrated poems of these ancient nations, which have been handed down to our times. It is thus proved that in the youth of a man who wrote more than 50 years before the fragments appeared, poems existed in the West Highlands, which a well-educated gentleman considered to be comparable to the works of the classical poets. And these could scarcely be the popular ballads now recited. But they were not the poems of 1807, whatever they may have been. With regard to the Fingalians, he says, they were an Irish militia, raised in the 9th century, under the command of Fian mac Coll, who was appointed by the provincial kings of Ireland general-in-chief, with several inferior commanders. One of the most eminent of whom was Diarmid. This force consisted of 7,000 men in time of peace, and 21,000 in time of war, and was levied and maintained for the purpose of repelling the Danes and Norwegians, whose frequent incursions and bloody invasions had desolated that country for many years before. To this quotation the writer of the history, who was an implicit believer in Macpherson's Ossian, adds this note. This mistaken idea, that Diarmid was an Irishman by birth, misled the ancient genealogists of the family of Argyll and those of some of their kinsmen, as will appear afterwards. And they sought in Ireland for what was to be found in Argyll. Hence it appears that late as 1707, the author of the Cranish MSS. Like the early genealogists of one of the West Country clans to whose records he had access, claimed a descent from Diarmid Oduin, and believed his clan to be of Irish extraction. About 40 years later, the existence of this belief was referred to by Duncan Forbes in his Memorial on the Clans, drawn up for government in 1745, when he wrote, "The Campbells are called in Gaelic Clan Gwyn or Oduin. The Duke of Argyll is their chief, he is called in the Highlands Maclean More." It is thus made evident that Fingal's kingdom of Morven had not been heard of in Argyll in 1707, for those who claimed to be descended from Finn's nephew would surely have mentioned Fingal's misty dominions. The man who admired the poems which were current in his day would never have claimed a descent from the Fenians of Ireland if he had known of a Scotch historical epic about Fingal and Dermot and the ancient poets. And family bards and genealogists whom he quoted, must have heard of these poems, if they had existed in their day. Several clan genealogists, e.g. the MacGregors, claim a descent from Arthur, Art, and Irish kings, but I have never heard of one that mentions the King of Morven, though it has been common to speak of the Highlanders as the descendants of the Fame. Thus family history agrees with tradition. There probably were Fenians, whose chief was Finn, but in the lapse of time these have acquired a fictitious history, in which the traces of a pagan mythology appear. Note: on referring again to MacNichol's book, mentioned above under 1779, I find that he had read the Gaelic of the 7th Book of Temora, and held that it was not composed by Macpherson. Traditions. British traditions. In the preceding pages I have endeavoured to separate the poems of Ossian from the popular traditions on which they are partly founded, and to shew that many of these are of great antiquity, whatever may be the real date of Gaelic poems. Popular ballads, or their common heroes. It is now thought probable that old British traditions were the materials of which the romances of the Middle Ages were made, so it may be of interest to point out that Gaelic popular romances now current have some relation to ancient romance. In 1805 3 volumes were published by George Ellis, Esq., which gave specimens of early English metrical romances, chiefly written during the early part of the 14th century. Amongst these an account is given of Marie's Lays, which are 12 in number, and were offered by the authoress to the king, probably Henry III, she says. Le Breton ont fait les lays. Which she translated, which she had heard. And had carefully treasured in her memory. And which she knows to be true. This lady was the Armorican Macpherson of the 13th century. Her heroes and heroines are all Celtic, and current Gaelic popular tales and Breton ballads can still be traced in her lays. No. 4. Bisclaveret, is the well-known Loup Garou, which the Normans call Gar Wolf, and which is well known to the peasants of France at this day, and was known to ancient authors. I have no story like that of the old lay, but a glance at these volumes will shew that the notion of men and women and supernaturals, who assumed the forms of animals, and resumed their own by putting off a cocle, a husk, or dress, is one of the commonest incidents in Gaelic popular tales. So this wolf is only one of a class. We have transformed deer, seals, a hen, horses, ravens, crows, little dogs, grim hounds, and all manner of creatures. And in this, Gaelic tales do but resemble those of other countries, including those of India, which are full of talking creatures. Number 7, Uonek, is very like the well-known story of the Blue Bird, and has relations in Gaelic. It is a story of a fair lady who was visited by a lover, a great personage, in the form of a bird, and had children by him, who lost him by a fault of her own, followed him to his distant country, where he was a chief ruler, living in splendor, and brought him back. Number 3 is a specimen of this legend, so is the story of Beauty and the Beast, so is number 12, so is the legend of Cupid and Psyche, and the story in various shapes will be found in nearly every modern collection of popular tales. Marie's Lays varies from the usual ending of the story, for her great falcon prince dies. The characters go to Caerleon, and I have no doubt this was a popular English story. No. 9. Milun, is about a knight of South Wales, whose reputation spread to Ireland, Norway, Gothland, Loegria, England, and Albany, Scotland, and his name is like Gaelic, Milid, a hero, Latin, Miles. The story is something like that of the son of Cuchulainn, of which Macpherson has made an episode. A knight has a son by a beautiful lady, and gives her a gold ring, which she ties about the child's neck, and then they send it away to be brought up secretly. The son grows up, sets off in search of adventures, and finally has a fight with his own father, whom he does not know at first, but whom he afterwards recognizes. The tradition varies considerably from the framework of the old lay, but it has been worked up into a vast number of shapes in tales preserved in Irish manuscripts. An abstract of a traditional version will be found at page 198, volume 3. The scene of the legend is laid in Skye, Scythia, England. Brittany and Cornwall, but I strongly suspect that it was originally laid somewhere in the Far East. All these ancient lays are dressed by their authoress in the costumes and manners of the court of that day. There are knights, and noble ladies, tournaments, and churchmen. They are not true, for men do not assume the forms of animals, but they were surely founded on popular traditions, as their authoress said, and some of them are still popular tales in the West Highlands. A glance at O'Curry's lectures will shew that the Gael have delighted for ages in dressing up their own traditions in a romantic dress of their own contrivance, and that they did not copy the decorations of such court bards as Marie. Sir Tristram is attributed to Thomas the Rhymer in the 13th century, and Christian de Troyes, a French poet, is said to have composed a romance about the same hero in the 12th. The incidents of the romance were very widely known and used in Europe. The hero is supposed to have been a chieftain of the 6th century, and one of Arthur's knights, therefore a Briton. The scene is laid in Cornwall, Wales, and other parts of Britain, by all the authors who made poems out of the story. The whole romance turns upon the attachment of a knight for his uncle's wife. It is said that Mark, King of Cornwall, is not a Celtic name, but one derived from Marcus, but it is a Celtic word, and means a horse. The whole story of the poem, as given in the history of Scottish poetry, is like a building made of an old red sandstone, full of pebbles of popular tales. Tristram disguised is like the story of the Great Fool, which is like the boyish exploits of Finn in Old Irish. The sailing about in ships with the Norwegians, the landing in unknown countries, the travels through the 7 kingdoms, the chess playing, the crowd, harp, St. Patrick, Carlion, the Queen of Ireland. The ladies tending the sick knight, the dragon and the story of its death, the false steward and his punishment, the rash promise to give something before asking what is required, the names, which have a Gaelic meaning, and the groundwork of the whole story, all point to a Celtic origin. It is but a phase of the story which Irish and Scotch Gael have worked into so many forms, the story of Dermot and Grain. But the language of the old ballad has nothing to do with Gaelic idioms, the metre is different from any Gaelic poetry which I have read, and above all, the spirit and sentiment are wholly different from the Gaelic of Ossian, Mordaunt, and Sean Dana. It seems from Sir Tristram that Celtic traditions were worked into poems in Scotland in the 13th century, and that they are now attributed to the mythical Ossian in the Highlands. But the Irish assure us that the elopement of Finn's wife was a real event, though the story is like that of Venus and Adonis, and is probably as old as Sanskrit mythology. But of all these ancient romances the story of Mort Arthur, and that of Sir Lancelot most resemble current Highland traditions. The story, when stripped to the bones, is almost identical with the love story of the history of the Fane. Arthur, a king of the Britons, not in the prime of life, courts a fair maiden, Guinevere, whom he afterwards makes his queen, and who was distinguished for cleverness as well as beauty. Finn, the king of the Fane, courts Grain, daughter of Cormac, who was the wisest as well as the handsomest of women. Lancelot du Lac, on his first appearance at court, inspires Guinevere or Gaunor with love. Dermot, Finn's nephew, at his first meeting with Grain, inadvertently shews a spot on his forehead which no woman can see without loving him. Arthur marries Guinevere, Finn marries Grain. Guinevere the queen is sent to a distant province, and Lancelot follows willingly. Dermot runs away from Grain, and is pursued by her, and she by clever artifices obliges him to run away with her. Guinevere is carried off from Arthur by a felon knight. Grain runs away from Dermot with a wild man. Sir Lancelot recovers the queen. Dermot rejoins Grain. Sir Lancelot throughout the story is the queen's paramour. Dermot yields to temptation at last, or as the story is often told, does not yield at all. At last Arthur's eyes are opened, and he seeks revenge with perseverance, and determination, and rancour. Finn, when he is convinced of his wife's infidelity, plots the death of his nephew, and pursues him to the death. Arthur pursues Lancelot with knights and armies, and besieges him in castles, but always within Celtic bounds. Finn pursues Dermot all over Gaelic countries, and at last devises a treacherous hunting party for his destruction. In Irish versions of the story the castles are replaced by magic trees. In the Highlands they are simply eaves and deep glens. Lancelot is never overthrown, and is a full-armed, peerless knight. Dermot is a peerless Fenian, the expert shield, armed with sword and dart and helmet, invulnerable save in the sole of his foot. And neither the Breton nor the Gael will do any hurt to his king and uncle when they meet in fight. Sir Gawain is Lancelot's foe, the name is Gaelic, for smith, now spelt Gobhain or Goba. Gow, or Gaul, Macmorn was the rival of Finn and his clan, and here the parallel fails, for the Gaelic hero was killed by a magic boar, by Finn's contrivance, and the British hero survived Arthur, and there is no boar hunt in the romance. But the parallel holds good with another story, which is also part of the history of the Fane. Arthur loses his army, and destroys that of his foe in the great battle of Barren Down. When the fight was over, and no one left but the leaders and two of Arthur's knights, he rushed at Sir Modred, pierced him with a spear, and received a mortal wound from his expiring foe. So died Oscar and Cairbre. Arthur is led to the strand, where he is taken on board a ship, and carried to the Isle of Avilion to be healed. Finn is not killed in any tradition that I have collected, but Irishmen kill him before the Battle of Gabra, where there was a general slaughter of all the Fenians but two. He is supposed, by tradition, to live in the Green Island, and the chief products of that Celtic paradise are Avlin apples. The body of Arthur is brought by ladies to a bishop, and buried, and Guinevere, Sir Bedwere, and Sir Lancelot, all take refuge in convents, where they die devoutly. According to endless traditions Arthur is yet alive. According to popular tradition, James IV survived Flodden, and in France, Napoleon the Great is supposed yet to live. Men voted for him in the west of France in 1849, and Finn like these survives. Ossian, the last of the Fane, is always represented as the last of his race, living with a churchman or his father-in-law, and in Irish versions, he, like Lancelot, dies a good Christian. So here are the same traditions worked up into wholly different stories, and differently put upon the stage, according to the manners of the age in which romances are written, but the people go on telling their own story in their own way. The author of Morte Arthur dressed up his story according to his ideas, and made a connected story. The people of the Highlands tell their story in broken bits, but they also sing the fragments, and the music fits the Gaelic ballad, and would also fit the poem of Morte Arthur. Gaelic ballad metre and assonance. Hearken a space, if ye wish a lay. Of the days that from us have gone. Of Mac Cole, and of the Fane. And of Mac O'Duin, a woeful song. Morte Arthur. Lancelot wist what was her will. Well he knew, by other mo. Her brother cleaped he him till. And to her chamber gone they go. The rhythm is nearly that of the old Irish air, the Groves of Blarney, and probably the whole series of traditions, English, Scotch, Welsh, Breton, German, and Irish, have been sung by wandering minstrels, in various shapes and to various tunes. Time out of mind. The story is at least as old as the time of Geoffrey of Monmouth, who relates that after the Battle of Campbell, Arthur was transported by his bard and prophet Merlin to the Fortunate Island, or Island of Apples. Sir Guy of Warwick is also like Gaelic stories. Like Maenus he was attended by a faithful lion, and the story of Raymond, Sir Guy's son, has much in common with one of Marie's lays and the story of Cuchulain's son above mentioned. Sir Bevis of Hamptown is also very Celtic in character. The hero, like the great fool, loses his father, is nursed in secret, becomes a herd boy, and, as a child, performs the feats of a great warrior. When wounded he is cured with a wonderful balsam. One of his adventures is the slaughter of a boar which devoured men, which no spear would pierce nor sword bite like the magic boar slain by Dermot. His sword is called Mor Glay, which is evidently Gaelic, and 2 lines of the romance are in Shakespeare. Rats and mice and such small deer was his meat that 7 year. Sir Bevis, like the man in Murdoch MacBrien, and other heroes, comes disguised as a poor man, and is recognized by his love. Lions are like Conall's lions, they kill and devour a man and his horse, but lay their heads in the lap of a king's daughter. For it is the lion's kind why wis. A king's daughter that maid is. Hurt nor barm none to do. Therefore lay these lions so. There is also the magic healing well which is in so many Gaelic stories. The romances which treat of Charlemagne also bear a strong resemblance to the rest. Roland and Ferragus introduces a Gaelic name, though it is that of the pagan villain of the piece, who is sent by the Soudan from Babylon to fight Charlemagne. He is a giant, black, and a great deal bigger than Fergus the son of Finn. He had 20 men's strength. And 40 feet of length. And 4 feet in the face. And 15 in breed. His nose was a foot and more. His brow as bristles wore. Nevertheless, after a severe fight with Roland the Christian warrior, he is overcome, but first he sits down and argues against the true faith, exactly as Ossian does with St. Patrick in Irish Fenian tales. The romance of Coeur de Lion makes that chivalrous monarch dine upon boiled Saracens more than once, and is as wild and impossible as any of its predecessors, though it treats of real events in the life of a real king. And so, throughout these medieval romances, and the history of the Fane, the same stories and characters can be traced. There is always a leading king and a knight who is more valiant than his leader. A Finn and a Dermot, a Charlemagne and Roland, an Arthur and Lancelot, a Mark and Tristram, and a bard who is a chief actor in the piece, which generally ends in a great battle and general slaughter, such as Roncesvalles, Baron Down, Campbell, Gabra, and, shall I add, the Battle of Mons Grampius. 423. There are, of course, two ways of accounting for this resemblance. Those who believe in creations of the human brain will look on the traditions as fragments of a ruined romance. Those who think that creations of the brain are very rare, will look on traditions as the quarry whence materials have been taken by a succession of romancers, who said nothing about their mine of wealth. The difference between the two may help to turn the scale. There is not a single medieval battle, or armed knight, such as Sir Lancelot and his fights, to be found in modern Gaelic tradition. There is not a trace of the Gaelic Dermot, as he is described by tradition, or of the Battle of Gabra, as described by the Irish, to be found in any medieval romance that I know of. But they have this common want: I know of no single description of a battle on the sea in any British tradition, romance, or popular tale, old or new, though people are always sailing about, and fighting battles on the strand. But the moment a saga is taken up, a sea fight is a prominent object amongst the endless plunderings and battles on shores. The sagas are the history of the Northmen, and bear the stamp of matter-of-fact narratives. The romances in which the Northmen delighted, when they had taken root in France and England, were, as I believe, made from the Celtic histories, traditions, popular tales, and pagan mythology of the newly converted half-pagan tribes of the now united Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, and of ancient Gaul. Welsh stories. Now let me try to make peace with our Welsh cousins, for they have dealt hard blows at British literature. If they were provoked thereto by Macpherson, he did them good, for the work of Owen Jones, which is a standard work still, was not begun till long after Macpherson had set the world upon the study of Celtic literature. And Chatterton to invent African odes and Rowley's poetry. As an example to be followed, let me point to the work of Herzart de la Villemarque. 424. The first thing which must strike the reader, is the contrast between the language of this distinguished foreigner in speaking of Welsh antiquities, and the spirit of most writers on the Ossianic controversy. One aims at discovering truth, the others at proving their own case. Villemarque is a Celt, but he upholds Celtic antiquities; he is no Welshman, but he upholds Welsh literature, instead of running it down. He can refer to hundreds of ancient Welsh manuscripts, but he does not therefore insist that all Welsh manuscript poems of great age are far more ancient than the manuscripts in which they are found. He can quote French versions of old romances, but he does not therefore claim them for France. Finding a poem attributed to Taliesin, written in a vellum manuscript of great antiquity, he does not therefore assume it to be Taliesin's composition. But working steadily onwards, he compares manuscript with manuscript, till he finally sifts out a residuum which seems to bear the stamp of age and originality. He assumes that this may have been the work of the ancient bard. He does not, like Macpherson, assert it, and he gives the original, and quotes his authorities. He alters the orthography, but he states the fact. And he translates the result of this process into the plainest of French, without aiming at anything but an honest rendering of what he believes to be genuine old poetry. He collected the traditional songs of the Bretons, and their prose tales. But he does not claim for Bretons all the traditions which he found in their country. In short, he is a man of sense, learning, and liberality, and the fame which he has acquired is well earned. He does not even stand up for the Celtic dialect of his native country, to the injury of all others, but in his difficulties he has recourse of all surviving Celtic dialects alike. And he seeks, and finds aid in translating Old Welsh, in Irish, Gaelic, Cornish, and Breton, and thereby he arrives at a valuable result, instead of maintaining a contemptible squabble. And he can point to Owen Jones of Myvyr, a Welsh peasant, who devoted his life to the publication of Welsh poems from ancient manuscripts. He was the Macpherson of Wales, in that he drew attention to the literature of his country. But warned, perhaps, by the errors of his predecessors in the field of Celtic literature, his work was the very opposite of Macpherson's, for it was all Welsh, instead of all English, and all founded upon ancient documents which still exist. The work was published in 1801 and 1807, that is, at the same time as the Gaelic of Ossian. For the one there is old authority, for the other there is none. Now, in this work of Mons de Villemark, I find traits which recall Gaelic traditions and Ossianic poems, as published by Gillies, Stewart, and Maclean, in Scotland, and by Miss Brooke and the Ossianic Society of Dublin in Ireland. For example, there are 3 chief Welsh bards, and all of these, like Ossian, join in battles, and sing of their own exploits. 2 of them, like Ossian, live to a great age, and survive the friends of their youth. Llywelyn Hen, Aneurin, Taliesin, and Ossian, have much in common in their story, if not in their poems. Taliesin ends his days with street gildas in Armorica, Aneurin laments the loss of all his friends and comrades. Llywelyn Hen holds parley with an angel in the form of a churchman, and is urged to repentance in his old age, and Ossian holds parley with St. Patrick, and closes his life with him in the practice of forced austerities, in constant regret for the departed glories of his race. Even in Protestant Scotland the old blind bard is sometimes represented as singing his songs, and telling his stories to Padraig or Paul. If this religious element has been weeded from the Ossian of Macpherson, the bard is still an old man, singing of the past. He is always miserable and worn out, blind and deserted, but with the mind of a warrior still fresh within him, and the spirit of an old pagan to argue with Malvina, if she had been a Christian angel. So much there is in common, and it would seem to point to a struggle between the old religion and the new faith, paganism and bards against Christianity in church men. One poem, the Song of Urien, is like the Lay of the Heads, published by Maclean in 1816, and repeated to me by a man in Uist in 1860. Cuchulainn had been slain by numbers, and Conall, his oid, heard of it. The messenger told that Cuchulainn had got a new house. When he lay down, his nose touched the roof, and the back of his head was on the floor. And when he stretched himself, his feet were at the lower end, and his head at the upper, and so the messenger saved his life, for Conall had sworn to slay anyone who brought tidings of Cuchulainn's death. Then Conall and another swore that they would not stop till they had filled a withy with the heads of king's sons, as Eric for Cuchulainn. They did so, and let the knot at the end slip thrice, and the song is a dialogue between a lady and Conall, who tells the history of the heads, and the exploits of their former owners. The traditional version of the song, as written down for me, gives the name of the comrade Laegair, says that they filled 7 withies with heads, and adds a great many details which are not in Maclean. There are 62 lines instead of 60, but there is little difference in the versions, except in arrangement and substitution of words. The Song of Urien is in like manner a dialogue, and one of the speakers is returning from battle with a head, and he describes the prowess of the man who owned it. But the Welsh poetry quoted differs entirely from the Gaelic. The stanzas consist of 3 lines instead of 4, the whole system of assonance and rhyme, so far as I can make it out, seems utterly different. There is hardly anything in common, except that both treat of heroic actions, war, and slaughter. There is not much resemblance, then, between the poems of these 2 branches of the Celtic stock, and it would be strange if there were, for the languages, though Celtic, differ widely. But fortunately a distinguished lady of high rank has enabled us to judge of another class of popular lore. As it existed long ago in Wales, the popular tales of the 15th century, and in these I should expect to find the remains of something far older than Ossian ox taleson. The old myths which wandered westward with the Celtic race, which are embodied in Gaelic tales, written and unwritten, Scotch and Irish, and which seem to be common to most of the Aryan languages, of which the Celtic is one of the oldest. The poor despised popular tales, which are branded as wicked lies in the West Highlands, and which such men as Grimm and de la Villemarque believe to be some of the oldest known products of the human mind. Let me shew, so far as I can, wherein Scotch and Welsh popular tales agree, and wherein they differ. The Mabinogion, by Lady Charlotte Guest, is a collection of ancient Welsh popular tales, taken from a MS. supposed to have been written about the close of the 15th century. These contain the framework of many of the romances of chivalry which pervaded all Europe at a far earlier date. For instance, the Chevalier au Lion is the same story in the main as The Lady of the Fountain, and the romance is attributed to Christian de Troyes at the close of the 12th century. These romances are found in England, France, Germany, and even Iceland. They are in various meters, but the same stories can be traced in all. The heroes are still British worthies, and their exploits are traced back to Welsh popular tales and to Celtic traditions. It is impossible to read the text of the Mabinogion, and the notes, without seeing the strong resemblance which these traditions bear to modern Gaelic popular tales. The resemblance is not that of one entire story to another. Were it so, it would be less striking, but it is a pervading resemblance interwoven throughout, and which pervades in a less degree the whole system of popular tales, so far as I am acquainted with it. The Welsh and Gaelic stories are, in fact, often founded on, and consist of the same incidents variously worked up, and differently told, to fit the various manners and customs of different ages, different people, and different ranks of society. Take, for instance, The Lady of the Fountain, strip it of all that is local, and makes it specially Welsh, and fixes a date, the names, the dresses, the decorations, the manners and customs, which were, without doubt, those of the people who delighted in the Mabinogion when it was popular in Wales, and there will remain a bare skeleton of incidents, many of which will be found in these volumes. These I take to be Celtic, to have travelled west with Celtic tribes, and to be founded on still older traditions, the common stock from which the popular tales of Germany, and of that whole family of nations were also drawn. First, the framework is the same, one man tells a story, which starts another, as is the case in Conall, Numbers v. 6. and 7, and in Conall Gulban, no. LXXVI, in Murdoch Mac Bryan, no. XXXVI, and in many others which I have in manuscript. The knight comes to a castle, where he finds maidens who shew him the way, and entertain him, as happens in popular tales of all lands. For there is always someone who provides the adventurer with a bowl, or a clue, which shews him the road to his place of trial, or with some other means of conveyance, as in the story of the calendars. But in this case the number is 24, as in the Gaelic story of Magnus, no. 84. And the dress is yellow, as is the dress of the mysterious people in the Lay of the Great Fool, and generally in the Gaelic and Welsh tales, and yellow was the colour of dresses of honour in the West long ago. The first person he meets is a great black giant with a club, who appears in the Breton tale of Peronec the Idiot, and in the Rider of Gryaneg, no. Lvi, and in a great many other Gaelic tales. He comes next to a mystic fountain. And mystic fountains are the scene of wonders in endless Gaelic stories, for instance, Numbers XLVI. and LVI, where the transformations occur at a fountain. Then there is the arrival of a man on a black horse in a shower, who insults the warrior. Which incident occurs in Numbers I, LXXVI, and is common to many others, and is especially distinctive of Gaelic tales. There is the healing vessel of balsam in the keeping of a female, which is continually turning up in every possible shape in Gaelic. There is the fight between a snake and a creature of another kind, which opens the story of the Battle of the Birds, number 2, and there is the animal who helps his deliverer, as the raven helped the prince. And as the lion, wolf, and falcon, helped the fisherman's son in the Sea Maiden, and in Straparola's Italian version of that old tale, which is at least as old as 1567. There is the knight who wanders about with his rescued lion, conquering giants and monsters, like Magnus, in No. 84, and like the boy in the Norse tale of the Blue Belt, and like heroes in plenty of other tales besides. In short, through these old Welsh tales of chivalry, there shines an older system of popular tales, as clearly as the Welsh tales shine through the French and English romances. And the remnants of these very traditions exist in fragments at this day amongst the other branches of the Celtic race. I do not mean that Gaelic-speaking tribes have a peculiar claim to them, rather than the Welsh, or that Celtic tribes invented them. I mean that these traditions are Celtic and probably were Eastern. And that the popular tales now current amongst the poorest and least instructed of the Gaelic population, dwelling in the far west, throw light upon the subject so ably treated in the Mabinogion by a distinguished lady, aided by Welsh scholars. Compare the Breton traditions and popular ballads, founded on these same traditions of Arthur and his knights, with the next story in the Mabinogion, Peredur, the son of Eroch, and with the story of the Great Fool, No. 74. And the general Celtic resemblance for which I am contending will appear in strong relief. Peredur is the last of 7 sons of the Earl of the North, and he is brought up by a wise mother, in a distant country, so that he should not be a warrior, and perish as his father and brothers had done. One day he sees some hinds, and not knowing what they are, he drives them in with the goats. So the great fool sees deer, and not knowing what they are, catches them by speed of foot. On another day, Peredur sees knights on horseback, and knows as little what they are, but having found out, he gets him a horse, and goes to the king's palace, and there he begins by slaying a warrior. So the great fool catches a horse, and rides to the king's palace, and slays a man, and so Perenech, the Breton idiot, is a fool, and becomes a hero, catches a horse, and rides to Kurglas. And there are numerous other traits in Breton ballads which represent similar incidents, though in a wholly different dress. Where the parallel fails with one story, it holds elsewhere. Peredur is recognized, and is saluted by 2 captive dwarfs, who had been his father's dwarfs. Conall Gulban is recognized, and is saluted by Duanak, who had been his father's Draud. Peredur, when he sets off in quest of adventures, comes to old men, brothers, who instruct him, and forward him on his way, as happens in the story of Black, White and Red, in a story told me by Tinker MacDonald, in Norse tales. And in endless popular tales besides. The old men replace the maidens, and the old man who entertains the knight in the Lady of the Fountain. And through all the magnificence of knightly pageantry, there peep forth such traits of popular manners as the scarcity of food. When it comes to battles, the principle on which they are conducted is to be traced in Gaelic tales. There is the arrival of knights of increasing rank, and their overthrow by the hero. And further on, Peredur overthrows 300 warriors exactly as Conall Gulban and other Gaelic warriors do, but these are not the mailed knights of the romances. There is the incident of the bird of prey, the blood and the snow, which suggest love to Conall Gulban, and remind Peredur of the lady of his love, and that one incident joins the whole Celtic family, for it is all over the Highlands now. See page 201. It was in Wales in the 15th century. It is in a manuscript in the Advocate's Library, where Dart Hula, in the story of the children of Usnath, is joined to it. This is Hiberno-Celtic, intelligible to a Gaelic scholar, according to the account which I have of it, and the same incident is a Breton tale. Kai, the counterpart of Conan, ever in scrapes, ever ready for a fight, appears in his usual character. Caerleon is the dwelling of King Arthur. Turlian is that of the king of Lachlan in The Witch, No. 73. There is the lady in the dwelling, of the wild heathen people who befriends the wanderers, the character who appears so often, for example, in Numbers I, v. 6, 7, xliv, aii, lv, lxxx, and still oftener in Norse and German stories. There are even such little touches of resemblance, as bald swarthy youths, in Gaelic, male carrick, and such strong bonds of kindred as the three wounded men, who are always fighting Adank, a monster, and mystic armies. Who always conquer, but never win, who are wounded, and healed with precious balsam, exactly like the youths in the Knight of the Red Shield, who appear in many other Gaelic tales in other shapes. There is even the talisman, the stone of mystic virtues, which occurs in Conal Gulban, and elsewhere, and which is actually used at this day as an amulet to cure sick cattle. There is the warrior who comes to a trial of arms disguised, who borrows money and clothes from a craftsman, wins, and will not come for his reward, who resists force by force, but comes at last for fair words, like the Gilles Carrick dub in No. 4, Volume 1, and the Smith's Apprentice in No. 16, and like Boots in many Norse tales, a character who appears in German also. There is the hideous woman with the enormous teeth, who appears so often in Gaelic tales. There am sorceresses who, like the big women of Jura in No. 46, have to do with feats of arms, and generally, if this story of Peredur were modern, and the subject of adverse criticism, it might be said that it was composed of the incidents of half a dozen popular tales, disjointed, separated, shaken together, reunited, and polished. But as it is older than Straparola, and a liberal Welsh critic, if such there be, might claim all collections of later date as borrowed from Welsh ideas. Now, this story of Peredur has been worked into romances, and exists in many of the languages of Europe, including Icelandic. The question for argument is, did the old fishermen of the Hebrides, the old wives of Norway, the old nurses of Germany, the people of Brittany, and the writers of Hiberno-Celtic manuscripts, all learn their incidents, which they have in common with Peredur, from their ancestors, the ancestors from wandering minstrels, the minstrels from manuscripts, and the authors of the manuscripts from Welsh bards? Or, have the peasantry of Europe preserved the traditions from which writers and reciters made books and romances? And, in particular, have the Highlanders of Scotland preserved the Celtic traditions, which were also written in the Welsh Red Book, in another guise, in the end of the 15th century? I hold the latter as the more probable, if only, because I have found no trace of some romances which are widely spread. The story of Geraint, the son of Urban, is in as many languages, including Icelandic, as the Lady of the Fountain, and I have not yet found a single incident in Gaelic common to it. Unless it be the old knight and the dwarf encouraging their friends in the combat with the knight of the Sparrowhawk, as Duinak encouraged Conall in his battles. And the magic mist which was dispersed by the hero, which occurs in the Lay of the Great Fool, which is in a Manx tradition, and which occurs in several Irish stories, for example, The Chase, in Miss Brooke's collection of Irish poems. Take the story of Kilwich and Olwen, in the second volume, as another example. It opens like many Gaelic stories. A king has a son, and marries a second time. He conceals his son with a swineherd, and the stepmother finds him out and brings him to court, and he is sent off to encounter great perils, and seek objects difficult of attainment, adventures suggested by the stepmother. So the son goes off in the Night of Riddles, and one of his adventures is to obtain the hand of a lady, and so a whole system of popular tales is founded on a stepmother's dislike for her stepchildren. The manner of telling the story agrees closely with the manner of telling Gaelic stories. Many of the names could be explained by Gaelic, for example, Licklin is surely Lachlan, Mildew, male dhu. Kilwich, son of the king of Celidon, is surely Gilmuic, the swine lad, and the Welsh word has the same meaning, for the king's son was so called because he was hidden in a swine's barrow. The whole principle of the story is popular, in that the hero rises to a palace from a sty. The first thing he asks from King Arthur, when he gets to court, is to have his hair cut, and though this is said to have been an ancient ceremony, I am inclined to think it is nothing but the common incident in all popular tales. which the following sketch from nature, made on the Tana River, on the Russian bank, in 1850, may save me from explaining in words. Here is a quotation from the Norse tale of Soria Moria Castle. De sat sigde der, og de havd siddet en stund sagde den yngst prinsessen, yeg fair vel lisk dig lit jeg halver, je halver lugde huvedet I hens havn, saa liskit hun ham, og det varid ikke lench for end halver sov, etc. Page 153, Norsk Folkeeventer. 1852. In the list of Arthur's warriors, too, there are many old familiar friends, the gifted men of Fortunio, who appear in many languages, and who have counterparts in Gaelic, see Volume 1, page 250. In another story, Bolligam Moor, I have Luraga Luth, nimble shanks, who catches deer by speed. Klarsnecht Maith, who hears the grass grow. Toyn Chruadh, who is found clearing a field of stones by sitting on them. Queems de Reach, the marksman who is found with a gun at his eye aiming at a bird in Erin, and Bolligam Moor Great Gulp, who is found swilling a lake, and spouting it out again. They all join, the widow's son, and sail in a ship which could go over mountain or sea, Muir de Monad, which is like Arthur's ship, and they go to win a king's daughter, and do win her by feats. Nimble Shanks runs a race with Nagian Dub na Luadig, the black girl of the clouts, to try who could first take a bottle of water from the green well that was about the heaps of the deep. Tobar Ewan Thursday en Iamel Tora Domhain, the keen-eared man, hears all the plans, the swift man is enticed into falling asleep, and his head is laid on a horse's skull by the black girl who runs off with the water. But the marksman shoots the head away, and he awakens and wins. The next feat is to bring Tork Nima, a deadly boar that is in a forest, alive to the king's house. Nimble Shanks goes to catch him, and Hard Haunches to ride him borne, and home they come with him, and here is manifestly the same boar with the deadly spikes in his back which appears in the story of Dermot and elsewhere. The third feat is to sit at meat with the king in a chair with a deadly spike in it, and this good bearing finds out, and Hard Haunches performs. And the fourth is to bring a lock from the hill top to a hollow near the king's house, which Great Gulp accomplishes by swallowing it, and spouting it out again till the people were nearly drowned, and then the lady was married and won. And she is the daughter of the king of the Island of Women. This was written in 1859 by Hector Urquhart, from the telling of old John Mackenzie, and I know that I have not got half the story yet. There is a man who made a bridge of his foot, and another who shot arrows into the moon, of whom I have heard, and there is the man who produced intense cold by moving his hat, who is in Grimm, and who appears in a story which I got from Gerlach. Now, all these and more are in stories collected in modern times elsewhere, and they are all in this Welsh story at the court of Arthur. There is the man of sharp sight. When the gnat arose in the morning with the sun, he could see it from Jelly Wic, in Cornwall, as far as Pen Blathen in North Britain, explained to be from the Land's End to the Ord of Caithness. There is the marksman, Jelly Wic, he could in a twinkling shoot the wren through the 2 legs upon Esgir Irvel, in Ireland. There is the man of hard feet who cleared the way for King Arthur, and struck sparks of fire from hard things with the soles of his feet. There is Gilla Coo's Hydd, the chief leaper of Ireland was he. There is the nimble man who could run over the tops of the trees. There is Clust Rhianad. Cluas an ear, though he were buried 7 cubits beneath the earth he could hear the ant 50 miles off rise from her nest in the morning. There is the man who made a bridge of his dagger, like a lady who came to visit Finn in a story which I have. There is the man who could suck up the sea. And there are many others of the same stamp, some familiar, some who, so far as I know, do not appear elsewhere in popular tales, but every one of whom is intensely popular, and mythological, and might be, and probably was the hero of a separate myth. Kai, in particular, is here an epitome of much which is told of several gifted men in Grimm and elsewhere, and therein he agrees with Conan, who in a story about the Fane, I think Irish, is invisible and able to fly, and blinds the Lochlanners with a sting. Now, to leave the region of popular tales for a moment, and turn to mythology. In Gylfis mocking Thor, the Norse god goes to the land of giants, where he is cheated most ignominiously. But B plays the part of great gulp, for he swills at a horn whose end is in the sea, and makes the sea sink down many feet by his mighty draught, but he cannot empty the horn. Loki plays the part of the Great Eater, Volume 1, p. 138, but he is beaten, for his adversary is fire. Thor is the strong man who appears in Fortunio, but he is beaten again, for he cannot lift up the great serpent, which appears to him as a great grey cat, though it goes round the world. And Thor's companion plays the part of the swift man and is beaten, for his adversary is Thought, and no one can run a race with Thought, and, as it seems to me, the same thing may be meant by the Gaelic, black daughter of the clouds. Anything which is invisible, and hidden, and incorporeal, is called black. As each dub s each don, bon re bon, s luath, nt each dub na nt each don. A black horse and a brown horse soul to soul, swifter is the black horse, the wind, than the brown, water. And lastly, Thor is the wrestler, but he is beaten, for his adversary is old age. And this seems to indicate that Thor, though a divinity, had once been immortal. Here then is King Arthur placed on the same level with Thor, and the same incidents associated with both, the one in a Welsh MS. collection of popular tales, the other in a very early Icelandic manuscript, which gives nearly all that is known of the pagan creed of the Northmen. And the very same characters and incidents are found to pervade the popular tales of the greater part of Europe, including those of the West Highlands. The only possible deduction from these facts seems to be, that these are traces of a mythology once common to Celts, Scandinavians, Italians, Germans, and mayhap ancient Greeks, Romans, Egyptians, and Aryans. And so with the rest of the story of this Welsh prince of Celidon. When he goes out with his gifted comrades, they meet with a mythical herdsman, a captive, with a log as mythical as they are themselves, and he plays the part of the herdsman in the slim-waisted giant, as told me in Uist. And in the Red Eddin of Ireland, printed by Chambers in Broad Scotch in 1858. The herdsman, like the maidens in The Lady of the Fountain, shews the way, and tells what is to be met with in this land of wonders, and he entertains the adventurers. And when they are set tasks by the king whose daughter they have come to win, it is like reading a list of tasks picked out of a library of popular tales, with scraps of Norse mythology and classical mythology all jumbled up with other tasks which I have not found elsewhere. Here is list of similar tasks from the tale mentioned above, as preserved in the Advocate's Library, which I assume to be written in Irish. I quote from an abstract of an abstract. Tale I. The Fate of the Sons of Twirion. In the reign of Nuad the Silver-Handed, the Faumhares, a Scandinavian race, I should say the giants, had the Tuatha de Dananns under tribute. The officers come to a king seated on a hill. Lughaidlam Fada comes in splendid attire, rushes on the Fogmares and kills them all but 9, whom he sends back. They tell, and an expedition is decided on. Cian meets Uar, Ichuar, and Ichuarba, 3 sons of Twirion Begruin. Cian transforms himself into a swine. The sons transform themselves into swift hounds. Uar kills him, and buries him under a heap of stones. As compensation for the crime, they are required to procure for Lugrake 1. The apples that grew in the garden of the king of Hisperna. 2. A sow's skin that belonged to the king of Greece. 3. A Persian spear. 4. The horses and chariot of Dogwire Insipid. 5. The 7 swine of Ezol, king of Colchos. 6. A whelp in the possession of the king of Torwath. 7. Some magic rods from an island in the Tyrrhene Sea, and 7 other articles of magic properties, which are not given in the abstract. They were also to utter 3 cries on the summit of the hill of Myotican. After 16 quarto pages of adventures, they return with the articles, but have not uttered the 3 cries, so they ask for a magic curac and go. The eldest brother, in a cover of glass, explores the sea for 15 days. They get a magic rod, utter the 3 cries on the top of the hill, after a severe battle return to Ireland, die, and are buried. This manuscript is supposed to have been written about say 1750. It is evidently a transcript. The language bespeaks high antiquity. The man in a glass case occurs in a story mentioned to me in Uist in 1859, and the tale of the sons of Twirion is one of those mentioned by Professor Okery as probably composed before AD 1000. Now let these Irish tasks be compared with the Welsh tasks, and they will be found to resemble each other in nature, though they are not the same. And they also resemble, in the same general way, the labors of Hercules and the tasks in the Battle of the Birds, in the Master Maid, in Straparola's Fortunio, and in many of Grimm's German stories. When the Welsh heroes set off to accomplish their tasks, it is the same thing. They go to the beasts, birds, and fishes for information, as men go to the winds in the Norse tale of East O, the sun, and West O, the moon. And the three old men who herd the beasts, and the birds, and the fishes in the Three Princesses of White Land, characters who appear continually in Gaelic tales in various shapes, sometimes they are old men, sometimes three old women, sometimes herds. These generally provide the wanderer with a cup, or a boat, or a pair of old shoes, which carry him on his journey, and come home. But the Welsh creatures are especially old and mythical. One is an eagle, which has sat on a rock and pecked at the stars for some extraordinary number of ages, another is a stag, who is as old, and the third is a salmon, who takes Kai on his back and carries him to his destination. And when the grand climax is approaching, it appears in the shape of a magic boar, who is a transformed king, and behind whose ears are scissors, a comb, and a razor, which, like Gaelic combs and iron instruments, are the keys to the whole magic. King Arthur rouses the boar, and hunts him from Ireland to Wales, and over the Welsh mountains, and he is finally slain. And surely this magic boar and boar hunt by the mythical British king and his gifted warriors, is the same as the magic boar of Gaelic tales, and the hunt by Finn, the mythical king of the Feen. And the hunt of Adonis, and must be some old myth as old as the races who have worked up the common stock into so many shapes. When I first read this Welsh story, it was like a confused dream, made up of fragments from all that I had read and collected during the last 2 years, and that though thus interwoven with the general mass of Gaelic, Norse, German, French, and Italian tales, the justice of the observation in the first note is undeniable. It is purely British, in that it has no parallel or exact counterpart in any other language. The dream of Rhonabwy has few incidents that I can recognize. There is a horse who, like the giant in Connaught, drew men towards him when he drew in his breath, and blew them away when he breathed out. It is a strange tale of chivalry, and Owen's army of ravens are peculiarly mythological. I have a great deal about ravens, as, for instance, in the Battle of the Birds, but I have no army of ravens, and I know of no such army in any other popular tale. But in a note at page 436, is the outline of a story of which I have given an abstract at page 95, Introduction. That story was repeated to me by an old tinker at Inverary, and it is in the metrical and prose versions of Perceval de Gauls, according to the note. The story of Poole, Prince of Dived, has a great many incidents which I recognize. The opening is like the lay of the Great Fool. The prince goes alone to hunt, and falls in with hounds whose like he had never seen, white with red ears. They catch a stag, and he drives them away, and sets his own bounds on the deer. And there comes a man clad in garments of grey woolen, the owner of the hounds, who accuses him of discourtesy. He is Araun, a king of the Anmoyne. The next adventure is like the opening of Murdoch Mac Bryan, no. 18i, and an incident in Connaught. The king sits on a mound, and there comes a maiden on a steed, whom no one can overtake, which again has a relation to the opening of Boyer Borb, and the Irish story of the chase. Then comes the incident of a king disguised as a beggar, which is in the end of Murdoch Mac Bryan, in the Odyssey, and in many stories in Gaelic, Norse, and German. And then there is the man enticed into a bag and beaten. As the giant's mother was enticed by Mael Boibian, and beaten to death. Then comes the woman who is mysteriously robbed of her children, and accused of eating them, which is in many stories. For example, in the French story of Princess Fair Star, in the Norse story of the lassie and her godmother, in the Hoodie, number 3, and in number 12 in Gaelic, and in endless stories besides. For example, in one called, An Tiurusgil Aig na Ryer, Ry na Thwyraban Agus Ry nan Aelp, the king of the Aelp quarrelled with the Druids, and was killed, leaving a single daughter and a son. She was educated by the Druids till she was able to do many of their tricks, but they coloured her skin as green as grass. But the son fled up a mountain, called Bain Gloin, because it was always covered with glass, or ice, in the winter, and he took his father's sword and sceptre. Then came a Druid and smote him as he slept, and turned him into a grey dog. Then he returned to the palace, leaving his sword and sceptre, and his sister got leave to come and see him, and there they stayed. The green woman and the greyhound, and there they were to stay till some one would marry the greyhound of her own accord, and till the king's daughter should nurse 3 children, and get a kiss from the king's son. And no one was to bury the bones of those who fell in the Druids' battle till their grandchildren should do it. Then the king of the urban went off with his men through the hills to fight with another king, and lost his way in a mist, and he cried out, Keep with me, and there answered him but 100. Then the mist was so thick that he could not see the end of his sword, and he shouted again, and there answered him but 100, and he cried out again, and there answered but 3, and next time he cried, none answered at all. And so he wandered alone till he came to the palace, where he found nothing but a greyhound. He wandered about, found food and a bed, and ate and slept. Next day he wandered about and found a lot of bones, and began to kick the skulls idly, when the grey dog sprang upon him, and threw him down, and spoke, and abused him for kicking his father's skull. And then comes the story of Beauty and the Beast. The king had 3 daughters and a son, and he promised that a daughter should come in his stead, and the green girl went to carry the news. She put on a chasebert shubble, her travelling footgear, and a face cloth, and went and returned with the 3 daughters in a trice, for she had travelling footgear for them also. The youngest stayed as hostage for the king, and the rest went home, and she slept in the same room with the dog and the green sister till the year ran out, and the king came back. Then, to save her father's life, the youngest sister agreed to marry the hound, and the green girl got a priest, and they were married. In the morning when she woke, of course it was a fine young man who was beside her. And she asked where was the grey dog. Then the 2 elder sisters were furious, and the king fell in love with the green girl after he had taken a draught of the mheder buidi, yellow mead, from her hand. The 2 sisters concoct a scheme with a druid to become queens instead of the brother and sister, and the first step is to get hold of their sister's child, and give it to the druids. They carry her off, and when the child was born, there came a green hand in at a window, and it took away the child. So in Welsh there came a great claw, and so a lake fairy took away Lancelot in the romance. And so it happened thrice, but a drop fell from the eyes of the children, and the mother gathered the drops, and treasured them. Then the king who had been twice deceived, and who did not know that he had seen his wife, determined to marry again, but he would marry none but she who could fetch his sceptre and sword of victory from the top of the glass mountains. Many tried, but failed, and the wicked sisters who had made the youngest lose the strength of her feet, cured her, and when she succeeded, stole the prize, and claimed the reward. Then they were set to wash the bloody shirts of those who had been slain in the great battle of the Druids. The sister washed them all but one, and before she would wash that one, she must sleep 3 nights in the king's room, but he had his sleepy drink, and she sang. Rug me do thryuer cloin dut. Es dirich mea, bain gloin dut. Es nigh me do laintian falla dut. Es the me naum laid mail rut. Es siam, a jail knock teen Thursday riem. I bore thy 3 babes for thee. And I climbed the glass peaks for thee. And I washed thy bloody shirts for thee. And I am laid beside thee here. And why my love not turn to me? On the 3rd night he heard. And in so far the story is like many others, but it has many adventures which I have found nowhere else. The king, and his wife, and his green sister, go back to the palace of the Aelp, and hold a feast. Dubmaluraid the wicked druid comes, and a wicked sister is transformed into the likeness of the queen, and when the true queen came her rival was in her place, and no one could make out which was the right queen. Then came the green sister, and produced a garter with which the queen had tied the sword and scepter when she brought them from the glass hill, and the true queen had the other on. Then the green sister brought in the 3 children, which she said she had carried off from the Urubin to save their lives, and they all 3 squinted for want of the drops that had fallen from their eyes, and the true mother had the drops. And put them back, and they saw straight. Then the green girl marked the sham queen with a black spot, and put salt into the druid's food, and a sleepy drink into his cup, and when he slept she put him amongst the bones, where he could work no more spells. The druid, to get free, told her to wash in the water of the well that was at the foot of the blue rock, in the island of Deer, in a high hill, and the young prince of the Urubin fetched it and she was cured, and they married. The wicked sisters try to burn the house, and put magic draughts into their sister's drink, but they fail. The druid is made drunk and beheaded. The sisters drink their own draught, lose the power of their legs, and fall into poverty and disgrace, and the young sister and the king of the ale who had been a grey dog, and his sister who had been green, and the young king of the Wirabin, lived happily thenceforth, and their grandchildren buried the bones. Now this was a nursery story told to John Dewar, by a servant maid, about 1812. And this rough outline will shew that it is a version of the same popular tale which was written in Wales about 400 years before, which was in the Golden Ass of Apuleius 1600 years ago, and has to do with Cupid and Psyche. And is in the Arabian Nights. I have other Gaelic versions of the same incidents, including a detailed account of the manner of climbing the mountains, and the accusation of eating the children. But my object here is to shew the relationship between Gaelic and Welsh stories, and this must suffice for the present. In the next story, Branwen, the daughter of Llyr, which, if Gaelic, might mean black and white daughter of the sea, there is little which I can recognize. There is a great deal about ships which come from Ireland. And the cauldron which brings warriors to life when they are slain is like the vessel of balsam. The origin of the 5/5 of Erin is given, and, as I have not found the myth elsewhere, and as the term is common in Gaelic stories, I quote it. After a great battle there were left alive but 5 women, and they bore 5 sons, and these, when they grew up, took each other's mothers to wife, and they peopled Ireland and divided it. The name of the smith is like Gaelic. Laesar Laesjerd might be kindled flame. I have nothing in common with the next story except a magic white boar, nor with the next, nor with the dream of Maxen Ledig, nor with the story of Lud. Some of these I should class with popular history. But the next, Taliesin, begins with the well-known incident of the man who mysteriously acquires knowledge by tasting unwittingly drops of magic liquor from a cauldron. The man's name is Gwayan Bach, and the story is now told of Finn Mac Cumhale. This seems to join Finn and Gwayan, and to this I have referred elsewhere. The pursuit, in various forms, by the witch lady, has an exact counterpart in a story of which I have many versions, and which I had intended to give if I had room. It is called The Fuller's Son, The Collier's Son, and other names, and it bears a strong resemblance to the end of the Norse tale, Farmer Weather Sky. That belongs to the Arabian Nights also, and so carries us eastwards as usual. The incident of sending a man to try the fidelity of a wife, and his deceit with a ring token, has a counterpart in No. 18. Which leads to Shakespeare and Boccaccio, and proves what I bad suspected, that there actually was a British popular tale current before the time of Shakespeare, from which B might have taken some of his ideas. The very same idea will be found in a Breton tale, Invention de Bolland's Foyer Breton, Volume 1, page 180, where a Breton gentleman goes to court, boasts of his wife's beauty and fidelity, and a French courtier goes to test his words. He gets a ring and other tokens, and sends them to Paris, and when the enraged husband comes home to take vengeance on his lady, he finds that she is innocent. The gallant is found weaving sacking in a room where he had been enticed by the lady, and where she had starved him into submission, and taught him to weave, after his own fashion, a new kind of cloth of his own invention. Here, then, one incident joins Gaelic, Welsh, and Breton, and joins them to English, French, and Italian tales, and brings them into contact with famous names, and carries them back a long way. But while this is true of incidents, the groundwork of the Welsh story and the poetry of Taliesin have little in common with any popular tale of which I know anything. Taliesin, according to the notes, was a Welsh bard of the 6th century. His history is mixed with Irish adventures. He was a knight of the Round Table, with Arthur at Caerleon, upon Usk, in Glamorgan. But if so, the Taliesin of the story is a very different personage. He is a kind of demigod, and in likelihood ancient myths about the spirit of song have clustered round a famous name. The names Taliesin, the offspring of Gwion, and Ossian, the son of Fion, suggest that these mythical bards may once have been the same. In a note, I find that Cardigan Bay was once the site of a submerged country. The same, no doubt, which can be traced in Breton, in Irish, in Manx, and Gaelic, in Norse, and in Italian, a country submerged for wickedness, and whose houses can be seen under water, and occasionally rise to the surface. A tradition common to many nations which bears upon that of the mysterious western land hidden in the mist, which once was the Isle of Man, and is now to the westward of Man. So far, then, I have endeavoured to shew that Welsh popular tales of the 15th century, and Gaelic popular tales of the 19th, have a strong relationship to each other, that they are both intimately connected with medieval romances, and with modern Norse tales, and with Old Norse mythology. With the oldest known collections of popular tales made in Europe, and with the last, with Irish traditions in the far west, and with the Arabian Nights in the east. My opinion is, that these are all founded upon incidents which have been woven into popular tales almost ever since men began to speak. That they are all Celtic only because Celts are men, and only peculiarly Celtic because Celts are admitted by all to be a very ancient offshoot from the common root. They are peculiarly Cymric or Gaelic, because each fresh branch has a separate growth, and different tribes have varied their stories, as they have altered their language. Mythology. Origin of such stories. As to the origin of popular tales there are three current opinions. First, it is said the minds of men are similarly constituted in all parts of the world, and when they are similarly placed will produce similar results, therefore similar stories have sprung up simultaneously all over the world. And though they resemble each other, they have really nothing in common. They are weeds of the human understanding which should be rooted out, but which spring up wherever there is a proper soil, and climate, and sufficient ignorance, idleness, and neglect. Secondly, it is said, these were the work of wise men in the East, whose writings we know when and where these writings first appeared in Europe, and these have spread all over the world. For example, Cupid and Psyche, and all stories like it, originated with the author of the Golden Ass. Thirdly, it is held that these ideas were originally the offspring of the minds of men in the East, at a period when great part of the earth was waiting for men to own it. When language itself was young, before the ancestors of those who now dwell in India and in Bharat set off on their travels, before Sanskrit grew to be a language. In short, it is held that these despised stories are the fragments of the early myths and beliefs, moral tales, and heroic pastimes of the early ages of the world, and that Cupid and Psyche is but one phase of an Aryan myth. I have been drawn to all these in turn. When I sit in a room surrounded by printed books, and trace one through them for centuries. When I read an English translation of Apuleius, printed in 1566, and my own translation of a Gaelic story, like one of those told by Lucius, that most amusing of asses, I am all for books. But when I sit in a cloud of peat reek beside an old Highlander, with white hair and a skin like crumpled parchment, who cannot speak English or read a word, and listen to the same incidents told in a language which is not in any such book, and in a style which is the narrator's own, I am driven from my paper entrenchments, and all theories, which are founded on books and writings, are scattered to the winds. I am driven to remember that libraries are but museums, in which collections of ideas are stowed away in paper, like herbariums of dried plants, and that such mental plants grow in men's minds, and are propagated there, from seeds, like other plants. I feel that as every blade of springing corn is not a separate creation or a full-grown plant, so ideas may spring and grow and come to maturity, and sow themselves, and spread far and wide, as plants do, without artificial culture. And so, after 2 years, I hold the third opinion, having tried the other two. To make the first theory probable, it is necessary to shew some case in which two men similarly situated have composed the same speech, sermon, or novel, with some 20 or 30 common ideas, following each other in the same order, with the same end in view, and the same plot, and without any previous common knowledge of any historical fact or incident in everyday life from which to set out. We must have two separate creations of the mind. We must have two Waverleys, or two Hamlets, without any historical foundation, the pure offspring of man's invention. It is not only possible, but exceedingly probable, that two men should each contrive a story, which should begin with the birth of its hero, go on with his adventures up to his marriage, and either end with his death, or leave that conclusion to the imagination. Take almost any modern novel whose author is known, and strip it to the bones, and the skeleton will be found to consist of ideas about the birth, education, and marriage of one or more couples of human beings. And in so far popular tales do certainly resemble novels, and might spring up independently without a model, but that is not the resemblance with which we have to deal. We have not simply a backbone, but a whole skeleton. We have to deal with such a resemblance as exists between a turbot and a John Dory. Both are fish, both are flat, both are good. Their skeletons are made on the same plan, and consist of the same bones. They are creatures of the very same kind, though the one looks as if he had been crushed vertically, and the other as if his sides had been squeezed together. And the superficial observer sees no resemblance at all. In order to maintain the second theory, it is necessary to shew how it is possible that uneducated men who never stir from the far west, the most unlikely to have any acquaintance with anything inside a book, should come to know that which is only to be found in rare Italian or Latin books, while a few of those who most cultivate books have the same knowledge. It must be shown how Donald MacFie, Cottar in South Uist, and his class, came to be acquainted with the incidents of the story of Fortunio, in Straparola, and Cupid and Psyche in the Golden Ass, and, when that is shown, how Grimm's old German women got hold of the same incidents, and when that is done, how they got to Norway, and, when all that is done, it remains to be discovered how all the stories which resemble Fortunio have something which none of the rest have got, some incident which might be added without interfering in any way with the symmetry of the general plan, and which the oldest books want. Some detail which helps out the plot. Is it possible that a Minglay peasant in Straparola, neither of whom can have seen a giant, or a flying horse, or a dragon, or a mermaid, or a talking animal, or a transformed man, could separately imagine all these impossible things, and, having imagined them, simultaneously invent the incidents of the story, and arrange so many of them in the same order? Is it, on the other hand, possible that all these barefooted, bareheaded, simple men, who cannot read, should yet learn the contents of one class of rare books and of no others? I cannot think so. I have gone through the whole Sea Maiden story, and all its Gaelic versions, and marked and numbered each separate incident, and divided the whole into its parts, and then set the result beside the fruit of a similar dissection of Straparola's Fortunio, and I find nearly the whole of the bones of the Italian story, and a great many bones which seem to belong to some original antediluvian Aryan tale. The Scotch version is far wilder and more mythical than the Italian. The one savours of tournaments, kings' palaces, and the manners of Italy long ago, the other of flocks and herd, fishermen, and pastoral life. But the Highland imaginary beings are further from reality, and nearer to creatures of the brain. The horses of Straparola are very material, and walk the earth. Those of old John MacFie are closely related to Pegasus and the horses of the Veda, and fly and soar through grimy peat reek to the clouds. Fortunio used his magic power to become a bird, and fly to the chamber of a princess, who provided him with arms and armor, but the son of the fisherman won his fortune and his princess by hard blows, and by doing his duty faithfully. If it were possible that the rough Highlander had got knowledge of the work of the polished Italian, it is certain that he did not copy its morals. And what is true of the Italian and Gaelic versions is equally true of all others which I know. Short Shanks in Norse, Fortunio in French, Conte de Fées, Volume 5, p. 49, the Nix of the Millpond, the Ball of Crystal in German, and any other versions, if examined, will be found to consist of a bare tree of branching incidents common to all. And so elaborate that no minds could possibly have invented that whole 7 or 8 times over, without some common model, and yet no one of these is the model, for the tree is defective in all. And its foliage has something peculiar to each country in which it grows. They are specimens of the same plant, but their common stock is nowhere to be found. Mythologiarian theory. I lately had the advantage of hearing the modern science of language explained by a master of that art. Its principles, as I gathered them, appear to be these. Men are different from brutes in that they are gifted with reason, and having reason they are also gifted with speech. Parrots have organs of speech, and speak, but they have no language, because they have no reasonable ideas to express. Such ideas as they have, they express in their own way, by tones, not words. Men then being gifted with reason and the faculty of speech, began to speak, and expressed their ideas by sounds, which are the roots of language. Languages pass through stages of growth and decay, and so far as has been ascertained, there are 3 stages, of which examples exist. Languages whose words are all roots, which have neither verbs nor adjectives, not terminations, such as Chinese, which, as it would seem, has never grown, though much cultivated. Languages in which one word is glued to another and becomes a termination, and loses its independent meaning. And languages which have passed through these 2 stages, where the roots and terminations have become so intimately joined and altered by time and use that it requires a practiced workman to distinguish them, and hunt them back to their sources. All languages, it is assumed, have passed, or will pass, through these 3 stages of growth and decay, and the modern languages of the great Aryan family are in the 3rd stage. Of the Aryan family of languages, the Sanskrit, is the oldest known, and this system of roots and growths, the principle on which letters change, and the framework of the whole science, existed centuries ago amongst the sages of the East. Where writings have been discovered, read, and adopted, by modern philosophers. A philologist, then, with sacred and profane history pointing eastwards, with Sanskrit books, and Eastern learning at his command, with a stock of roots gathered in the East centuries ago, begins at some leaf or twig, some word, in the West. And works backwards to find the root. Or he starts at the root, and works upwards fo the modern word, and so by patient grubbing, and bold leaps, by force of intellect and power of speech, men strive to reach the truth in this, as in other sciences. They use the faculties which have been given them to solve this problem, as other men have used the same implements to solve problems as hard. As geologists have dug into the history of the world, and astronomers have scaled the stars, so a philologist hops like a squirrel from bough to bough, and strives to understand the growth of the great tree of human language. Now, surely if it be a study worthy of philosophers to trace out the sounds which are the seeds from which speech grew, it is at least as interesting to trace the growth of untutored thoughts which words express. And so this study of popular tales must come to take its place beside the science of language, if that is to be admitted to a high place in the mystic circle. If men began to express ideas by language, they must have had ideas to express, and if ever these early ideas, the growth of unaided minds, are to be discovered, it will be by a process of patient inquiry, and bold speculation. Like that which has raised up the sciences of philology, geology, and astronomy. When we hold a tradition, we have something like a modern word, or a leaf. When we have ancient writings we have something like a Sanskrit root, and as time goes on and knowledge increases, the connection between the peasant's nursery tale and some old world belief will become clearer and clearer. And when that has been done, and when many old pagan beliefs have been hunted out, the truth will certainly appear beyond it all by following this road as well as another. The science of philology has not yet proved, but it points to a single common language, and an Eastern origin for the human race. Comparative mythology points the same way, and this wonderful community of popular tales throughout the world joins with them in pointing to a common Eastern origin for mankind. And that origin certainly cannot be a gorilla, for in all their researches men find no trace of primeval gorilla roots, languages, myths, or tales. Men are distinguished from gorillas, for they have intellects and tails. Birds still differ from men in that they cannot learn the use of their organs of speech, though there was once a magpie who told tales of her mistress, and was taken in by her superior cunning, and unjustly put to death. On fine days the whole neighbourhood of a certain square in London echoes to the most lamentable sounds of human woe, heart-rending shrieks and wailings fill the air. It is a green parrot expressing his delight at the bright sun and the fresh air, by repeating what he must have learned in a very cross nursery. Now if storyology be a science, it is worthy of a system and systematic study, and the process might be somewhat like this: begin anywhere, and read any collection, and there will appear a certain number of incidents which are repeated over and over again. They are never expressed twice in the same words, but they are clearly the same nevertheless, and they are easily recognized. Take, for example, the idea of a giant whose life is not in his body, but stowed away elsewhere, no. For, Volume 1, and wherever that idea turns up hereafter, compare it with the first mention of it. And so by degrees it will appear that the notion of a man with his life elsewhere is very commonly associated with certain other ideas which have to do with a hostile dragon, beasts, birds, fish, and trees, earth, air, water, supernatural powers, and the loves of a man and woman. When this cluster of ideas is commonly found in one country, it becomes an incident belonging to the people of that country, and all that specially belongs to that people and no other may be removed. And then with a fossil incident picked out of the stratum in which it was first found, the historiologist may proceed to pick out other notions in the same way. When he has subjected any one collection to this sifting, there will certainly remain a number of primeval fossil incidents, and a lot of historical debris which may be left, in the meantime, for historians to sift in their turn. With such a collection of incidents stored and arranged, it is easy to recognize similar specimens elsewhere, and it is startling to find them in some of their resting places. No doubt hereafter a scientific nomenclature will be devised. The incident which I have taken as an example might be called the hieroglyphic incident, for it occurs, as I am told, in an Egyptian papyrus, and the Norse giant with no heart in his body, and the Arabic jinn who kept his life at the bottom of the circumambient ocean might be called the Norse and Arabic varieties. And so when many collections have been made and explored, it will be found out who has, and who has not got this and that idea, and what ideas are common to all. I have little doubt that this particular notion will be discovered to belong to some ancient system of mythology, like that of Egypt, and to relate to a deluge and a creation. It would seem to be very old, and it is very widely spread. The question is, who were the people who held this notion of a common terminable life for all nature, and a man and a woman who overcame the natural powers by the help of a superior intelligence, and when and where did they live? If they lived before the Egyptians. I have formed no theory on the subject, but it seems worth inquiry, and this is one way to puzzle out some parts of the ancient history of the human race, from the traces of the human mind. Let a sufficient number of incidents be gathered together, and treated as roots, wherever they may be found. Exactly as AR and TRA are hunted through forests of Aryan words, and storyology will become a science like any other ology, and it is fully as amusing as most of that dusty tribe. It is more amusing to read faces than it is to read books. It is quite as satisfactory to catch a new idea as it is to land a fresh salmon, bag a pheasant, run a fox to ground, or draw a badger, and the pursuit may best be carried on in the open air, amongst the wildest of glens, and mountains, and mountaineers. And what were these first efforts of reason left to itself? Surely to find out the reason of things. In early youth, I was taught a definition which I have never been able to forget. Q. What is a river? A. A river is a stream of water running through the lowest accessible levels of a country into the sea, and returning to it the water which having evaporated had formed clouds and fallen over the land in rain. A simple man in search of knowledge, who had found all that out for himself, might well think he had got the two ends of his chain of reasoning fast linked together, and describe a circle in the sand, to express the discovery completed. The river runs because the rain falls, the rain falls because the rivers runs, so the chain is endless and unbroken, and the river something everlasting. Men having a tendency to admire the fruit of their own brains might well sit down content, and mayhap fall down and worship the river itself, or set up a circle, or a symbolical serpent with his tail in his mouth, to express eternity. And exclaim, how beautiful is this great everlasting river, which is older than my grandfather, which flows down from his lofty clouds in the air to water my fields, and return to his native skies. And so the river might become a god, and acquire a name, and a history, and temples, and priests, and a religious system, and a form, mayhap that of a fish's tail tacked on to a human body. But some other thinker might feel cramped within this water circle flowing about the earth, and seek to know why the river was material, and ran down northwards, and flew up and southwards. And suspect that the water god had more to do than water fields. If he thought hard, he might find out that water rose up when it was heated by fire, that the sun was hot, and that the river flew through the air because the sun shone. That the fields gave their increase, not because of the water god, whose own watery regions produced nothing but weeds and fish, but because the sun compelled the water to work, and then warmed the fields into fertility. And so a new astronomical circle, and a larger symbolical serpent, with his tail in his mouth, new priests, images and ceremonies, might be set up in honor of the bountiful sun god, who rose and set to watch over the fields of his faithful worshippers. And then the dethroned river god, with his scaly tail, would sink in public estimation, and might become Abdullah of the sea, and his wife a mermaid, and then all the history of the past religion would gradually sink into a nursery tale. Another thinker might upset the worship of fire, and point out that the air in which the sun, and moon, and stars had their lofty being was something greater than fire, for no animal, or man, or fire could live without it. And a good blast of it would extinguish the best candle. A fourth might discover, that without the earth all else was not, and that everything grew and had its being from the earth, and returns to it. And so a whole host of elemental divinities might spring up from a study of nature, flourish and decay, and so become the spirits of the earth, and the air, the jinns of fire, and air, and water. Paris and earthly ghouls dressed in their idol forms, and retaining shreds of their former grandeur. But as each new circle became too narrow for reason, one set of despairing philosophers might come to think the whole world of nature a fortuitous concurrence of atoms, and worship nothing at all, while a second worshipped their own passions. And a third still pressed onwards, and sought to know whence the atoms came, and why they concurred, and how the particular concurrence of atoms, of which they were composed, managed to think about such things, or to think at all. Such thinkers must be driven at last to say, we cannot explain this, but we believe that there is a reason greater than ours, which we cannot attain to, beyond it all. So nursery tales are often the debris of natural religions, which are all fading away before the light of revealed religion, but subsisted along with it before the flood. Plain men and women are found dealing with heroes and heroines, mermaids, dragons, great birds, and subterranean powers, the powers of water, fire, air, and earth, who were once gods and goddesses. The elements personified, worshipped, dethroned, and now degraded to be demons and hobgoblins, fiends and fairies, ghosts and bogles, and monsters of land and sea. But above and beyond all these there is always some dimly seen power greater and more powerful than they, the hidden reason and cause towards which every train of just reasoning must certainly tend, though it never can reach it without its aid. Jupiter was subject to the fates, the world and its supporters stood upon a tortoise, or rested upon the shoulders of Atlas, but what they stood upon no one knew. Fairies are more powerful than mortal men, but they are but fallen angels, and the wise man who advised the fisherman's son in the Sea Maiden was a greater power than he, or any of the monsters which he destroyed, or the magic creatures of air, earth, and water which aided him and his wife to overcome the evil powers of the sea. West Highland Stories. Assuming that stories do really contain the debris of ancient beliefs, this particular collection should contain fragments of the ancient Celtic creed. They seem to me to point to an astronomical pantheon at war with meteorological, aqueous, and terrestrial powers. The early religion of the Vedas seems to have been mixed up with solar worship, so was that of Egypt, Greece, and Rome. In the 2nd century, in the days of Apuleius, who was a native of northern Africa and manifestly a collector of North African popular tales, it was necessary, in order to propitiate the good powers, to put the best foot foremost, as we say. To start with the right foot, not the left, as Apuleius explains, and in these days men still swore by the divinity of the sun. Irishmen will have it that they are of Milesian descent, and came from the Mediterranean. Scotchmen will have it that they, too, have a like origin from Pharaoh's daughter, and Apuleius calls his Milesian tales, whatever he means thereby. It seems pretty certain, at all events, that Phoenician traders visited Britain at a very early date, whether the Celtic Britons first came overland or by sea. To secure a prosperous result in the days of Martin, in the Western Isles in 1703, it was requisite to take a turn sunwise at starting. A boat was rowed round sunwise. An old Islay woman marched sunwise about the worthy doctor, to bring him good luck. The fowlers, when they went to the Flannan Islands, walked sunwise thrice about the chapel, saying prayers. Sometimes fire was carried round some object, sometimes they rode in procession. They made forced fire for mystical purposes by rubbing planks together. In short, there were then a number of superstitious observances connected with fire, and with moving in a circle from left to right if the back is to the center, from right to left if the center is faced. Sunwise, east, south, west, north, and so thrice. Every English sailor coils a rope sunwise, but I have never been able to find out that he alters the direction of his coil when he crosses the line, and ought to coil it the other way. When a sailor faces about, he goes right about face. When boys play at rounders, so far as I can remember, they always run first to the stance on the left of the circle within which they stand. Girls dance in a circle, and all England commonly dances in a circle about the mistletoe when we dance the old year out and the new year in. And, so far as I can remember, the dancers face the center, and move to the left, which is sunwise, and planetwise, if the earth be the center intended. Long ago, when in Greece, I came upon a lot of peasants dressed in their white kilts, performing their dances. Men and women held hands in a circle, advanced and retreated, and moved slowly round to a very monotonous music, while every now and then one of them broke out into a fit of violent twirlings and eccentric whirlings in the midst, which, if originally astronomical, must have symbolized a comet. This summer I saw the national dance of the Faroe Islanders. A great number of men and women, boys and girls, joined hands and walked round a room singing old heroic ballads in their Old Norse tongue. They walked sunwise. When we waltz we go sunwise round the ballroom, when we go round in a reel we do the same, and start with the right foot. The wine bottle and the whiskey noggin both circulate sunwise about the table. Lawyers in their revels used to hold hands and dance thrice round the sea-coal fire in the inner temple hall, according to ancient usage. Boys hold hands and dance round bonfires. Men and maidens still dance round the maypole in some benighted parishes in England. In short, this system of dancing, and doing things in circles, sunwise, is almost universal in the north. Mons. De la Villemarque tells us of a game which he saw played by children in Brittany. A small boy was seated on an isolated stone, and a circle of small Breton peasants revolved about him thrice, prostrating themselves thrice with their faces to the earth, and singing. Roué arzer mi ho salud. Mi ho salud roué avrud. O. Roy Arthur, je vous salue. Jo vous salue, Roy de Renam. The hill known as the Cobbler, in Argyllshire, is called Itsweed Arter. The seat of Arthur, the hill above Edinburgh, is called Arthur's Seat, and Art is one Gaelic word for a god. Artedhair would mean god of the air, which would be a fit name for the sun. There is a childish game played in the Highlands called Uiniagan Arda, High Windows, in which a circle of children dance round one who tries to escape. Another amusement is to whirl a lighted stick so as to produce a circle of fire, but that is forbidden by old dames, who say, the e era crosad, it is crossed, or forbidden. There are plenty of crosses on stones which seem to have pagan symbols on them. There are several knocking out games, which are played in circles, or a half circle, round the peat fire in the middle of the floor. A string of words is repeated by a performer with a stick in his hand, who strikes a foot of one of the players as he says each word, and at the end of the performance he says, "Queer stock to stay." And the last player sticks his right foot into the circle. The game goes on sunwise till all the right feet are in, and then all the left, and the last has either to take 3 mouthfuls of ashes, or go out and repeat certain quaint disagreeable phrases. One of which is, "My own mother burned her nails scraping the sowen's pot. Lois amo mat her fina achenian a scryabad na poit cabrake." Another is, to light a stick and pass it quickly round while it is read. The player who has the stick says, "Gil ait gocht." The next to the left replies, "Cha en fire dut e," and the fire holder repeats as fast as ever he can, "Cha en al klach na kran. San tai, more ud thal. Nok tu at mu di chaen. Maligias tu as gil ait gocht." And when that is said he passes the stick to his left-hand neighbor as fast as he can. When the fire goes out the holder of the stick pays some forfeit. I have played this game myself as a child. The words mean, "Servant of ait gocht. Untrue for thee. There's neither stock nor stone in yonder great house, but will fall on thy head, if thou lettest out the servant of ait gocht." What the last word may mean I cannot say. Now, if a man anywhere north of the equator will face the sun all day, and the place where he is all night, he will revolve right about face in 24 hours, and meet the rising sun in the morning with his right hand to the south, his back to the west, his left hand to the north, and his face towards his object of worship, if he worships the sun. If he walks round the gnomon of a dial on the sunny side, seeking light and avoiding shade, he will describe a portion of a circle from left to right, and if he crosses the Arctic Circle he may so perform a whole circle in a summer's day. But if an Asian or European walks continually towards the sun at an even pace, whenever he can see him, he will necessarily walk westwards and southwards, in the direction in which Western Aryans are supposed to have migrated. The Gaelic language points the same way. Dias means, south, and right, and ready, dexterous, well-proportioned, ready-witted, eloquent. Consequently to go south, and to go to the right, to coil a rope dexterously, or southwards. To be dexterous, southern, and to be prepared to set out are all expressed by the same Gaelic words, dias, gu de seal, etc. Now all this surely points to a journey from east to west with the sun for a leader. To a camp awakening at sunrise and facing the great leader in the morning, watching his progress till noon, and setting off westwards when dia, for 25 god of day, was south, dias, ready to lead them westwards on their pilgrimage. Surely all these northern games, dances, and ceremonies, and thoughtless acts, point to astronomical worship, and an imitation of the march of the stars round the world, or round the sun, if men had got so far in their astronomy. A short ballad, taken down from the recitation of an old tailor in South Uist, who is utterly illiterate, and has hardly ever worn a shoe or a bonnet, begins thus. Gun d, dubrad and rath soluus. Fwam hair more ans an iadorus. Fwam hair more a tyan on tray. B, fear and tug na, dul, na dale. Si chain me gu derich dias. S knock and air du ti athenig. The light circle was shadowed. A great giant in the wheeling door. A great giant coming from the strand. Better were death than to go to meet him. Pass me by straight and south, right readily. For it was not on thy track I came. So here is poetry, which is not to be found in any book that I know, and which is highly mythological. Caoilt, one of the Fenians, sees the circle of light, pronounced ra, spelt wrath, English ray. Egyptian, according to Sir Gardiner Wilkinson, ra, or re, the sun god, shadowed by a great giant with 5 heads, who was in the wheeling door, that is, I presume, the sun, the door in the zodiac. Whence light emerged, and the giant desires him to pass him straight, south, and avoid him. But Caoilt will do nothing of the sort. They fight, and he slays the giant with a brodan, a short spear, according to the reciter, but Caoilt was sore wounded in the fight. And Graden, the daughter of the king of Connachtdade, Connaught, carries his shield to Duntil. Cha lotad I'm fur fo, cois. S cha mo a lubid I mean gone. She would not hurt the grass underfoot. No more would she bend a sprig. The following is an air to which a song about Caoilt used to be sung. I have not got the old tailor's air, but it was very pretty and wild. I have but 3 lines of the other version. Dan Caoilt, from Mrs. McTavish. A Caoilt Lowick a Teenragan. Anir og an Orfilt raid. Sirita sin Luciar ergiad. Caoilt hero from battle. Young maiden of smooth golden hair. Combing her head with a silver comb. Villamark holds that Arthur and his knights are but Celtic gods in disguise. Surely the Fenians are but another phase of the same astronomical worship of FB host of heaven. Again it appears in many ways that the dead were supposed to live. But far away to the westward, where the sun god seemed to go to his rest. Ossian Finn, the heroes innumerable, were gone before towards the setting sun, and dwelt in a green island, where all the mysterious objects in Gaelic popular tales abound. The mystic fountain, which in the story of Cupid and Psyche is the river Styx, and flowed from a lofty mountain, the mystic apples which changed men into animals, and cured them, in the golden ass a rose did the same. The mighty smiths who forged Dur in Tale, for Arthur. Avalon, the earthly paradise, and Eilean Iamalak and Domhain, island uttermost of the lower earth, were surely the same mysterious country over which the sun god was supposed to preside. All these strange matter-of-fact stories which pervade the whole of the Western Islands, from North Ronaldshay to the south of Ireland, about seals which turned out to be men and women, who came from their home in the West to visit the world. All these strange semi-heathen practices of taking the sick to the shore, all these accounts of strange islands occasionally seen in the far west, are surely traces of the ancient Celtic notions of a future state. And the chapels perched upon the most distant western rocks on the coast of Europe, were surely set up to counteract and take advantage of this ancient heathen Celtic tendency to western worship, and the belief in an earthly paradise. Surely the same idea is expressed in the African fable of the hyena and the weasel. The one, who was a priest in other stories, pointed to the setting sun, and said, "There is fire, go and fetch it." The other went as fast as he could towards the sun, till it set, and then it came back, for the hyena was a fool, and lost his food and his tail, but the weasel was the wisest of all creatures, he was the philosopher, and got the prize. But beyond the green island beneath the western waves, there was still something unknown and unexplored. When Diarmid had found his princess under the waves, he had to cross a great strait to get the cup of the king who ruled over the dead. And there was more beyond. They believe, says Giraldus Cambrensis for 26, that the spirits of the dead pass into the company of the illustrious, as Finn mac Cowl, Oscar mac Ossian, and the likes, of whom they preserve tales and traditionary songs. Beyond the Green Isle and the land of the dead was the Island of Youth, which was further off, and harder to get to, according to a story got from Skye. It would be tedious to point out all the mythology which is scattered through Gaelic stories, and it is impossible to unravel the details of the system without a thorough knowledge of the oldest Irish mythical tales. But this much appears there is more foundation in Gaelic mythology for the Mediterranean, Phoenician, Trojan, Egyptian, and Milesian stories than is, generally supposed. Taking Sir Gardiner Wilkinson's names of Egyptian gods, and his account of their attributes to be correct, a great many of the names have a resemblance to Gaelic words of appropriate meaning. Thus, Neph is the equivalent to Jupiter, and father of all gods. Nev, means heaven, and Naam, often pronounced Nev, means holy. Amun was a name of the god who presided over inundations. Amhain, Avon, etc. are words which mean river, and can be traced over great part of Europe. Amun-Re was the ram-head god, who was also the sun. Reith, pronounced Re, means a ram. Rath, pronounced Ra, means a circle, and is applied to the sun in the ballad above quoted. Rai means the moon, Roth, pronounced Ra, means a wheel or circle. Pasht was Diana Lucina. Pazed means a child. Ra or Re, was the sun god of Egypt, and represented as a hawk. He was supported by lions, which are solar animals, and he is the equivalent of Baal. Bul means the mouth, the front, the opening, the dawn of day, the mouth of night, the beginning. Everyone has heard of Beltane, the 1st of May, Old Style, and Belton fires, when branches of the tree which bears red rowan berries were very lately placed over the cowhouse doors in the west. And when all sorts of curious ceremonies were performed about the cattle. Birch branches, primroses, and other flowers, were placed upon the dresser, tar was put upon the cattle, snails were put upon a table under a dish, and were expected to write the first letter of a lover's name. Holes were dug in the ground and fortunes foretold from the kind of animals which were found in them. People used to get up early on the morning of Easter Sunday and go to the tops of hills before sunrise, in the full belief that they would see the sun take 3 leaps and whirl round like a mill wheel, for joy. Which seems to be a mixture of paganism and Christianity. The ram, the hawk, the lion of Manus, and all that tribe of mythological beings may be derived from astronomical symbols, and those of Egypt and the Far East may perhaps explain those on the sculptured stones of Scotland. Ather presided over Egyptian night. Adhar means the sky. Ather means father, and night according to the ancients was the mother of all things. Osiris was the greatest of Egyptian gods. Oshiori, king from everlasting, would be something like the sound. Arabic popular mythology, as given by Lane, Arabian Nights, Volume 1, page 37, also bears upon that of the West. Ghol is a species of demon, and Delcan is another. Gil is the sound of the Gaelic for a demon, though the modern spelling rather points to a Latin derivation for the word. Sela is a species of demon which haunts an island in the China Sea. The Gaelic name for a seal is Ron, but the seals are supposed to be uncanny everywhere. Gadar is another demon of hideous aspect, Gadhar is a hound, Gobhar a goat, and there are plenty of stories of demons appearing as goats and dogs. Boc is a buck goat, and Bocane are bogles. Shik is a demoniacal creature, having the form of half a human being, like a man divided longitudinally. The Nesnas is described as having half a head, half a body, 1 arm, and 1 leg, with which it hops with much agility. No such creatures appear in German or Norse tales, but the smith, in the Lay of the Smithy, had 1 leg and 1 eye. In a very wild version of No. 38. Got from Old Mac-Fi, the Derich Glyn-Ided Maclean, the desert creature of Glen Ide, of the son of Colin, is thus described with 1 hand out of his chest, 1 leg out of his haunch, and 1 eye out of the front of his face. He was a giant, and a woodcutter, and went at a great pace before the Irish King Murdoch Mac Bryan, who had lost sight of his red-eared hound, and his deer, and Ireland. In the same story a fashion is thus described: ugly was the make of the fashion, there was 1 hand out of the ridge of his chest, and 1 tuft out of the top of his head, it were easier to take a mountain from the root than to bend that tuft. Jinni is a term for all sorts of magical creatures, Jinanan is the sound of the Gaelic for gods. And, on the other hand, no sort of Gaelic meaning can be extracted from names in other mythologies. For instance, from that of the nearest race, the Norsemen. Har and Oske, which resemble Ather, father, and Oscar, are almost the only names in the Edda which seem to bear any likeness to a Gaelic word. When so many old fables point towards the eastern shores of the Mediterranean as the cradle of the Celtic race, it is surely worth considering such resemblances as are pointed out above, however far-fetched they may seem to be. The Scotch pleaded a descent from Skoda, Pharaoh's daughter, against Edward's claim, founded on his descent from Brutus of Troy. The Pope was umpire, and Bannockburn the final action in the case, so this is no new idea. If Celts be Aryans, and these followed the sun from Central Asia, some of them would reach the shore about Tyre, if others made their way to Scotland, and called it Tir Nam Bean, the shore of hills. It is at least certain that the groundwork of several popular tales now current amongst the peasantry of the West Highlands, were written by Apuleius in the 2nd century. And it is probable that these were current about Carthage some 1700 years ago. Nearly the whole of the story of Cupid and Psyche, as told by Apuleius, will be formed in these volumes, though in a very rough dress, numbers 2, 3, 12, 33, XXXAX, and the story abstracted above. It is all over Europe in all sorts of shapes, and it was in India as a tale of the love of the sun for an earthly maiden, who was also the dawn. It was part of classical mythology, though Venus had surely begun to lose her power when Apuleius made her a scolding mother-in-law. It seems hopeless to speculate on the origin of the story anywhere short of the dawn of time. But if there be any truth in the eastern origin of Celtic nations, it is reasonable to look eastwards for the germ of Celtic mythology. Underscore 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 underscore. On the other hand, the bodily forms, which the creatures of Gaelic mythology bear, often seem to have a foundation in fact. The water bull is like a common bull, though he is amphibious and supernatural, and has the power of assuming other shapes. He may have been a buffalo, or bison, or bos primigenius long ago. Or even a walrus, though mythology may have furnished his attributes. There were human-headed bulls at Nineveh, and sacred bulls in Egypt, which had to do with inundations. Bulls are sculptured on ancient Scotch stones. And there is a water bull in nearly every Scotch loch of any note. Loch Ness is full of them, but they never go up to the Fall of Foyers. Here are some conversations which took place on the hillside and elsewhere. D. Water bulls. Did not the uncle of that man see him? C. Well, what was he like? D. Well, my father's brother was a herd, and he was herding at the end of that loch, and he saw the water bull coming out of the water. He was close to him. He was a little ugly beast, not much more than the size of a stirk, and rough, and gormgloss blue-grey, and my uncle marked down the day, and the hour, and all about it. Here's some details omitted. Now, my uncle was not a man to think he saw a thing when he did not see it. He was a quiet, steady man, and he told his master all about it. E. Oh, yes, that's true enough. D. I would not give a snuff for what a man sees in the night. He might go wrong. Many a time have I gone to look at a thing which I saw in the night, and it was but a stone or a tree. But what a man sees in the bright, clear white daylight, that is another thing. There's my brother, he was working one day at the end of that loch. I remember the day chosen well. It was a choice fine day, I was working myself, at the end of Loch Dash, and it was so calm, and still, and quiet, not a breath of wind moving. Well, my brother saw that loch with great waves breaking all round it, from the middle on the shores, and that is certain sure, a thing which a man sees by the white light of day, in the light of the sun, is not like what a man sees in night. Well do I mind that day. C. And did you ever hear that the bull did harm to any body? D. No, never, but it cannot be a good thing, or, in a small loch like that it would be seen oftener. It could not keep hid. C. Takes a mental note of the narrator's earnest poetical figurative language and features, which tell of firm belief in the mystic bull, and proceeds to ask questions of other inhabitants. Boy, oh, yes, they see water bulls often about that loch. My father has been herd there for 14 years and he has never seen anything, but there was a woman one evening coming across loch, in a boat, and she heard him blowing and snorting, and she turned back, and left the boat. And stretched out home. That was the water horse, not the bull. C. Thinks of the rules of evidence and the blowing of an angry otter, and smokes gravely. Boy number 2, carrying knapsack along a road distant some 20 miles from boy 1. There are no water bulls down here, the sea, but up at the small loch which is in that glen there are plenty of water horses. Men have seen him walking about the shore of the lake. He is just like another horse, but much wilder like. He is grey. There was an old soldier up at that loch last summer, He was living in a booth with his wife, fishing trout, and getting small white things out of shells that he finds there. He says he gets 18 shillings and a pound for them. They will be setting them in rings. One night he heard the waterhorse blowing and splashing in the loch, and he got such a fright that he stretched out and left the place, and he would not go there again. C. smokes, and sees a vision of a pearl fishery guarded by the waterhorse guards, of a knowing old genius whom he had met on the road, moving his camp to the south. Man, 100 miles away in another island, declares that he has often seen bulls feeding about the lake sides with the cattle, and the cows often had calves. They are korkak, short-eared, a cross between the water bull and a land cow. They are easily known. No one has ever seen a water cow. Loch Ard na Hwam is famous for water horses. They have been ridden to market. Some men who mounted them have been drowned, others had very narrow escapes. The other water horses sometimes tore the one that had been ridden to pieces. They are just like other horses, but live tinder water. Boy in another island. There are no water bulls here, but in a loch near by, where I come from, they are seen very often. I saw a man that saw one in that loch. He saw nothing but his back, but the loch was all in waves, though it was a calm day. That has been seen not once or twice, but various times. Audience suddenly remembers that Scotland was shaken by a slight earthquake some years ago. Boy in another island. That is not the lake where the waterhorse was seen. It was down south. It is a large lake where there might be many a thing that a man might not know, but the man saw, as it were, the likeness of a man rising up out of the water, and that must have been a bad spirit. As this was a place where the telling of stories, and music are interdicted, and the poor, mild water bull had now become a bad spirit, it seemed worth finding out what change had followed in the popular manners. C. Will there be many people at the market? B. There will be a great many. Do they all come to buy and sell? Oh. No, they just come. Will there be music there? There will not. Or dancing? No. Will there be drinking? Oh. That there will indeed. L. They will be so wild after the market that I cannot let you take the gig, unless a big man goes with it, they would kill the boy and the horse. C. Meets a most quiet, orderly, decorous set of polite, civil men and women going to market with their beasts, and wonders. He remembers the old fun and frolic of a Highland fair. The dancing, the games, the shinny, the processions, the races, the happy faces, the sober family parties returning home. And if he does remember to have heard of a drunken riot now and then amongst the wilder spirits, that was not the prominent feature of a Highland fair 30 years ago. At night he is told that if he persists in asking a man to play the fiddle, the neighbors will certainly commit a breach of the peace. Wonders still more. A few days after he is overtaken by some very noisy, drunken, uncivil, riotous, quarrelsome creatures, who have not enough brains left to whistle a tune or to tell a story withal. And therefore the suppression of innocent amusement does not appear to him to have done much good. Here are men naturally polite, full of fun, wit, imagination, and poetry, forced to let off all the steam at once, and making beasts of themselves in consequence. Within a few miles, men who had not been to market were sober, pleasant, and amusing, repeating good poetry to a pleased audience, but they too were very glad to have a dram. More's the pity. Why should not the uneducated be taught with a liberal spirit? But to return to the water bull. The following story shews him as the friend of man, and the foe of the savage water horse, and that is his usual character in popular mythology. No. 383, in one of the islands here, Islay, on the northern side, there lived before now a great farmer, and he had a large stock of cattle. It happened one day that a calf was born amongst them, and an old woman who lived in the place, as soon as ever she saw it, ordered that it should be put in a house by itself and kept there for 7 years, and fed on the milk of 3 cows. And as everything which this old woman advised was always done in the bale, this also was done. It is to be remarked that the progeny of the water bull can be recognized by an expert by the shape of the ears. A long time after these things a servant girl went with the farmer's herd of cattle to graze them at the side of a loch, and she sat herself down near the bank. There, in a little while, what should she see walking towards her but a man, no description of him given in this version, who asked her to "fask" his hair. She said she was willing enough to do him that service, and so he laid his head on her knee, and she began to arrange his locks, as Neapolitan damsels also do by their swains. But soon she got a great fright, for, growing amongst the man's hair, she found a great quantity of liobagac and lacha, a certain slimy green weed that abounds in such locks, fresh, salt, and brackish. In another version it was sand. The girl knew that if she screamed there was an end of her, so she kept her terror to herself, and worked away till the man fell asleep, as he was with his head on her knee. Then she untied her apron strings, and slid the apron quietly onto the ground with its burden upon it, and then she took her feet home as fast as it was in her heart. This incident I have heard told in the Isle of Man and elsewhere, of a girl and a supernatural. Now when she was getting near the houses she gave a glance behind her, and there she saw her "carade" friend, coming after her in the likeness of a horse. He had nearly reached her, when the old woman who saw what was going on called out to open the door of the wild bull's house, and in a moment out sprang the bull. He gave an eye all round about him, and then rushed off to meet the horse, and when they met they fought, and they never stopped fighting till they drove each other out into the sea, and no one could tell which of them was best. Next day the body of the bull was found on the shore all torn and spoilt, but the horse was never more seen at all. The narrator prefaced this story by remarking that it was perfectly true, for he had it from a lobster fisher, who heard it from an old man who witnessed the whole scene. It was suggested to him that the bold woman was a witch, but he would have his story told in his own way, and said, "Well, I suppose she was a witch, but I did not hear it." Mr. Pattison, who wrote down this version, regrets that he did not get a fuller description of the animals. I have a fuller description of them, and of the girl, with all the names of the people, and the places, fully set forth. The bull was large and black, B was found groaning in a peat hag, and was helped by the girl's lover, who brought him food, though he suspected him to be the water bull. The girl was dark-haired and brown-eyed, and the farmer's daughter. Her lover was an active Highland lad, and a drover, who went by the name of Eachin Coyer Nan Ord, gentle Hector of the Hammers, and he was fair-haired. There was a rejected rival suitor who takes the place of the water-horse, who threw his plaid over the girl's bead when she is at a shealing, and carried her off, but the black water bull rushed in just at the nick of time. Crushed the wicked wooer to the earth, invited the lady to mount on his back, and carried her safely home, when he disappeared, singing. Chade canad riam lo oigier caem. S re oik rin mice bay. De trichud blyadna du dh eosa cruid. Dwyer fuas glad dom gun dale. Aid came to me by a gentle youth. And to a maiden I brought aid. After 300 years of my hard age. Give me my freedom without delay. This clearly then is as mythical a bull as the Black Bull o' Norroway, and Mr. Peter Buchan's bull in Rashencoity, and the Dun bull in Katie Woodencloak, the Candlemas bull which was looked for in the sky, and the sign Taurus. And perhaps the Tarbwist is of the same breed as that famous Egyptian bull who was the god of the land of Skota, Pharaoh's daughter. The water horse is generally but a vicious, amphibious, supernatural horse. And there is a real sea creature whose bead may have suggested that there were real horses in the sea. But there were sacred horses everywhere in the East, so the attributes of water horses are probably mythological. But the water horse assumes many shapes, he often appears as a man, and sometimes as a large bird. In this last form he was seen by a certain man, who described him. The narrator waded up to his shoulders one cold day in February, in a certain muir loch, to get a shot at him. But when he got within 85 yards of him, the animal dived, and the sportsman, after waiting for 3/4 of an hour, returned to shore. There he remained for more than 5 hours and a half, but the creature never rose. In form and color he was very like the great northern diver, with the exception of the white on his neck and breast. The wings were of the same proportion, the neck was 2 feet 11 inches long, and 23 in circumference. Bill about 17 inches long, and hooked like an eagle's at the end, legs very short, black, and powerful, feet webbed till within 5 inches of the toes, with tremendous claws. Footprints, as measured in the mud at the north end of the lake, cover a space equal to that contained within the span of a pair of large antlers. Voice like the roar of an angry bull lives on calves, sheep, lambs, and otters, etc. If that eyewitness had only taken his long bow with him instead of his gun, I have no doubt he might have secured a specimen of the boubrie. Nevertheless, I have heard of the boubrie from several people who were beyond the reach of this eyewitness, so he has a real existence in the popular mind. The dragon which haunts Highland sea lochs and Gaelic stories surely had the same origin as the Norse sea serpent, figured in the woodcut, and the great sea snake of the Edda, which encircled the whole world. The bodily shape might have been that of a survivor of an extinct species, the attributes those of a sea god. The creature figured by Pontippidan has relations at the Crystal Palace, and in geological museums. And yet the bishop knew nothing of geology 100 years ago. Even the fairies seem to have a foundation in fact. If the Dean of the Isles told the truth in his book of statistics, quoted above, the bones of pygmies have been found. And the ancient habitations of a diminutive race are still found occasionally in the sand hills of South Uist, and elsewhere. In a Scythian, near Sligichian in Skye, piping used to be commonly heard, according to some of my informants. One of my acquaintance is commonly reported to fly with the fairies. They take him to certain churchyards, and bring him back again. A lout of a boy, who informed me that stories were very wicked, nevertheless added. That fairies are, is certain. I know 2 sisters, one of them is a little deaf, and they heard a sound in a hill, and they followed the sound, and did they not sit and listen to the piping there till they were 7 times tired? There is no question about that. A worthy antiquary shewed me, amongst a lot of curious gear, a stone arrow head, and said, "That is a fairy dart, which a man brought me a few days ago. He said he heard a whistling in the air, and that it fell at his feet in the road, and he picked it up, and brought it away with him." A tinker assured me, with evident belief, that a man had taken such an arrow from an ash tree, where he had heard it strike. A doctor told this anecdote. Do you see that kind of shoulder on the hill? Well, a man told me that he was walking along there with another who used to go with the fairies, and he said to him, "I know that they are coming for me this night. If they come, I must go with them. And I shall see them come, and the first that come will make a bow to me, and pass on, and so I shall know that they are going to take me with them." Well, said the man, we had not gone far when the man called out, "The iad soer time. These are come. I see a number of sleuth the people, and now they are making bows to me. And now they are gone." And then he was quiet for a while. Then he began again, and at last he began to cry out to hold him, or that he would be off. Well, said the doctor, the man was a bold fellow, and be held on by the other, and he began to run, and leap, and at last, as the man told me, B was fairly lifted up by the slough, and taken away from him. And he found him about a couple of miles further on, laid on the ground. He told him that they had carried him through the air, and dropped him there. And, said the doctor, that is a story that was told me as a fact, a very short time ago, by the man whom I was attending. Not far off I was told this in a house full of people, all of whom knew the story, and seemed to believe it implicitly. There was a piper in this island, and he had 3 sons. The 2 eldest learned the pipes, and they were coming on famously. But the youngest could not learn at all. At last, one day, he was going about in the evening, very sorrowfully, when he saw, Bruth, a fairy hillock, laid open. There was one close to the house, which had been exactly like the rest of its class. It was levelled, and human bones were found in it, according to the minister. He went up to the door, and he struck his knife into it, because he had heard from old people that if he did that a slough could not shut the door. Well, they were very angry, and asked him what he wanted, but he was not a bit afraid. He told them that he could not play the pipes a bit, and asked them to help him. They gave him Fiadan Dub, a black chanter, but he said, "That's no use to me, for I don't know how to play it." Then they came about him, and shewed him how to move his fingers, that he was to lift this one and lay down that. And when he had been with them a while, he thanked them, and took out his knife, and went away, and the bruth closed behind him. Now that man became one of the most famous pipers in, and his people were alive till very lately. I am sure you all know that. Chorus, oh yes. Yes, indeed. It is certain that there were such people, whether they are now or not. Oh yes, that is sure. Do I not know a man who was in the island of, and he was sitting by himself in a hut, with a fire lit, and it was a wild night. The door was pushed open, and a grey horse put in his head. But the man was not afraid, and put up the palm of his hand this way to the horse's nose, and he said, "You worthy horse, you must go away from this," and the horse went out backwards. And were there no horses in the island? No, never, never. Chorus, never, never. That was the water horse. That's sure. A boy, some hundreds of miles away, told me that there was a man who built a house, and as often as it was built it was burned down. But they told him to put a bit of ivy into it, and he did that, and the house was not burned that time. All England was dressing its churches and dinner tables with Christmas ivy a short time ago, but few will think that this is a Celtic charm against the fairies, or that ivy was planted against houses to guard them from fire. An old Welsh dairymaid, from near Shropshire, denied all knowledge of King Arthur. She had never heard of him, not she. She did not know of her own knowledge that the fairies carried people away, but she had heard that a woman, who lived some distance from her father's house, had 2 children carried off by fairies. They left her 2 others, which were just like her own, but they were always crying. She went to a wise woman, and she told her to go to a river where there was a bridge a single plank like and to take one of the children in each hand, and drop them in the middle. Well, I cannot say if it is true. I can only tell it as I heard it, but I heard that the woman did take the 2 children, and drop them into the middle of the stream, and when she got home she found her own 2 children, quite safe and well, in the house before her. There must be some foundation for all this widespread belief in the existence of a small people. A woman lately described their dress and appearance as seen in Islay. They were dressed in green kilts, and green coats, and green conical caps, sharp caps like the clogadon, helmets which children make of rushes. A rim is woven into a kind of basketwork coronet, and the points are gathered together and make a high cone. Swedish Lapps now wear caps of the same shape. Fairies thus dressed have been seen marching, like a wedding, with a piper playing before them, and such a procession goes by the name of Banna's Shith, a fairy wedding. And did they ever wear arms? No, they had not pith enough to bear arms. They were but spirits. Nevertheless, they had bodily strength, and worked hand mills, if all tales be true. This class of stories is so widely spread, so matter of fact, hangs so well together, and is so implicitly believed all over the United Kingdom, that I am persuaded of the former existence of a race of men in these islands who were smaller in stature than the Celts. Who used stone arrows, lived in conical mounds like the Lapps, knew some mechanical arts, pilfered goods and stolen children. And were perhaps contemporary with some species of wild cattle and horses, and great ox, which frequented marshy ground, and are now remembered as water bulls, and water horses, and bubries, and such like impossible creatures. I leave it to ethnologists and geologists to say, whether this popular supernatural history has any bearing upon modern discoveries. Whether it may not be referred to the same period as the lake habitations of Switzerland, Denmark, Ireland, and the Scotch Isles. The sepulchral chambers containing human remains, and surrounded by bones which appear to be those of animals now extinct, the works of art in the drift, and the relics of fossil men. And here, with an apology for this lengthy postscript, I will leave Highland tales for the consideration of learned men well read in mythology and like subjects. Note to Avalon, on page 242. Another explanation of this ancient British tradition may perhaps be found in the discovery of America by the Northmen in the 10th century, described in the Abstract of Evidence taken from Icelandic sagas, and published by the Society of Northern Antiquarians in 1837. It there appears that in 986 Eric the Red emigrated from Iceland to Greenland, and in subsequent years other voyagers made their way down the coast of America, and named one part of the country Vinland, from the vines which a German who was of the party found there. In 1006 a certain Thorfinn, who was sprung from Danish, Norwegian, Swedish, Irish, and Scottish ancestors, some of whom were kings of royal descent, effected a settlement in Vinland. In 1003, an exploring party had fallen in with a place called Erland at Mikla, which was inhabited by white men, who had iron implements, and it seems to be implied that these were Irishmen settled in Florida. The stories of the voyages of Bjorn Asbrandsson, and Gudleif Gudlagen, are extremely like the traditions now current in the West, about voyagers who discover a mysterious western land, and there find ancient heroes still living in their old way. Some Norse traders, as it is said, after a trading voyage to Dublin, were driven far to the southwest, and found an unknown land, where inhabitants spoke Irish, and who seized and bound them. A man of distinguished appearance, with grey hair, and with a banner carried before him, came riding down to the shore, addressed the strangers in the Norse language, and after some time the natives, who paid him great respect, agreed that he should decide the fate of the strangers. He was Bjorn Asbrandsson, and he, after taking counsel with 12 of the natives, sent his countrymen away with gifts for his friends in Iceland. The voyagers returned to Dublin, and next year to Iceland. Now, if this is not a Celtic myth in an Icelandic dress, the Celtic myth now current has a foundation in fact. If the sagas are to be depended upon, America was discovered by Icelanders, but by men who frequented the Hebrides in Ireland. And it is expressly stated in these sagas that Hebrideans and Irishmen accompanied some of these American expeditions. It seems quite possible that the real event may now be remembered as a legend in the countries whence voyages were made. There is a resemblance between Finn and Thorfinn, and Finn's land and Vinland, and apples are now common enough in America, whether they grew there. Avalon is like Avalon, apples, as written by one of my correspondents. A Plea for Gaelic. And now let me add a word about the Gaelic language. It is commonly said, you have no literature, the language is not worth learning. A writer in the newspapers, who was kind enough to praise me, nevertheless found great fault with the publication of Gaelic. The publishers say, Gaelic is a dead weight in the trade. My friends say, give us no more Gaelic. The British Museum Library is a national institution, and spends very large sums on books, but such Gaelic books as Gillies and Carswell were not there in 1861. The Advocates' Library in Edinburgh has Gillies, but no Carswell, not even Reed's Bibliotheca Scoto-Celtica, which gives a list of Gaelic books. What there may be at Oxford and Cambridge I do not know, but I do not believe that the published Gaelic books are to be found together in any one public library. I bought Gillies for a few shillings in Glasgow, and the Duke of Argyll has Carswell under lock and key, for it is valuable, and has been lost. I lately attended the lectures of one of the best of modern philologists, chiefly with a view to Gaelic as it relates to Sanskrit. The Celtic tribes were placed by him in the front ranks of the Aryan migration. The names of the most distinguished German scholars were associated with Gaelic learning, but still in lectures addressed to an English audience, of whom a large proportion must have had Celtic crania, and all of whom use Gaelic words in their ordinary speech. There was scarcely a word about the old languages of Great Britain in early days, and yet Gaelic and Sanskrit are allied. And Gaelic throws light on the relationship which exists between Sanskrit and English. Compare the form of the verb to be in the three languages. The Gaelic verb is an assertion of existence, followed by the name of the person or thing referred to. And if the corresponding English words be taken instead of the verb, and the Gaelic sounds are spelt, the three languages are like each other, and the Gaelic is the simplest form. I am. Thou art. He is. English. Osmi. ACI. Asti. Sanskrit. Hami. Haoo. Hai. Gaelic sound. Is me. Is thee. Is he. Literal translation. The past tense of the verb is an assertion of past being bha, pronounced va. Gaelic is closely related to the classical languages. Pritchard's Eastern Origin of the Celtic Nations, and Armstrong's Gaelic Dictionary, and similar works, will shew how much there is of resemblance between Gaelic, Latin, Greek, etc. And it is generally admitted that a Celtic language is at the foundation of the classical tongues. An eccentric Gaelic schoolmaster is quoted in the West of Scotland magazine, who used to spout intelligible Gaelic imitations of Latin authors for hours such as, Arma virunc cano. Maes fur se canum. The Dominie said he was cracked, but there was method in his madness. The following words which I have gathered from books and from my friends appear to bear upon Gaelic. 68th Psalm, 4th verse, extol him that rideth upon the heavens by his name Jah. English. Sanskrit. Phonetic Gaelic. English, Andk. God. Deva. Shine. Divi. Heaven. Dio. Ga. Yea. God, vocative. Jaw. Breadth. Day. Diu. Undo. Today. Ndj. Yesterday. G. Day. TJs. Heat. DJRs. Shine. DJLNACH. Lightning. Light. Chvala. Gial. White. Gialvin. Fire. Glach. Moon. Glan. Clear glancing. Flame. Chvala. DJLRACH. Shining. Light. Heli. Le. Light. A gleam. Solace. Light. Swalair. Clear. Sun. Heli. English. Sanskrit. Phonetic Gaelic. English, Andk. House. Griha. Grianin. House. Dwelling. Grian. Sun, fame. Grey. Love. Heaven. Nabhaz. Neve. Heaven holy. Smoke. Nabhalea. Niel. A cloud. Nigh oil. Clouds. Moon. Cledu. Kladach. Tidal shore. Ashore. Tira. Jeer. Shore. Water. Yuda. Buisch. Water. Aegean. Ocean. Water. Var. Vara. To the sea. Sea. Mira. Mara. Of the sea. Muir. The sea. An eye. Lacana. Lacan. A pool. Also called a trembling eye. Earth. Thara. Gart. Corn land. Tialav. Tellus. Agriculture. Krishi. Trush. Gather. To plow, ear. Ar. Ar. Standing corn. Er. A boat. To make. Jan. Jen. Make do. Man. Jana. Duin. Man. A man. Vera. Fair. A male individual one. I live. Jiva me. Va me. I was. Knowledge. Chna. Esinigal. Giagut. It is known to me. To him. To thee. Knowledge. Vid. Fees. Knowledge. Wise. Vidvas. Feesichi. Soothsayer. A sage. Buddha. Bodak. An old man. A tree. Drew. Drew. An oak. Druyach. A conjurer. Druv. A house. Chariot. King. Rajan. Re. King. Family. Kula. Kuline. Whelp, young of any animal. Term of endearment. Clan. Children. Brother. Bratry. Br. Brother. Mother. Matry. Mar. Mere. Mother. Father. Pitry. Air. Father. Ar. Heaven, the air. Art. A god. Art. Arthur, a common name of kings. English. Sanskrit. Phonetic Gaelic. English, Andk. Horse. Asvier. Each. Horse. Strich. Foal. Cow. Go. Bow. Cow. Dog. Svan. Cheyenne. Fox. Bitch. Suna. Ram. Urana. Re. Ram. Re. The moon. Ro. A circle. Re. King. Ooan. Lamb. Keora. Sheep. Bull. Ukshan. Uksa. A large fish. Aeg. A hind. To eat. Add. Each. Eat. Tooth. Danta. Jud. Tooth. Soul. Atman. Anam. Soul. A nail. Breath. Death. Mara. Mrav. Dead. Kill. Bs. Death. Night. Nisa. Wish. The night. Thou. Yushmad. Usa. Thee. He. Sa. She. It is he. Ezen. Him. She. Sa. She. It is she. Ish. Her. Which. Ka. Ko. Who, which. The numeral 1 is un like, father, 1. The numeral 5 koig, I cannot trace in Panchan, though it has a resemblance to Sink and Quinqua, which are traced in Sanskrit by experts, but 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10 resemble the Sanskrit numerals. The formation of higher numbers up to 20 is on the same principle 110, 410, etc. Thence the Gaelic counts by 20 and the Sanskrit by 10. The Gaelic says 10 and 2 20s, or half a hundred. The Sanskrit says 5 10s. Any Gaelic scholar may extend this list by a reference to books on philology, but Gaelic ought most to resemble the oldest known Aryan speech, if it be one of the oldest survivors of the Aryan family. There is a likeness, but many surviving European languages are much nearer to Sanskrit. A vast number of places out of the Highlands still retain their Gaelic names, and it is interesting to understand them. For example, Tintock is the highest mountain in Lanarkshire, and the name has a meaning in Gaelic, the House of the Mist, Tai-en Tuagi, and a local rhyme shews that to be the true meaning of the name, which has no English meaning. On Tintock Tap there is a mist. And in the mist there is a kist. And in the kist there is a cup. And in the cup there is a drap. Tack up the cup and drink the drap. And set the cup on Tintock Tap. There was a popular tale about this mountain which I have failed to get, but a cup, with some mysterious drink, is common in Celtic traditions. There are cups taken from the fairies, cups from which all sorts of drinks came. The cup of Finn which healed diseases, the great cauldron of the Fane, which is bidden somewhere, the kettle of the Corrigan of Brittany, the Saint Graal of medieval romance, for which there is no scriptural authority. And the Ballan Iachlaint, or vessel of balsam. And when we get back to Sanskrit mythology, a chief object of worship was a drink, the juice of a plant, the soma, to which all sorts of virtues are attributed in the Vedas. So lowland mythology is explained by Gaelic, and so is lowland topography. Crainthithin, castle has no meaning. But a similar Gaelic sound means the crag of the rivulet, and correctly describes the site of the ruin of Scott's castle of Tilliatudlem, in Lanarkshire. Cam, in Cambridge, means the crooked, which is a correct description of the river Cam. Bournemouth means water mouth, and is situated at the mouth of a burn or rivulet. Bannockburn means cakewater in Gaelic. In short, no history of the English language is complete without its Celtic first chapter. And no one has yet tried to write the Scotch Gaelic part of it. Modern English is certainly more Teutonic than Celtic, but it is full of Gaelic words, and they are creeping in still. Here are a few words, chiefly written down as they occurred in translating, and which seem to be common to Gaelic and English. Any dictionary will give many more. Gaelic and English. Tuig, understand. Twig, modern slang. Geel, lad. Gilly, sportsman's ditto. Failire. Palfrey. Stood. Steed. Claidheim. Glaive. Satyr. Soldier. Scath-dub. Shadow. Mired, playing. Merry. Monnet. Mountain moor, mons. Muir, sea. Mere. Burn, water. Burn modern words. Lock. Lock. Srath. Strath. Glean. Glen. Dale. Dale. Guile. Gill, a field. Margate. Market. Sraid, a walk. Street. Rat had more. Road. Bata. Boat. Scoff. Scow or skiff. Seol. Sail. Ropa. Rope. Port. Port. Lean, lint. Line. Streng. String. Boxa. Box. Boga. Bow. Styath, a wing. Shield. Cassad. Gnashing. Tina. Tongue. Sran, nose. Snort, snore. Slip. Lip. Amisk. Amongst. Ruig. Route. Corp, the body. Corpse, corpus. Cinna. Kin. Cow. Kale. Boglakian. Bogs. Bog. Soft. Score. Score. Krieg. Crag. Solace, joy. Solace. Quist. Hist. Whist. Palion. Pavilion. Feached, battle array. Fight. Sack. Sack. Ransack. Ransack. Roymen T-sack. Through the sack. Onair. Honor. Sliam, smooth. Slime. Mayasan, lap dog. Mezen. Cart, to clear a byre. Cart. Storm, great noise. Storm. Halla, talla. Hall. Bard. Bard. Cathair, seat, city. Chester. Duin, heap, fort. London. Dunstable. Perse. Park. Tur, a journey. Tour. Tur. A tower. Bid-eag. A little bit. Braghade. Brisket. Doctorachk, phonetic. Drake. Dragon. Dragon. Ganra. Gander. All Gaelic words ending in ear, which mean a male individual who does something, embody the Gaelic word fear, a man, or a male unit, which word, when combined with another, is spelt fear, and pronounced as or adero. If a sheep's note is properly spelt mueta. Thus, mulier, miller, is a contraction for mullenfear, millman, sadir, soldier, saghedfear, Sagittarius. The Latin word thus seems to be founded upon fear rather than vir, though vir is supposed to come from the Sanskrit vira. But of the Aryan languages, so far as I know, Gaelic alone explains how the v was lost, for Gaelic inflections are often made at the beginning of words. Supposing that the word for an archer to be a remnant of the Old Celtic of Italy, preserved in Latin, Sagittarius is made up of Saghedfirius. Arrow, man, with a termination. And if the G had the value which it has in many languages, the sounds would be almost identical in Latin and Gaelic. If this be right, the termination and the, now, Gaelic word fear, appear in most of the Aryan languages of European. Baker, Gaelic, Fueniadair, German, Becker, French, Boulanger, Norse, Bager, Spanish, Panadero, Italian, Fornaro, Swedish, Bagar. Latin, Pister, but Greek Rotauomicron Piomicron iota will not do, though the words fear, the man, reappear in Nuatero, a man, and Aaron, bread, in Omicron Tauomicron. It nowhere appears in Lap, for Almash is the equivalent of fear, a man, and Labo is a baker, though Heepish, a horse, is like Piomicron. Now, any English tradesman may be named by adding to the proper words, as trader, railway engine boiler riveter. Any Gaelic tradesman may also be named, in like manner, by adding fear, or ear, or air, to other words. But neither in Gaelic nor in English will these terminations properly apply to a tradeswoman. In English the proper addition is seamstress, in French it is yeuse, and here again is Gaelic ase is the equivalent of she, and esan of he, and aiche is the termination which is common to both genders, as banfoliche, a female seamstress. But in English there are two ways of forming such words. We say horseman, horsewoman, but if we say rider, we must add another word to express a female rider, so the termination if Celtic, is equivalent to man in horseman, which is Teutonic. Anyone who knows Gaelic can easily put a meaning on numbers of Italian names. For example, Monte, Soract, Monad, Soracan, mountain, peak or hillock, is a small peaked mountain standing alone near Rome. Monte Apennino, Monad na Bain, the mountain tract of the hill country, is at least as descriptive in Gaelic as Italian, and the sounds are very like still. In like manner, the connection between Gaelic and any one of a large class of European languages, can be shown, but it has no apparent relationship to Lap. Hence, Gaelic is useful to a Sanskrit scholar, and necessary to the full development of any system which treats of the Aryan family of races and languages. And it is a very useful accomplishment for any student of the Eastern languages, which pave the way to promotion in India. It is also useful to a classical student who wants to go deep into Greek and Latin. No Frenchman can fully understand the origin of his own language without knowing Gaelic, for French is still full of words, and especially sounds, which seem to be Gaelic. If French be Latin, it is Latin spoken with a Celtic brogue. Du blee, corn, and bleth, to grind, are pronounced in the same way. French sentences, which to the best taught English tongues, are as hard as this and that, and the other thing, to a Frenchman, are easily pronounced by a Highlander. On dit, chuan bon garçon gagnate 5 cent, 50 5 ecus, and such sounds, present little difficulty to a Gaelic peasant, and there are Polish and Russian and Welsh liquids of which the same is true. Puil, holes full of mud, has the same sound as the Russian for dust, and the French muil, wet, which are sore puzzles for a Saxon, but easy for a Celt. Ila Giel, a white swan, contains a Polish liquid sound, which a Polish lady assured me she had never heard mastered by a foreigner, yet it is one of the commonest sounds in Gaelic. So Gaelic is of the greatest use in learning to speak and pronounce other languages. He who can utter the following sentence must have a nimble tongue for liquids. Leo na laden and lag and lochine air la luain, sagol lian later a ladar. In the specimen of Old Saxon, given by Latham, page 46, Handbook of the English Language, a few words which resemble Gaelic can be traced. Ichuzalcos, horse grooms. Ike, horses. Weros, men. Fear, a man. Fias, cattle. Feed. Deer. Uarlico. Fear, true. Cudian, show strength. Dean, do. Cunias, races. Sinna, kindred. Firiho, of men. Fur, men. Riciost, noblest. Righale, kingly. Kind, child. Jin, to beget. Luadan, praised. Laoid, to laud. A hymn. Ricia, kingdom. Raighakt, realm. Spoken Gaelic has altered very little in the course of the last 3 centuries in the islands. Dean Monro's statistical account of the Western Islands was written in Scotch, 1549, and the names are spelt phonetically. The names of the islands and families, as now pronounced, could hardly be better expressed for English ears. Skibness, Ellen E.W., Lochbrun, Menzie, the Haley Isles of Flanine, Ellen Vi Cole, Bertinington Cloyd. And some hundreds of names are so spelt as to express their present value. Icelandic, which has also been shut up in islands, has altered but little for many centuries. To me it appears that a living language of this kind, which certainly is a dialect of Celtic, which was spoken in Great Britain and Ireland in the days of Caesar, and was also spoken in all the outlying corners of Europe, in Spain, and Portugal, France, Jutland, in Italy, Greece, and Asia Minor, and which is now spoken by settlers in America, and Australia, and India, is an interesting study. It is peculiarly interesting, for the same reason, that a great auk's egg is now worth a large sum. Gaelic, like the great auk, will soon have ceased to exist, and the process by which it is extinguished may serve to explain the extinction of languages elsewhere. Its very corruptions are lessons in the science of language. The manner in which a new word is altered, when it is received into common use, is a practical lesson, which holds good for all human speech, and serves to test the rules laid down for phonetic changes. The inflections at the beginning of words, which are an essential part of spoken Gaelic, seem to be especially worthy of attention for their singularity. There is no good reason to suppose that Gaelic, Welsh, or Dutch was the language of paradise, but there is no reason why Gaelic should not contain remnants of some form of speech older than Sanskrit, and this may be one example. But my wish is to call attention to this subject, not to pronounce opinions on questions which require hard study, and knowledge which I do not yet possess. In the Highlands generally, I find the language rapidly mixing with English. And striking illustrations of the changes which take place in human speech, phonetic and grammatical, meet me at every step, but they are all changes which tend to decay. I find that lectures are delivered to Sunday school children to prove that Gaelic is part of a divine curse, and Highland proprietors tell me that it is a bar to the advancement of the people. Let me endeavor to show that Gaelic is good for something more. It has been shown above that it is good for something. First, English is a bar to the advancement of proprietors, if they cannot speak to those who pay their rents. And it is the want of English, not the possession of Gaelic, which retards the advance of those who seek employment where English is spoken. So Highland proprietors should learn Gaelic and teach English. Gaelic is no bar to advancement. It did not clog the steps of the Lord Justice General, or his brother the Ambassador, or of the Vice-Chancellor, or of dozens of other men of rank, whose learning included Gaelic. It has not weighed in my slower race through life. And it gave me a stock of sounds which occur in other languages, and which an English tongue can rarely pronounce. It is worth learning, if only to see the pleasure which shines like sunlight through a clouded Highland face, when Gaelic is unexpectedly heard. Some time ago I was walking along a lowland road, dressed in the genteel chimney pot, and broadcloth of this age, and as I went, the sound of a plaintive Gaelic song caught my ear. It came from a bevy of girls who were working in a field by the roadside, and singing a lamentable love song over their work. So I called out over the hedge, "Es math sib fina galadin, well done, girls." The whole field was in a pleased commotion directly, for these were people from Skye, and we were friends on the instant, by virtue of a cabalistic word of our common language, and so it has been in thousands of cases. Gaelic is the key to a Highlander's heart, and proprietors and utilitarians should learn it before they condemn it. They would not so easily part with their people if they knew them, and could talk with them. If Irish proprietors would try to speak Gaelic to their people, they would be better liked. Officers who speak Gaelic to Highland soldiers command their affection. If officers in Highland regiments would try more, they would have more recruits. Without printed Gaelic, I feel sure that I should now be enjoying the blame of another Macpherson. I submit to my adverse critics that they would not have believed in Gaelic stories without the originals, and that Gaelic as now spoken in various districts was something worth preservation, for they will find it nowhere else. Let those who say that there is no Gaelic literature read Professor O'Curry's lectures, and they will there find that the best scholars only distinguish between Scotch and Irish Gaelic as between dialects of the same tongue. And that there is a mass of unexplored Gaelic literature still extant. There are 2 professors, one at the New Catholic University, a government commission is employed about the Brehon laws, as they are called, and a Gaelic MS. About Danish invasions, forms one of the historical series published under the authority of the Master of the Rolls. All sorts of questions are sure to arise as these documents are brought to light and read. And without Gaelic no scholar can give an opinion of them. Questions relative to early Christianity may turn on words in Gaelic manuscripts, and who is to say what may be found in such an unexplored field? Old Irish prophecies have actually been spread amongst the peasantry for political purposes. If it was important for the interests of the state to found a chair of Sanskrit, which nobody speaks, surely there ought to be some means of learning Gaelic devised for England, where a large section of the people speak the language still. Surely the few relies of Scotch Gaelic literature which remain are worthy of more attention. Till rescued from oblivion, and placed in safety by the patriotic exertions of Mr. Skene, their very existence had been forgotten, and some valuable MSS. The property of the Highland Society, have disappeared within the last 60 years. It is surely a mistake to say that there is no literature in a language, and to set about proving it to be true by allowing the little which remains to be destroyed. Without a common language men misunderstand each other, and those who are employed in a country should be able to talk to its people. It is a rule of the Danish government that no official shall hold office in Iceland unless he speaks both Danish and Icelandic, and the rule is good. A philanthropist who cannot speak to the people, and judges from what he sees, must describe the poor of the West as living in squalid hovels, amidst peat-reek, silent, and dull. For they cannot speak to him, and they are very poor, and they are awed into silence by the broadcloth, and black hat, and gold watch and chain of a government gentleman who suffers from peat-reek. A few specimens of those most mysterious of beings, which are found in all classes, men without reason, may lead to the conclusion that the rest are but idiots of a higher grade. But one who understands Gaelic may learn a lesson beneath these lowly roofs. He may hear the story of Cinderella, and of the black, rough-skinned herd. And the idiots who all rose to be princes, and the song of the mighty fool who did his duty manfully and succeeded. He may look about him and find that very many historical names have in fact sprung from a cottage, and from such cottages. And if these are turf heaps over which a man can walk, he may be reminded that without Gaelic he can know as little of the better part of those who inhabit them, as Gray knew of the minds of those who mouldered beneath the mouldering heaps of a country churchyard. The Registrar General and the clergyman will prove that those who live in direct contravention of all the rules of sanitary science and common decency, because they are too poor to live otherwise, are at least as long-lived, chaste, and religious as any class of Her Majesty's poor. Those who live in such houses claim their descent from, and trace it to the warriors buried under stones, some of which are figured above, and many of them are as proud of their ancestry as the Icelanders. Some of whom claim to be related to the Queen of England, and live in similar butts. When they go elsewhere their strongest desire is to return, their bodies are often carried home when they die, far away. And history will show that many a distinguished man began life in a black house, and there listened to stories, and to better lessons first heard in Gaelic. I have said this much, because there is a vague idea in English-speaking society that a Celt is an inferior animal, and that is a vulgar error. An Englishman, say what he will, has a large cross of the Celt in his composition, as the shape of his head proclaims. Many Lowlanders and the people of the Midland counties of England are Celts, and a Frenchman is not inferior to an Englishman in most things. The purest specimens of Scandinavian blood are to be found in Iceland, and there are no signs of superiority of race there. On the contrary, there is a strong resemblance to the people of the West Highlands, and to many of their peculiarities of temper and manner. I doubt if even the country whence the Anglo-Saxons came, can now shew any superiority over the countries where Celt and Saxon, and good feeding, have produced a good cross. In Norway, Iceland, France, Germany, and Italy, a man of 5 feet 10 inches feels himself above the average size. He is below the average size of West Highland gentlemen. Whole families of men above 6 feet high could be named. I know a Highlander, who is a little over 6 feet, and measures 56 inches round the chest, and who in his youth was as strong as a bull. A London drawing-room is the only place in Europe where a race of men better grown than West Highland gentlemen is to be met. Having associated with peasants in every country which I have visited, mixing with all classes on equal terms, so far as I could, I have arrived at the conclusion that a Celt is an average human animal, equal mentally and physically to any other species of the genus Homo similarly placed. Much the same can be said of Lapps, though they are a small race, and I am no believer in the natural superiority of any one race over another. It seems to be in the nature of races to dislike and despise each other, and I would willingly speak up for the minority, who cannot speak for themselves, having no English, and who are apt quietly to despise the Saxon fully as much as he despises them. Both are wrong, as much and as surely as the members and the stomach erred when they fell out. The one cannot suffer but the other must ache. Dress. Dress hardly belongs to my subject, but those who deny the existence of Gaelic poems, and affect to despise Celts, often assert that the Highland dress is of modern invention. I have so often heard this gravely maintained, that it may be as well to give some reasons for a different opinion, and quote some authorities for the antiquity of the garb of Old Gaul. The patterns of tartan are produced by crossing and twisting threads of various colors. It is easy to dye hanks of yarn of single colors, and the simplest arrangement of colored threads is to cross them. Consequently the first effort to produce a pattern by the weaver's art, generally results in squares and bars something like Scotch tartan. The South Sea Islanders, who wear homemade woven cloths, either color them by painting patterns on them, or by crossing colored fibers. The bands woven by the Lapps on their small hand looms have similar patterns. Their colored baskets are woven into squares, and the early weaving and basket-making of all nations have a general resemblance. But each savage tribe has some peculiarity in its patterns which distinguish them from others, and the manufactures of savage and civilized communities are alike marked by the development of some original design, which must have been the invention of somebody. The idea of ornamenting woven fabrics with stripes of various colors, crossing each other at right angles, and blending where they cross, would result from the simplest arrangement of colored fibers that could be devised, and was probably the invention of the first maker of mats, but in Scotland that idea has produced an enormous number of tartans. Every year produces a new crop, but nevertheless there are a number of old sets which are of unknown antiquity, and these being made in particular glens or islands, came to be the distinctive uniform of the families or clans who lived in the glens, and who carried on the manufacture of tartan, spinning on distaffs, and weaving in handlooms at home. The Irish, the Germans, the Celts, and many ancient nations, wore striped garments. From the Lives of the Saints, it appears that in the 7th and 8th centuries Scotch men used cloaks of variegated colours, and fine linen, used chariots, and made swords and other weapons, had glass drinking vessels, leather boats for the rivers, and oaken galleys for the sea. Scotland in the Middle Ages, 227. The oldest tartan sets ought to be those which can be made from native dyes, and this test will weed out a considerable number which profess to be clan tartans. The art of dyeing is attributed to the Tyrians, and it is asserted that they visited the British Isles. There are fish which produce a dye on the British coasts, but the inhabitants do not use them, so far as I know. Neither Tyrian purple nor sepia are amongst Highland dyes, but the ancient Britons knew of a blue dye, the Irish knew many, and old wives still colour worsteds of their own spinning with plants that grow on their own Scotch hills. With the root of the bent they make a sort of red. With madder they dye blue and purple. With some other root, whose name I have forgotten, I have seen thread coloured yellow by boiling it in a pan, and thus the Highlanders still produce the three primitive colours from native dyes. Wool and goat's hair give black and white. Green they produce with heather, and a very rich brown of various shades from yellow to black with a species of lichen which grows on trees and rocks, and is called crotal. The art is now giving way to improved manufactures, and there is often a kind of mystery about it. Some old woman is quoted as the authority, who knows a particular old Highland dye, and there is every indication of an old traditional art not quite forgotten. Tartans, therefore, especially some sets, ought to be old. If not as old as the 7th century, they are at least as old as 1603, according to the author of Certain Matter Concerning Scotland, who says, they delight in marbled cloths, especially that have stripes of sundry colours. They love chiefly purple and blue. Their predecessors used short mantles or plaids of diverse colours, sundry ways divided, and among some the same custom is observed to this day, but for the most part they are brown, most near to the colour of the hadder, to the effect. When they lie among the hadders, the bright colour of their plaids shall not bewray them. With which, rather coloured than clad, they suffer the most cruel tempests that blow in the open fields, in such sort, that in a night of snow they sleep sound. Tartan was worn during the 30 Years' War, and the Germans thus described the wearers. In such dresses go the 800 Irlander, or Iran, newly arrived at Stettin, A.D. 1631. This is a strong hardy people, content with common fare. If they have no bread they eat roots, when need requires it. They can run more than 20 German miles in a day, they have by them muskets, their bows and quivers, and long knives. There are plenty of bits of old tartan preserved in Scotland. There are pictures at Dunrabin, at Taymouth, at Armadale, at Holyrood and elsewhere, all of which prove that tartan was anciently worn, and that particular patterns were worn in certain districts. Dar. Johnson and Boswell saw men dressed in plaids and tartans when they made their tour in 1773, and whence the notion sprang that the Highland dress is a modern invention I cannot imagine. Unless it is the offspring of the same spirit which passed an Act of Parliament to forbid the dress. The form of the dress is undeniably old. A sculptured stone was dug up some years ago at St. Andrews, in a position which proves its great antiquity. And General Stewart's description of the dress of 1740 applies as well to the figure, probably sculptured long before St. Andrew's Cathedral was built, as it does to pictures at Taymouth and prints of 1631. Copies of some of the figures on this St. Andrew's stone are at pages 38 and 390. I have endeavoured to trace every fold, and those who would look at the sculptured figures will find a cast in the Antiquarian Museum at Edinburgh. The whole design is given in Wilson's Prehistoric Annals of Scotland, and in The Sculptured Stones of Scotland. The style of ornament is exactly that of old Gaelic crosses and manuscripts, and that is pronounced by good judges to be British or Celtic. But the general look of the sculpture reminds me strongly of similar Roman stone chests of the time of the Lower Empire. It was found in the immediate vicinity of St. Andrew's Cathedral, which was founded by Malcolm IV, A.D. 1159, consecrated 1318, and destroyed after a sermon by Knox in 1560. The position in which the stone was found indicates that it was far older than the cathedral. And as there are no Christian symbols on it, I suspect that the sculptor must have studied art from some Roman master, though he studied design and nature at home. Apes and lions never frequented the forests of Caledonia, and these indicate some knowledge of foreign ways or of foreign design, unless the Romans exhibited such creatures in Britain, and the artists saw them there. Wolves, foxes, dogs, and deer were clearly familiar to the sculptor, for they are well done. The men were probably copied from familiar models, and one of them, page 38, is dressed in a belted plaid, and armed with a leaf-headed spear. Another wears a leaf-shaped sword, and such weapons are referred to a very ancient period by the best lowland authorities. A third is figured page 30, and he also wears a belted plaid. The picture from which the woodcut on page 365 was taken, is at Taymouth, and is a well-painted full-length in oils. From Sketches of Early Scotch History, page 350, it appears that James I, the Scotch painter, worked at Taymouth between 1633 and 1641. In 1635 he executed a family tree, in which Sir Duncan of Loch Howe, the great ancestor of the family, is represented in a red plaid and kilt, with a shirt of mail, checked hose, and bare knees. Mr. Innes does not mention a picture of the Regent Murray, so the owner may have erred, perhaps it is John Earl of Mar, 1637. It is at least certain that before Jameson's time kilts were worn by the nobility, and were supposed to have been worn by their remote ancestors. There are several other pictures at Taymouth, which are portraits of men and boys dressed in kilts of various fashions, though the dress of the nobility generally must have been that of the court. And the Highland dress was probably abandoned by Scotch kings at an early date. We have foreign authority also for the antiquity of the Highland costume. At the British Museum there is a curious collection of broadsides and ballads, printed in Germany during the 30 Years' War. One of these designs heads a ballad, and represents an Erlander, Lapp, and a Finlander. In the ballad the Lapp asks what has brought them all so far from home, and the Erlander explains the reason of their coming, which was to assist the Protestant cause. This was in 1631. The Lapp is partly dressed in skins, and is armed with a bow and arrows. His face is very characteristic, his boots are of the same pattern as those now made in Lappmark, and his knife and its scabbard resemble those now used on the Tana River. The Finlander is evidently in uniform, and the Lapp wears knickerbockers, so he was probably clad in part at the expense of his country. The Erlander is dressed in tartan, his face is the face of a Scotchman, and he carries a bow and arrows. All three have the same kind of guns, so probably they were partly armed and dressed according to their national costumes, and partly in uniform. The Erlander has his feet and legs enveloped in something like the Gaelic mogan, which is a bit of cloth or tartan cut into the shape of a stocking, and tied round the feet and legs, leaving the toes and the soles of the feet naked as often as not. The headdress is a broad bonnet, which appears to be made in the same way. Another print, 789, G. 104, 24, gives 4 pictures of these Erlanders, and was probably done by the same artist at the same time. As all the archers are shooting with their left hands, it was probably drawn on the wood direct, consequently the plaid is on the wrong shoulder, and the sword on the wrong side, but the drawing may well be taken from life. The man with the walking stick is dressed in the belted plaid, shirt, bonnet, brogues, and mogans. The man next him is accoutred in a plaid, a bonnet, and a bow and arrows, and looks like a newly caught very rough specimen of a redshank. The next has knickerbockers and a jacket, but mogans, and no brogues, and looks like number 2, changing into a soldier. The fourth appears to be another view of the man drawn in number 1. In the background the plaid army is seen marching to battle, while a lot of archers, apparently dressed in shirts only, are running in front, shooting as they ran at a scattered mass of cavalry, who, of course, are retreating in disorder. A mass of spearmen follow the kilts. Thus we have the dress, arms, and mode of fighting of these strange, outlandish allies of the Protestant cause, as they appeared to the Germans when they landed at Stettin in 1631. A third ballad represents one of these new allies with a cavalier in armor. These three prints were apparently done for the purpose of informing the people of the appearance of their allies. Either these were called Airsche, and were Scotch Highlanders, whom the German understood to be Irish, or Irishmen then wore the same dress as the Scotch of an earlier period, and sported tartan, and supported the Protestant cause. The faces are remarkably like Scotch faces at all events. It appears from the history of Gustavus Adolphus by Hart, 1759, that about 1630, 700 Scots, who were coasting the Baltic from Pillow in order to join the main body of the Swedish army, were shipwrecked near Rugenwald, and lost their ammunition and baggage. Monro, their commander, got 50 muskets from a friend in Rugenwald, took the town by a midnight assault, and maintained himself there for 9 weeks, till joined by Hepburn with a small army of 6,000 men. These probably were the Thieren of the German ballads, who are variously stated at 808,000, and in 1631 are said to have newly arrived at Stettin. Monro published an account of his campaigns in 1637. From that work it appears probable that the Thieren of the print were the shipwrecked veterans of the Scotch regiment, which had received the thanks and commendations of Gustavus Adolphus a short time before in Sweden, which had done good service in former campaigns, and which did right good service afterwards. Numbers of the officers bore Highland names. There were Monroes, Mackays, Macdonalds, Guns, etc. Meadow Piper was drowned in trying to swim ashore at Rugenwelt. They had a preacher. Monro himself was a stanch Protestant, and a very religious man, and yet he gives an account of a vision which one of his Highland soldiers had seen, and which came true in every particular. In short, it is manifest that these warriors, clad in tartan plaids, were Scotch Highlanders in their national costume, and Lowland Scotchmen in tartan uniforms. Sir Donald Munro, High Dean of the Isles, writing in 1549, calls the people of the Hebrides, Irish, and their language Irish or Irish. In 1633 the Countess of Argyll called Gaelic Eris and Irish, so the German words Iren and Irlander are easily explained, if there were Scotch Lowlanders in the regiment to name their Highland comrades. About the same time a body of Scots, under one Sinclair, landed in Norway, and tried to force their way to Sweden. The people rose upon them, overpowered them, took some prisoners, and after a time killed them in cold blood. A small museum has been set up at the roadside in Gulbransdow, and comprises dirks, powder horns, and the clasps of sporrans. The shipwreck of the party, who landed at Stettin, would account for the absence of ornament in their dresses. The Highland dress, then, of the beginning of the 17th century is well known, and corresponds with one of the oldest sculptured representations of dress known to exist in Scotland. It also corresponds with one form of the dress as now worn, though modern tailors have diminished the amount of tartan, and improved upon the ancient simplicity of the belted plaid. In 1822 General Stewart published a work, called Sketches of the Character, Manners, and Present State of the Highlanders of Scotland, which went through several editions. And the dress is therein described and authorities are quoted for its antiquity. There was the truas or tartan breeches and stockings in one piece, with a coat or jacket variously ornamented. Secondly, the belted plaid, which was worn on guards and full dress occasions, in 1740, by the 1st Highland Regiment embodied, the Black Watch. It was a tartan plaid of 12 yards, that is, 6 yards long and 2 wide, plaited round the middle of the body, the upper part being fixed on the left shoulder, ready to be thrown loose, and wrapped over both shoulders and firelock in rainy weather. At night the plaid served the purpose of a blanket, and was a sufficient covering for the Highlander. In the barracks, and when not on duty, the little kilt or philibeg was worn. This form of dress, then, was the simplest possible use of a web of cloth, as the pattern of tartan is its simplest ornament. The word plaid is the Gaelic plaid blanket. The Gaelic for a plaid is breacan, the variegated garment. The Welsh is brican. The Gaelic for a kilt is fail, the covering or the shelter. The garment now worn is called fail beag, the little covering which my friends often pronounce fillibag and suppose to mean that sporran or purse. The kilt is sewn, and is made of a web 3 feet wide instead of 6. The wide web was put on by folding it backwards and forwards along a belt laid on the ground, lying down upon it, and fastening the belt round the waist. One half of the cloth fell in folds to the knee, the other half was fastened up to the shoulder, and in wet weather was raised over the head. At night, the whole could be cast loose and worn as a blanket, and the wearer was often buried in his plaid. This striped blanket, then, ought to be a very ancient form of dress, and the early dress of most nations is something like a kilt. The Greeks and Romans, for example, wore kilts, and their great men wore a broader web of cloth variously wrapped about their bodies, as primitive people elsewhere in the world still do. The dress ought to be old, and it is old. The modern alteration is but an improved method of sewing the folds of one half to a band, and wearing the rest of the plaid over the shoulder, and in so far, but in no other sense, the dress is modern. Again, it is said that gentlemen did not wear the Highland dress, that it was the dress of peasants, churls, outlaws, and such like, but this is surely an error. Every Highlander thinks himself a gentleman by birth, and often behaves all the better for holding the opinion. The wearers of the kilt now include many titled names. George IV and the Duke of Sussex wore it. The officers of the Black Watch and Prince Charlie wore it in 1745, Monro's men wore it in 1630, the Regent Murray, or the Earl of Mar, Sutherlands, Macdonalds, and Breadalbans, have been painted in the Highland dress. Magnus of Norway, who wore it, was surely a gentleman, if none of these were, and so, I presume, was the individual on horseback who figures on St. Andrew's stone, and has not a shred of covering on his bare legs, though he is going to ride into a wood, and get terribly scratched by a lion. There is no standing ground for the notion that the dress is modern, or that it has not been the dress of gentlemen in Scotland from a very early period. John, Duke of Argyll and Greenwich, is supposed to be the author of the well-known Scotch song, which, for popularity, almost equals the roast beef of Old England. It begins thus. Argyll is my name, and you may think it strange to live at a court and never to change. Falsehood and flattery I do disdain. In my secret thoughts nay guile does remain. In the third verse the author of the song represents this Argyll returning to the Highlands, and arraying himself in the Highland dress. I'll quickly lay down my sword and my gun, and I'll put my plaid and my bonnet on. Why, my plaiding, stockings, and leather-heeled shoon, they'll mak me appear a fine sprightly loon. And when I am dressed thus frae tap to tay, hame to my Maggie I think for to gie. Why, my claymore hinging down to my heel, to wang at the bannocks o' barley meal. Whether this duke ever wore the dress described or not, the author of this song clearly considered it a farmer's dress. And if the popular tale is to be credited, some courtiers who invited him to a dinner of barley meal brose, were called to account for their joke. He praised the food set before him, and acted up to his principles. Dined on the barley meal, but slew the man who had tried to make game of him. Speaking from the experience of one who wore no other dress in his youth, and has worn it at odd times all his life, it is the best possible dress for shooting, fishing, wading, walking, or running, one of the worst possible for riding, or boating. It is inconvenient at first for cover shooting in whins or brambles, or for watching at a pass when the midges are out on a warm evening. It is a capital dress for a healthy man, and tends to preserve health by keeping the body warm and dry. Many a man has caught cold when he changed his dress, and exchanged the thick folds of a kilt for a pair of trousers. It is commonly worn by boys in the Highlands till they grow up to be striplings. It is hardly ever now worn by labourers, boatmen, or farmers. It is the dress of individuals of all classes: gamekeepers, deerstalkers, peers, pipers. It is worn by Highland regiments, and occasionally by all classes of the community as a gala dress, when they attend Highland demonstrations, or go to court. But it can no longer be called the common dress of the country, though there is not a Highlander in it, or out of it, whose heart does not warm to the tartan. I have heard it related that a tartan plaid worn in Canada, there helped to rouse up a whole Highland countryside, who flew to arms when it was known that one who wore that tartan was in danger, and rescued the wearer and the plaid. Celtic Art. Celtic art, like Gaelic mythology, points eastwards, and to a very early origin. It may be new to many to hear of Celtic art, but nevertheless it is classed in the Grammar of Ornament by Owen Jones, who is an acknowledged authority in such matters. In books and sculptures, and in ornaments of known date, from the 4th and 5th centuries to the 11th or 12th. In ornamental writings, on stone, pottery, and metal, found in the British Isles, there is a peculiar style of interlaced ornament, which is not to be found in Germany or in Norway, though it is similar to Anglo-Saxon ornaments found in England. Something of the kind has been found about Mount Athos, and in a few places in continental Europe where Irish or Anglo-Saxon missionaries have been. And as Britain was formerly celebrated for basketwork, it has been ingeniously suggested that these patterns, which can be imitated in basketwork, were copied from ancient British osier patterns, and so spread eastwards to Rome, and Byzantium, and the East. It is said that in the oldest manuscripts, foliage is not represented. Basketwork might well be the foundation of pottery and of defensive armor. It is quite common for herd boys to make bottles and shields of rushes, and even conical helmets and long swords of the same materials, and therewith to hold sham fights, with the cattle for spectators. Early British clay vessels seem to bear the mark of similar workmanship, and the Crow, in number 8, advises the girl to carry water by stuffing a sieve with clay. A basket covered with leather makes a good shield. Boats were so made, and a basket lined with sun-baked clay would serve to carry water, and the shape of the basket might well suggest decorations, but I would rather believe that the basket makers brought their patterns from the East. At all events the interlaced design given below was taken from a bronze which belongs to a set on which the signs of the zodiac, elephants, camels, lions, and Eastern emblems are represented, together with similar designs. The western tombstones of Iona are rich in such patterns, and so are the crosses of Ireland, the sculptured stones of Scotland, and crosses at Sandbach, in Cheshire. The pattern on the cover is taken from a stone in Islay, the tailpiece is from an ancient Gaelic manuscript, several interlaced designs will be found in Volume 3. And these complicated knots appear to be the distinguishing feature of ancient British Celtic art. But on crosses and other monuments in Scotland these interlaced patterns are often found associated with other designs. With human figures, and those of monsters, and with certain symbols which have not yet been explained. On the bronze vessels, from one of which the pattern below was copied, a great number of figures and symbols are also engraved, and as their meaning is generally clear enough, and the style of ornament is the same with that which is called Celtic. The bronzes and the sculptured stones may perhaps throw light upon each other. One of these Scotch hieroglyphics is very roughly drawn at page 220, volume 3, and is better represented at page 499, Prehistoric Annals of Scotland. In the one case it forms part of a very rudely sculptured stone, of unknown date and origin, in the other it is part of a design copied from a suit of silver armor discovered in Scotland. It may be described as 3 spiral lines starting from a common center, and comprised within a circle, and these spiral lines are characteristic of Celtic art according to Owen Jones. In the silver ornament this symbol is twice repeated, and is associated with the Z ornament, the crescents, and the head of some creature which seems to have horns. The question is, what do these symbols mean? For they are frequently repeated on sculptural stones in Scotland. I have imagined that they have an astronomical signification, and that they may have related to solar worship before they were adopted as ornaments on crosses, see page 356, volume 3. The Isle of Man has always been the stronghold of fairies, and it was the refuge of the Druids. The Druids were astronomers, as it is said, and the Manx penny bears a device which is the same in principle as the 3 spiral lines, though these have grown into 3 armed legs. And thereby bangs a popular tale, and it is this. Some fishermen long ago arrived on the shore of an island which they had never seen or heard of, because it was always enveloped in a magic cloud, raised by little man Ein, the son of the sea. They landed, and presently there came rolling on the mist something like a wheel of fire, with legs for spokes, and the portent so frightened the men that they fled to their boats. But the charm was broken, the Isle of Man had been discovered, and its possession has been disputed by men and fairies ever since. The legs of man then have to do with a wheel of fire. It is common in the Highlands now to speak of the wheel of the sun, and it was the custom not long ago to ascend some high hill on Easter Sunday to see the sun rise, and whirl round like a mill wheel, and give 3 leaps. But a peasant of a practical turn of mind rebuked a friend, saying, "Fool! And dost thou think to see the sun rise from there, when she rises beyond Edinburgh, and so many hills as there are in the way?" The characteristic spirals, the circle, the wheel, and the sun are thus associated by Celtic traditions and devices. The design given below was traced from the bronze vessel already mentioned, and it represents the sun, with 3 lines starting from its center. These are not exactly the legs of man, but they are drawn on the same spiral principle, and the spaces enclosed are filled by 3 human faces, rudely carved. The design resembles that on the Norre's law relics found in Fife, and in the East it clearly related to fire or light. But the design given above is only one of a great many on the same vessel. All bound together and enclosed by endless lines, turning, and twisting, and sprouting into heads, leaves, and buds, and 12 of the designs represent the signs of the zodiac. Thus the particular style of ornament which experts have agreed to call Celtic and Byzantine, here occurs on a Hindu sacred bronze almanac, and the sun in Leo has the spiral lines in its center, so these once had an astronomical meaning. The lion's tail grows into a serpent, and the interlaced ornament sprouts into a whole crop of buds, and monstrous heads, over which the lion stalks triumphant. Aries is a man riding on a monstrous ram with a flourishing tail. Taurus is mounted on a bull, Gemini are dancing about 2 bulls' heads, Cancer has got the sun in his claws, Leo is described above, Virgo, men gathering autumn fruits, Libra is a lady playing on a guitar. Scorpio, man fighting with 2 scorpions, Sagittarius is a centaur shooting back at a monster which grows out of the end of his own tail, Capricornus is looking back and riding on a goat, Aquarius has a bird, and Pisces his 2 fish. So there is no doubt of the meaning of these designs at all events. A 6-pointed star, made of interlaced triangles and curves and interlaced patterns, is in the inside of the bronze vessel, and as the star is surrounded by fish, it is to be argued that the symbol relates to water. Though it is also surrounded by 49 points like rays. But the Scotch crosses, and standing stones, and sarcophagi on which interlaced designs appear, often represent animals with which Scotch artists could not well be familiar. There is an elephant on a very beautiful cross in Islay. There is a camel on another stone, figured in the sculptured stones of Scotland. On the St. Andrew's sarcophagus there are lions, and apes with globes, a griffin, and a knot of snakes. And though the system of ornament might be of home growth, the most patriotic of Scotch antiquaries must refer these to some foreign source. The question now is, whence did the Scotch artists borrow these ideas, which they could not have got at home? Beneath the signs of the zodiac, on the eastern bronze, is a kind of frieze of figures, all fighting, and marching sunwise round the bull. Beneath Aries are 2 men mounted on a camel, one shooting arrows backwards, the other shooting forwards at the tail of a nondescript animal like a hare. The falconer, in the woodcut below, is between Cancer and Leo. Beneath Virgo is a man on foot resisting the progress of the others with a long spear, and also an elephant with several riders, and beneath these is a procession of birds, probably to indicate that the whole has to do with the powers of the air. Beneath them are human-headed snakes. Above the signs of the zodiac is another frieze, comprising 42 human figures engaged in all sorts of occupations, playing the harp and the tambourine, fighting and drinking. And above all these, on the cover of the vessel, are 8 compartments, of which one is figured above, and the rest are in like manner occupied by figures which appear to represent divinities or the heavenly bodies. 2 of these comprise legends which are almost effaced, one is in a Persian character, the other has not been identified, and neither has been read. Still it is evident that this is of Eastern, probably Hindu, workmanship. That the designs relate to matters connected with the heavens, and the gods, that the sun is one of these, and that the style of ornament is that which is called Celtic. With these designs are animals which are associated with like designs on stones in Scotland, camels, elephants, lions, horses, hawks, rams, bulls, goats, snakes, fish, dragons, and monsters. Celtic ornament, then, is found in the Far East and in the Far West, and the foreign animals associated with Celtic ornament in Scotland are associated with a similar style of ornament on ancient Hindu vessels. The meaning of the symbols in the latter case is sufficiently plain. It seems possible that the others may have a like signification. With this view, the horseman on this Andrew's sarcophagus may have the same meaning as the horseman figured below. They are dressed in some national costume, the one wears a belted plaid and has bare legs. The other appears to have a Persian dress, but both carry hawks and swords, and are fighting lions, without any apparent reference in the one case to a bronze bull, or in the other to a sarcophagus. In both cases the figures are marching sunwise. In the one case the figure clearly has to do with astronomical symbols. It is possible that the St. Andrew's stone and the Eastern bull may have been sculptured with a like intention. Another curious ancient bronze sacrificial vessel was brought from Java in 1817 by my friend, Mr. John Crawford, and proves that the signs of the zodiac were associated with Hindu worship, in a place nearly as remote from Central Asia as Scotland is. The vessel was found amongst the ruins of Hindu temples, and bears a date equivalent to A.D. 1320, it is a rough casting, and the style of art is different. In the inside, at the bottom, is an 8-pointed star, with some rude figure in a circle within the star. On the outside are 12 symbols, with 12 figures above them. These are 1. A ram, or some other horned and bearded animal of a like kind, above which is a long-armed, long-bearded, large human figure, in profile. Both are facing the same way, sunwise, westwards. 2. A bull, or cow, with a bump, above which is a human figure with a crown, or a glory, seen full face, and therefore stationary. 3. Instead of Gemini, something like a triple claw emerging from a sleeve, or a cloud, and pointing back at the bull. Above which is a short, thick, human figure, with a helmet, or a monstrous head, with a bill like that of a goose, facing the usual way. 427. 4. A crab with his claws upwards, ready to run either way sideways. Above is a man carrying something over his shoulder on a stick, and walking sunwise about the bull. 5. Instead of Leo, a 2-legged dragon, without wings, and with a long tail, facing sunwise, above which is the stationary figure in No. 2 repeated. 6. A draped female figure, moving sunwise, above which is a stationary female figure, very like the male figure in number 5. 7. The scales. The figure above is moving sunwise, but is not easily made out. 8. A scorpion, facing sunwise. Above is a repetition of the figure in number 2. 9. A bent bow, with an arrow on the string pointing sunwise, above is a monstrous bird, like an eagle, walking the other way. 10. Instead of Capricornus, a creature like a lobster, crayfish, or shrimp, all of which walk forwards, and swim backwards. This symbol, therefore, corresponds to the crab, which walks sideways in either direction. And it probably indicates the southern tropic, or northern winter. 11. A jar, above which is a man walking sunwise, and carrying something, probably Aquarius, in his Javanese dress. 12. A fish, with something like an elephant's trunk, the head as usual pointing sunwise, or to the right of the vessel. Above the fish is the same figure which is repeated in 2, 5, 8, 10, and 12. The human figures are dressed in some scanty costume which bears a resemblance to Javanese dresses. It is therefore probable that the vessel was made in the country where it was found. Java is to the south of the equator, and consequently, stars which seem to move along the equator or ecliptic there appear to move about an observer or a vessel set upright, in a direction contrary to that in which they seem to move in the northern hemisphere. The sun, during the greater part of the year, is to the north of an observer whose head is towards the South Pole, and there appears to him to move east, north, west, south, from his right hand towards his left from morning to evening. But the symbols of constellations on the Java sacrificial vessel, like those on the Hindu bowl, are facing in the opposite direction. The direction in which the constellations would appear to move about the vessels if they were placed on their bases north of the Tropic of Cancer. When the sun in our spring seems to move northwards, up, and back, from Aries to Taurus, the ram and the bull seem to move from east to west, and from left to right, and down, and to the south of the sun, on the ecliptic. Because the earth is moving. But to an observer in the southern hemisphere who has put his head the other way through the hoop, towards the South Pole, the constellations seem to pass the sun, and rise and set, still moving from east to west, but from right to left. Not from left to right. On the Java bronze they are facing to the right, consequently it is probable that the symbols were not invented in Java or south of the line, but somewhere in the northern hemisphere. And the agricultural operations represented in the signs of the zodiac agree with northern seasons. 428 But if these symbols were invented in Central Asia, or in Babylon, 3,000 years ago, or in Egypt or Greece, it is just as likely that they should have arrived in Scotland, as it is that they should have got to Java 540 years ago. It is thus proved that certain symbolic creatures have been associated with astronomy, that in Java, India, Greece, and Rome, they have been associated with worship, and in India with a particular style of ornament. That style of ornament is found in Scotland, on sculptured stones of unknown date, and associated with the figures of the animals, which in Rome, Greece, India, and Java, have represented constellations. The meaning of these, and of certain Scotch symbols, is unexplained, but it is not unreasonable to suppose that they once had a similar meaning in India and in Scotland. When there are so many hands pointing toward Central Asia as the common starting place of so many human races, it would be going too far to call the ram on the St. Andrew's stone Aries, and the lion Leo. But till something has been found out concerning the stone falconer of the long locks, and the naked legs, and the flowing dress, he may perhaps pass for a relative of the eastern bronze falconer who is fighting a lion, between Cancer and Leo. Amongst twisted snakes, and branches and buds, under the sway of the sun and moon, and of diverse many-armed graven images, whose meaning is not so clear. Perhaps the oldest bit of Celtic ornamental art known is to be found in Gavr Innis, in Brittany. A large sepulchral mound was opened some years ago, and was found to cover a passage formed of large boulders, one of which is figured above, page 349. The cut is taken from a very hasty sketch, made in August, 1855, in a very bad light. The design appears to be a rude attempt to represent the inside of a house, like the tomb itself, or such as a lap hut, or an Icelandic house, or a Highland cottage, now is. A sketch of part of the interior of a lap hut will be found in Volume 3. Frontispiece. Such dwellings are thus made. A number of rough sticks or trunks of small trees, or big stones, are set in the ground about the plan or floor of the house, which in Gaelic is called lerrick, and in Scotch stance. If the house is to be of sticks and round, the sticks slope over towards the center, and form a cone. If it is to have a passage, like Icelandic houses, stakes or large stones are set in 2 rows, and planted nearly upright. If it is to be square, the passage walls are separated and repeated, and the roof is a pyramid. This, so far, is an imitation of, and only an improvement on the framework of a round or square tent. The next step is to place sticks across the others to keep them steady, and in the Gavra Innis design, as in the sketch of the Lap hut, this appears to be indicated. In Highland stone and turf cottages, the partitions are still made of hurdles plastered with clay. In the Morea, the shepherds still make temporary conical wattled huts in which they live, but as the climate is warm, a thatch of branches is sufficient. The framework being made, the hut is covered outside with birch bark, turf, or some contrivance to stop up the sieve, or line the basket. And then big stones, and earth, and rubbish, and turf, and other available materials, are heaped up and stamped down to keep out the wind and cold, till there remains a hollow, conical, or pyramidal mound, on which, after a time, the grass grows. To extend this principle, it is only necessary to place the cone or pyramid of earth upon the upright passage walls. To make this a really comfortable dwelling, it is only necessary to line the sides with planks. And many comfortable hospitable dwellings, in which well-educated, polite ladies and gentlemen now reside in Iceland, are mainly built of boulders and turf, lined with planks, and look like a nest of green hillocks at a distance. The long passages in tombs at Gavra Innis, and in Greece, are very like those in old Icelandic houses which I have seen. No material, it is said, resists cold so well as earth. And as fuel and timber are scarce in the north, so Highland cottages are like Icelandic houses. The architectural design on the passage wall of the tomb in Gavra Innis appears to represent the inside view of such a building, with its stakes, stones, and turf, but the waving lines cannot be so explained. They look like serpents, and there are similar designs, like a serpent pierced by a zigzag line, on stones in Scotland. See Volume 3, 309. In the immediate neighborhood of Gavra Innis, there are great numbers of standing stones, like those which exist in England, etc. Some of enormous size have fallen and are broken, but others remain erect. At Carnac there is an array of smaller stones which extends for about 3 miles. There must have been many thousands of them arranged in rows at some period, and many hundreds still remain erect. It is hard to believe that this enormous work had not a religious meaning. If so, then, similar monuments on a smaller scale, such as Stonehenge, in England, and Callinish, in Lewis, and standing stones and barrows all over the world, even to the obelisks, and pyramids, and temples of Egypt, may be but various growths of the primitive ideas of dwellings, tombs, and temples. From a tree came a post, a gnomon, and a pillar, from a tent came a hut, and thence a house, from a sepulchral mound came a cairn, and thence a pyramid, from stakes and poles grew columns. From sloping tent sticks came rafters and a roof, and thence a covered temple, with rows of pillars, and so architectural ornaments might take their origin from wattled branches, leaves, basketwork, hurdles, and mats. Plaited straw, rushes, and hair, honeysuckle, and birch roots. Specimens of the style of design, which is called Celtic, will be found at pages 137, 303, Volume 3, and on the cover of this book. And the nearest good hairdresser or maker of straw mats will imitate the design on page 137. Thus sacred ivy, matted about a sacred oak, may have suggested the interlaced ornaments on stone pillars and Christian crosses. And basketwork may have suggested the patterns on gold and silver filigree, on stone and clay vessels and pottery, on carved powder horns and dirks, and generally the designs attributed to Celtic art. Honeysuckle is the object of superstitious observances at this day. It winds sunwise about trees, and its long stem would be a good material for making these basketwork designs. But the fact that such designs are found upon works of art manufactured in the Far East, seems to prove that Celtic art was not invented in the British Isles, but imported at some early date. It was not brought by the Northmen, for there is nothing like it in Scandinavia. For a similar reason it was not brought by the Normans, Anglo-Saxons, or Romans. Stones and manuscripts on which it occurs are older than the Saracenic period. And unless the Celts brought the germ of it from the Far East, with their religion and language, and their popular tales, it is hard to explain the occurrence of similar Eastern animals, monsters, and runic knots on the sculptured stones of Scotland, and on Hindu bronzes. There are plenty of cases in which Greek or Italian art can be traced in the Hebrides. The ornament figured below is from a stone which was found in the ancient stronghold of the MacDonalds in Islay. It is rude enough, much broken, and the stone is worn away, seemingly by the hands of those who used it. It is very old, but the style of ornament is not Celtic. It is the style which is to be found in wooden Norwegian churches, said to be as old as AD 1100, and which is characteristic of more modern Norwegian carving, on knife handles, powder horns, wooden chests, and such like articles. A glance at the following woodcut will show what is meant. Celtic art, then, appears to be of Eastern origin, like Celtic nations and languages, and like Gaelic popular tales. The well-known superstitions observances connected with Halloween have been referred to Eastern solar worship. The Reverend James Robertson, minister of Calendar, described them in 1791, and alluded to the stone circles of Scotland as to druidical temples. He tells that in his day, in hamlets, a fire was lighted at sundown, made entirely of ferns gathered on Halloween. The neighbors assembled, and each, according to seniority, placed a marked stone at the edge of the ashes till a circle was made about the site of the fire, which was then abandoned. Next morning the place was visited, and if any of the party found his footprint in the ashes, and his stone removed from its place, he was doomed to die before the 12 months expired. I have often seen the sight of fires surrounded by stones placed there by children, and once, on a beautiful Easter Thursday evening, April 5, just at sundown, many fires suddenly appeared blazing and smoking on the hilltops in the Isle of Man. In about 10 minutes they all vanished as suddenly as they had appeared, and a manxman, who was asked to explain the cause, looked much disturbed, and went his way in haste without answering. Bealtaine, Yellow May Day, is in spring. And All Saints, All Hallows or Halloween, Samhain, 1st of November, is late in autumn, so there are pagan as well as Christian observances connected with these two seasons. The following passage from Mr. Robertson's letter adds to the list of things which were done sunwise in his day in the Highlands. To this day, when the Highlanders go round anything with a degree of religious veneration, they go round in the same direction as the sun goes round the world on this side the equator, i.e., from east to west, by the south side. This is the direction in which a bride is placed by her bridegroom when they stand up to be married. The direction in which the bridegroom turns round the bride to give the first kiss after the nuptial ceremony, the direction in which they go at least half round a grave before the coffin is deposited. The direction in which they go round any consecrated fountain, whose waters are supposed to have some medicinal virtues which they expect to receive by immersion or drinking. I have heard it said, that in certain places of the Highlands the people sometimes took off their bonnets to the sun when he appeared first in the morning. It seems, then, that the ancient Eastern veneration for the sun and for fire, which is recorded in the Vedas, still survives in the West Highlands in popular superstitious observances which resemble Indian religious ceremonies. Perhaps Bodak, the Bogle, may once have been Buddha, the sage, Brahman, the fiend, Brahm, the air, Puth, the spectre, Fohi, the god, Kalich, the night bag, Kale, and Ain, thought, Agni, divine fire. Note: King Arthur's table is still preserved at Winchester. It is hard to believe that it is the real table, but it is what people thought it was like a long time ago, about the time of Henry VIII. It is round. In the center are two 5-leaved roses, which are surrounded by an inscription, which declares that this is the round table of King Arthur and his 24 knights. Outside the circle in which the inscription is, the table is divided into 24 radiating stripes of alternate black and white, and at the end of each, at the edge of the table, is the name of a knight. All the names read from the center, consequently they read sunwise. King Arthur, crowned and throned with globe and scepter, sits as though he had sat in the midst, facing outwards, and behind his head is a kind of glory of light, in which is his name. It has been suspected that a real King Arthur has acquired the attributes of a pagan sun god, and this looks very like it, when brought to bear upon other Celtic traditions. Music. A work on Gaelic music is in course of preparation, when when that appears there will be another element of comparison. Meantime those who are curious in such matters may hear bagpipes in nearly all the European countries where Celts have been. I have heard the pipes in Ireland, Scotland, Spain, Portugal, and Italy. I believe they are in Albania, and I have heard tell of something of the kind in the Himalayan mountains. They are to be seen in Old English prints, and Old German pictures. And the other ancient Gaelic musical instrument, the harp, is to be found all over the world. Who first invented these is a question yet to be solved, but both are sufficiently old. In 1627 a certain Alexander MacNaughton, of that ilk, was commissioned to raise a body of Highland bowmen, and on January 15, 1628, he wrote to the Earl of Morton, from Falmouth, where he had been driven with his men by stress of weather. He says, "And withal, that your will ha clot his for them tsuhan it Saul please God that they come to the Isle of Wicht, for your knows alt how they be men of personages, they cannot muster before your with their trewis and blue cappies." Whether this means that they wore trewis, or had none to wear, does not clearly appear, but the postscript seems to imply the latter. He says, "My as for nuis from ourselfis our bag pipperis and marlit platis serwid us to guid wise in the pursuit of ain man of war that hetly followed us." These men, therefore, wore tartans, and followed the pipes, and as they were bound to join the forces of King Charles I, they were a Highland regiment in embryo. It appears that the piper, Alastair Cadell, was followed by a boy, and pipers still claimed to be exempt from menial service. There was also, Harim Gra, harper, Frau Larg, and another piper. And as they were 100 on the roll, they had a tolerable band of national music. At the end of the roll is the remark, "To be disposed of be the Earl of Morton. They ha bene their guests." They were shipped at Loch Kilcheraine, 11th of December, 1627, and it is surmised that they must have joined their countrymen in Gustavus Adolphus. Conclusions. And now, in conclusion, let me recommend the study of Gaelic to Scotch antiquaries. Their worthy president lately expressed a wish to be able to knock up the dead, by the help of a table, to answer some vexed questions. He could get nothing even from them without knowing the language of his departed countrymen. In the preceding pages, strange Gaelic witnesses dressed in vellum and parchment and tattered brown paper, and some few in gay attire of green and gold queer characters, who live far up the stream of time have appeared to answer questions. And have told a great deal about the Ossianic controversy. A good number of Lowlanders have been summoned from the past, and have deponed, sometimes in very bad language, that they knew of the Fane, and thought them bad company, but Celtic gods. A good number of Welsh and Breton witnesses have been called, and have confirmed what the rest bad asserted. A few Icelanders, Norwegians, Germans, and Frenchmen, a Carthaginian, and some Egyptians, Arabs, Persians, Indians, and Aryans, have said a few words. A good many Highland Hills, and a few Edinburgh porters, have said their say. And the best sort of clairvoyance, as it seems to me, for my lowland countrymen to aim at, is to clear their eyes from lowland prejudice, and take a look at Gaelic. When they want to find out something which happened before that language was driven into corners. A large proportion of the names about Edinburgh are Gaelic, but no one there will look so near home as the first Highland porter for an explanation of their meaning. Men would rather go to Wales or Brittany than look at home for anything British, and even Sir Walter Scott, who wrote amongst a Gaelic population, made the strangest of mistakes when he used Gaelic words. As I have done my best to make peace between Celt and Saxon, I wish to end with a peaceful Gaelic quotation, but having searched right through diverse song books, I have utterly failed to discover one that will suit. Bards are a pugnacious race. I can only say with Motherwell and the Gaelic proverb, Gri, Bernice, Gri. Se Darid Gach Kogade Sith. The end of each strife is peace. Even the strife and confusion of tales, which some ancient Gaelic artist imagined and depicted centuries ago, even the Ossianic controversy, and its confusion of tongues and arguments, mythology, West Highland tales. Even this lengthy postscript and its tail piece all have a beginning, a middle, and the end.